Halloween season is upon us, so fear is everywhere, including right in my hands. For 7 years ago, I've been traumatized by this thing, but 7 years later, I think I'm ready to face it. Now, when it comes to facing fears, I'm a lot different than other people. Instead of, trying to work through it, I just throw it off the roof.
I want to take it back to 2012 when the Avengers came out. While it's nothing mind-blowing by today's standards, back then it was really cool to see a crossover between all of these superheroes. I remember seeing this movie on my first day of summer break in 2012. Hawkeye was my favorite. What? Anyways, a few months later in January 2013, it was announced that LEGO Marvel Superheroes was coming. It was a LEGO game where you quite simply play as Marvel superheroes and supervillains. I was so excited by the trailer, but then it ended. Not coming to the Wii, the only console my family had at the time. This was January 2013, as I said, and I wouldn't get my DS until my birthday that year. However, after I got my DS, I learned the exciting news. LEGO Marvel Superheroes was coming to the DS. Now, I had LEGO Indiana Jones, LEGO Star Wars, and LEGO Batman prior to realizing this, so I was ecstatic. While it wouldn't be as good as the console version, I was nonetheless excited for it. I mean, playing LEGO Marvel Superheroes, that's all I ever wanted at the time. I received the game on my 9th birthday on July 11th, 2014. I didn't get around to playing it until the next day and... this game sucks! Why can't I get past the second level? Why are the levels so short? Why is this game so ugly? I hated the game at first. It was a colossal disappointment. But then, it happened. I got over it. I played this game so much, and embarrassingly enough, I had fun. I just kinda tolerated the crappiness. I mean, at least it was LEGO Marvel Superheroes. You still played as iconic Marvel heroes and battled iconic Marvel villains and explored iconic Marvel locations. I played the game so much, but then I got stuck on some gold bricks. I was stuck for 7 years. And with that, welcome to Gaming on the Go, where I take a look at the portable version of a game or game series and tell you if you should bring it on the go or just wait till you get home to play the game. The idea of this series is to look at the portable version of a big boy console game and see, is it a good portable version of it? Well, then the game that we're talking about today, no, it is not. First off, the title screen. This always confused me. I can make out most of the people here, but I always wondered who this was. Now I can tell it's Mr. Fantastic, but back then I thought it was Rhino or something. Anyways, upon starting and after the logos, you get the title screen and a huge play button. No file selection screen, just START! Anyways, after pressing the giant play button, this menu is ugly as hell! It's so generic. You can select the level, go to the shop, and leave. Remember LEGO Star Wars The Complete Saga? The hub, while small, is still fun to traverse and explore. LEGO Batman 2, the Batcave is fun to explore as well. And the hub of LEGO Marvel Superheroes is incredible! Manhattan with so many iconic Marvel locations to explore, and on top of that, the Helicarrier. Now, of course, cramming this huge open world into a DS game is hard, but is the Helicarrier too hard to make? Instead, you have a menu which takes forever to navigate. This looks like a stock menu. It reminds me of those iMovie trailer templates where all you do is input your clips and add your own text and the rest is already done. Even something as simple as Marvel theming, make this look like a computer on the Helicarrier or something. Add some Marvel music and not this unrecognizable generic music. Add some character, add some pizzazz. Each major level is split up into 3 parts, each with multiple objectives. This was a trend with portable LEGO games that lasted from this one to LEGO Force Awakens. You have a handful of challenges to complete, for example, beating the level, collecting enough studs, killing a blank amount of enemies, and the dreaded multi-challenge. These require you to do some challenge and also beat the level in a time limit. The 2 gold bricks I got stuck on were multi-challenges, and the time limits can just be so strict, especially when the enemy AI just straight up seems to be broken sometimes. Completing a level in a multi-challenge gets you a new character, which is neat. The character selection here is pretty solid. While it is missing some characters from the Big Boy console version, it also has some unique characters only here. Modern Magneto, Nick Fury Sr., Days of the Future Past Wolverine, the unique characters are all neat. Now to the gameplay itself. Yuck! LEGO Marvel Superheroes harkens back to the isometric days of the Game Boy Advance LEGO Star Wars games. While LEGO Star Wars the video game sucks, LEGO Star Wars 2 on Game Boy Advance is a neat twist on the standard game. It definitely isn't the definitive way to play the game, hell even portably, but it's still a fun little time. The isometric view in it is fine, because this is a Game Boy Advance game. This is a DS game! Are you telling me we go from this to this? Like, sure, LEGO Star Wars The Complete Saga doesn't look very hot on the DS, but for the DS, this is good! Why is this isometric? Why is everyone also so tiny? Everyone looks like garbage! These levels also try to be the console versions, but they just can't. They aren't fun, they're too short. The plot also seems incoherent without cutscenes as well. We'll get there. The controls are ass. You can't jump, things just feel so clunky. You have a melee attack and a range attack maybe. These controls just aren't it. Now some characters like Iron Man can fly and Spider-Man can web sling, so how do you do that? You swipe up on the touch screen. I mean, it works, but it just feels so weird, and it barely feels like you have control. It feels like you're just restricted to the same plane. You can't change height, you can't change speed, you're just stuck in this lame plane. It's okay, but it's not fun. And then there's free play. Oh my god. You can choose one character to play as, and then you can play as the character you play as in the original level. Why? And the game forces you more than others to replay these levels. In order to advance the game, you need a certain amount of gold bricks, which is so lame. Instead of experiencing new level after new level, you have to go back and replay old levels just to unlock a new one. Now, when you replay a level in the console version, you collect mini kits, red bricks, and save Stan Lee. And this game has those, but I mean, does it? I mean, when it comes to rescuing Stan Lee, this version is faithful. Save Stan Lee in level and you can unlock him as a playable character. But mini kits and red bricks. Mini kits do nothing. They net you a gold brick, but besides that, they're a waste of time. There is no reward for collecting them at all. And then red bricks, they're awesome because they're kind of like cheat codes. You buy them and they make the game kind of easier. For example, the stud multipliers. They multiply the value of each stud. This makes getting True Believer a lot easier. Not here. Here, you select what red brick you want to use before each level, and you can only have a max of 3. Why? And so many of them are useless. Animal sounds, confetti effects, do nothing but add animal sounds and confetti effects. Party time, I used to like that, only because it made enemies do the Gangnam Style dance, but now it makes this miserable thing feel even more dated. Big head mode. This screams late 90s, early 2000s. And the dumbest thing about these levels is that if you die in level, you have to restart the level. How could I forget about the tag moves? So get this, are you in a tough encounter and you need some assistance? You can tap the other character icon for them to do that too. Because dealing with enemies without it is too hard. The cutscenes. First off, yikes. Of course the DS is the DS, videos don't look hot on this thing, but that's not an excuse for cutscenes to look like ass. With the Complete Saga on the DS, they took the DS's limitations into account and made cutscenes that's like a cardboard cutout moving. It's nothing incredible, but it looks good and I appreciate the effort. Also, the cutscenes here are limited. You get a cutscene before a group of levels and after. Each of these levels ended at a point where a cutscene would take place on the console version, but I guess that's too much video for the DS. But because of the lack of cutscenes, the story is incoherent. How do we go from this building to this place in a sand abyss? How? That's all I've got to say. What a piece of garbage. Can you imagine what a trailer for this would be like? The greatest LEGO adventure starring Marvel heroes can now be taken on the go with LEGO Marvel Superheroes Universe in Peril for the Nintendo DS. All of your favorite Marvel characters are here, except for like half of them. In the console version, you explored and traversed the lifelike city of Manhattan. Now traverse an extremely stock-looking menu. Play through 45 levels that will last you 3 minutes at most, but we will force you to replay them multiple times to move on. Portable LEGO games return to their isometric roots, and now when you die, you must restart the whole level. Choose up to 3 red bricks to use in each level, like Party Time. Watch your enemies do the Gangnam Style. That's still popular, right? Oh, big head mode. Look, Thor has a big head. That's funny, right? Watch a quarter of the game's cutscenes, now in horrendous quality. I hope you played the console version because if you haven't, the story won't make sense here. Enjoy clunky gameplay with unfun challenges. Please, we want money. LEGO Marvel Superheroes Universe in Peril for the Nintendo DS, coming to traumatize you soon. Now with this Gaming on the Go series, I do want to cover a variety of ports for a variety of consoles. So, this is LEGO Marvel Superheroes on the Nintendo 3DS. At least the demo version, because haven't you been here for the last few minutes? So this is the same game, but slightly higher quality. The title screen looks a bit better, the menus look a bit better, the cutscenes look better, the graphics are cleaner. Each level has 5 more gold bricks. That's 5 more gold bricks than I want. Overall, this is the same crappy game, just slightly better looking. Now we will talk about some games where the 3DS version is a lot better, but for now, this is the same crappy game with slightly better graphics. Now, much as it does seem I do hate this game, I still kind of like it. I mean, I played it a lot, like almost to 100% completion. Now, of course, I was always aware that this wasn't that good, and I always liked LEGO Star Wars, LEGO Batman, and LEGO Indiana Jones more, but to say that I didn't enjoy this game is just a flat-out lie. Back in September 2014, I got to about 99% completion, and I just didn't really play it that much for the next 7 years. But at no time has the fault of this version been more apparent than now. Now another thing about the sub-series is that, for the most part, the Nintendo Switch is banned. While it is portable, this thing is powerful enough to run brand new games. And the fun of this series is meant to be seeing how a company took their console game and made it work in a portable fashion. As awesome as it is to have Skyrim on Switch, there's not much to say about it besides it's a bit ugly and it has all the DLC. And that's just boring. But since there's been so much negativity, here's some positivity. LEGO Marvel Superheroes on Nintendo Switch. LEGO Marvel Superheroes for the Nintendo Switch was announced on August 9, 2021. I was a bit tardy to the party when it came to learning this, but when I discovered this, I was ecstatic. It was released on October 5th, and I picked it up a week later on October 12th, and wow, this is magical. This is LEGO Marvel Superheroes, now on Switch. Nothing crazy, but this is awesome to have. Some whine about the price, $40, but personally I think it's worth it. Well, it's double the price I initially bought it for. It's been years since I 100%ed it. It's a pretty fresh experience, and it's a really fun action puzzle collectathon game. This is awesome. And since this exists, I think I can go all the way through and actually 100% LEGO Marvel Superheroes on Nintendo DS. Alright, that's one multi-challenge down. Oh, that's the other. Then I just buy the other things from the shop. I did it. 7 years of trauma. Finally over! I've done it! I should go make a certificate to celebrate! What a piece of garbage. What was that for?
You claim to make peace with me, yet you still bash me for no reason. Never forget that without me, you would have never experienced LEGO Marvel Superheroes.
When it came to playing LEGO Marvel Superheroes, you were all I had. But now that I have the Xbox 360 version and the Nintendo Switch version is out, making it portable, I don't need you anymore.
Then you must die!
Die! Die! Die! Die! Die! That's not doing anything. Try the other side. Die! 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 What a piece of crap.
Man, what an ass. Hold on, I'm not done with this guy.
My God, just leave me alone.
You threw me off a roof, out a window, and ran me over with the lawnmower twice, and you expect me to leave you alone?
Oh, no. That wasn't a request. That was a warning.
Oh no.
What right do you think you have? You're a DS game released in 2013.
I have all the rights. I am the reason this loser experienced like Marvel Superheroes the way it was meant to be. Yet he trashes me. He bashes me.
Now hold on, buddy. Why are you taking my credit? Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson?
Go out there, know your role, get the console. The Xbox is going to be fantastic.
So, you finished?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I just feel unappreciated.
Oh. Well, I said I still don't completely hate you. You at least allowed me to play a version of LEGO Marvel Superheroes, and while it wasn't great, it was still LEGO Marvel Superheroes. There's a reason why I still own you 7 years later.
Really? So can I have a righteous place in your collection?
You know what? Sure. I do have a place for you. Hell yeah! We are now now 1 minute closer to the release of Spider-Man No Way Home. I grew up with the Tobey Maguire films, and I loved the Andrew Garfield films as they came out, and still decently enjoy them. When The Amazing Spider-Man released in 2012, I thought it was an MCU film, and I was excited to see him in an Avengers movie. Of course, I was a dumb kid and didn't realize these took place in different universes until 2014 or so. I remember seeing Spider-Man in the Civil War trailer and being so excited to finally see him interact with the Avengers. And even though it was a different Spider-Man, I still greatly enjoyed it. But I did miss seeing both Tobey and Andrew in action. But now, in just 1 week, it's happening. No Way Home looks really solid, especially compared to everything else we've gotten this year for the MCU. WandaVision was a nice fresh take on the MCU until the finale, but Falcon and the Winter Soldier was a bit too standard MCU for me. It was still good, but it just feels very MCU. I haven't seen Loki, I haven't seen What If. I saw Black Widow, I've seen it twice, and it's alright, but has atrocious editing and poorly written characters. And I have yet to see Eternals and Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi seemed interesting. I really enjoyed the cultural aspects of Black Panther, and I was hoping Shang-Chi would be the same. But the trailers didn't paint it in a very good light. And Eternals, that just looks bad. And on top of it all, we've gotten so much Marvel content this year. And it's to the point where I'm just burned out. The excitement of a new Marvel thing has worn off for me. Even if it was something new, in the past, a new Marvel thing was all the excitement I needed. Guardians of the Galaxy and Ant-Man were niche parts of Marvel, but they were one of at most 3 new Marvel entries per year. Here, I just straight up don't care. But No Way Home has earned my excitement, bringing back all these villains in the other 2 Spider-Man. And on top of that, the last Marvel thing I saw was Black Widow back in July, so I'm willing to accept new Marvel content, and not just that, I'm beyond excited. So, to pass the time and kind of celebrate the film's release, we're going to be taking a look at Spider-Man games. But not just any Spider-Man games, handheld Spider-Man games. Yes, welcome back to Gaming on the Go, the series where I take a look at the portable version of a game or game series and tell you if you should take it on the go, or just wait until you get home to play the damn game. For most of these games, I actually won't be comparing them to their console versions. Instead, I'll be judging them based on whether I think they're a good portable Spider-Man game or not. So let's begin with what the hell. Spider-Man 3 is one of the 2 most controversial Spider-Man movies. I kinda like it, but who cares because this is the game. Why does this exist? The Game Boy Advance was a successor of the Game Boy Color and was released in 2001. It had a seemingly short lifespan as the Game Boy Advance's successor, the Nintendo DS, was released in 2004. But for some reason, games were still released for the Game Boy Advance until 2008. This is the movie tie-in game for one of the biggest movies in 2007, and also had a DS version. This thing's existence is pointless! Now I know this can be pretty tricky, but try to imagine this. A better version of Mother 3 on the DS. I know, it's pretty hard to imagine, but imagine that. Well, then what would be the point of the Game Boy Advance version? I mean, maybe if you didn't have a DS by 2007, but by then the DS was 3 years old, it costed $130, and its total lifetime sales are over 150 million. Who didn't have a DS in 2007 who wanted one? So the existence of this makes no sense. It's still a pretty good game though. It's a 2D side-scroller. Of course, 2D side-scrollers were the Game Boy Advance's bread and butter. You got plenty of kicks and punches and stuff, you can climb walls, shoot webs, it's neat. The story loosely follows the film. Loosely as in, you do fight Sandman and the new Goblin and Venom, but it also does its own thing, having you fight Electro and raid Kingpin's mansion. This is probably my favorite level of the game. Exploring Kingpin's mansion, sneaking around, it's pretty fun. Some of the other missions include saving civilians from fires, chasing a villain on a vehicle, or just a straight up boss fight. You also get levels where something is rising and you can't let it touch you or you die. It's honestly a really decent game, but why does it exist? Now let's jump up a generation to the DS. Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions. Shattered Dimensions is straight up my favorite Spider-Man game. You fight a bunch of iconic Spidey villains as 4 different types of Spider-Man. This is where the Spider-Man multiverse idea started, I swear. Each version of Spider-Man was different. Amazing was your standard Spider-Man, Ultimate was the beat-em-up type where you just plow through huge crowds of enemies, 2099 had these free-falling diving sections, and Noir had stealth mechanics and stuff. Not to mention, each Spider-Man had a unique art style. Amazing looks straight out of a comic book, Ultimate looks all industrial, 2099 has all these vibrant neon colors and a futuristic art style, and Noir has dark shadow-filled visuals. It's a brilliant game, and the DS version is one of my favorite DS games. What? Shattered Dimensions on DS is basically a Spider-Man Metroidvania. The premise is similar to the console version, where you have to stop Mysterio from destroying the world and stuff. Here though, you fight different villains most of the time, and the villains who are in the console versions are in a different dimension. For example, Electro and Amazing, Vulture and 2099. Unfortunately, there's only 3 Spider-Man and 6 villains, not counting Mysterio. Yeah, Ultimate is left out here, but is in an alternate costume for Amazing. But something they add to these characters are downsides. At first, Noir can't climb walls, he has to learn this power later in the game. However, in turn, they all have an ability that one of the others don't have at first. Noir has this revealing ability, 2099 can't use webs but can glide, and Amazing learns to glide and reveal things. Playing as each Spider-Man is fun, and once each Spider-Man learns all the abilities, holy, this game masters the Metroidvania 2D style. It's really fun to explore these locations, web sling around, crawl through vents, it's really damn good. And can we talk about the combat? Ooh, it's so fluent and fun. You got standard punches, you can charge up and punch, you can do a launching uppercut, you can do a launching uppercut and a punch, you can do the combo I've been doing this game since I first started years ago. Punch, 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 launching uppercut, jump, punch, 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 downward scissor kick. It's so damn fluent and it's so damn fun. When you learn a new ability, you're taken to this little room, usually with a dummy, and you can just wail on this guy. He's invincible, so you can just wail on him forever. It's so fun. Practice your combos to learn new ones. Hell yes, hell yes, hell yes. The game itself is really short. I played through this game multiple times, so I can breeze through this game in less than an hour and a half. And I can't imagine it taking a new player any longer than 3 hours to beat this game. So with the short length, I highly recommend this game hard. You can rip through it in an afternoon, and that's because it doesn't waste your time. It starts and it just keeps going, and it's fun all the way. The 3 main dimensions are all open, explorable little worlds, and the final dimension, Mysterios, is a linear gauntlet that is a brilliant test of all the traversal skills in this game. To praise the game even further, it looks absolutely gorgeous for a DS game. While you move in a 2D space, the world doesn't look two-dimensional. The 3 worlds are also distinct and cool too. Amazing is mostly this giant underground factory, Noir is a museum and subway, and 2099 is just a sprawling futuristic metropolis. Honestly, this game is just so dang good. Not only is this a wonderful portable Spider-Man game, but a wonderful portable translation of Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions. Once again, I recommend playing this game. It makes for a fun afternoon. Shattered Dimensions on the DS is a triumph. Instead of trying to cram Shattered Dimensions on a DS cart, they took the concepts and created something new with it. And boy, is it good.
Next up, we got Spider-Man Edge of Time on the DS. The Wii version holds a special place in my heart as it was the first modern console game I played. This was my first modern video game experience and I still treasure it to this very day. The DS version fucking sucks.
It's alright, it's not as bad as I remember it being, but it does have its flaws. To begin, though, the art style for cutscenes and stuff is good. The cinematics are all good and well done for the DS, but when you get into gameplay, I am so mixed on this. In one hand, Spider-Man looks colorful and cartoony, which fits the comics, but on the other hand, the animations just feel so flash gamey. The controls are surprisingly clunky and controlling Spider-Man is just not fun. The combat just straight up sucks. The sound only hurts it more. The satisfying hits from Shattered Dimensions are gone. Once again, this is a Metroidvania, but this map is garbage. The majority of the world is inside, which isn't inherently a bad thing, but with all the walls and stuff, this map is so confusing and useless. I gotta say, the clunky controls really bother me quickly. It is such a clunk fest here. I wanna zip through the building like I could in Shattered Dimensions, but here, it's so slow and stiff. The backgrounds look good as you fight a bunch of cool and obscure Spider-Man villains. There's some decent things about this game, but it's held back with how stiff and clunky Spider-Man feels. I honestly couldn't be bothered to make much progress.
Well, that was not very good, but this last one to me holds a very special place in my heart too. The Amazing Spider-Man on the Nintendo DS.
The Amazing Spider-Man is a very mixed movie. Some don't like it since it's mostly a retelling of Spider-Man's origin story, now more bleak and boring, and some think it's alright. I think it's alright, but I also think it's mainly nostalgia. I was alive and kicking when Spider-Man 3 came out, but I was 2 months shy of being 2, which meant I obviously didn't see it in theaters. Now did I see Amazing Spider-Man in theaters? Summer 2012 was painful. I really wanted to see Amazing Spider-Man. I love the Tobey Maguire trilogy so much, and I rewatched the trailer for Amazing Spider-Man so many times. I saw TV commercials all the time, marketing on Chips Ahoy, and an ad for The Amazing Spider-Man for the DS in one of these Boys Life magazines from 2012. I wanted to see the movie so bad, and I didn't until it came out on DVD. Regardless of that though, The Amazing Spider-Man for the Nintendo DS. For my 8th birthday, I received the Nintendo DS XL along with this game, and it was my only game for a week. I adored this game so much, but ever since I beat it that same summer, I've barely played it, since if I wanted to play a Spider-Man game on the DS, I would just play Shattered Dimensions. But 8 years later, how does this game hold up?
Surprisingly decent.
The Amazing Spider-Man took some steps to improve on Edge of Time, and I'd say it was a success. First off, the game structure has changed. Instead of being a Metroidvania, it's broken up into 15 levels. Honestly, I'm glad they did this. The levels are much easier to navigate and work your way through than Edge of Time's world. Spider-Man also feels less clunky, still not as smooth as Shattered Dimensions, but a lot better than Edge of Time. And this time, his design fits the level's art style as well. The cinematics again look cool, and the gameplay itself, while simple, is fun. This game can be a bit tricky, but apparently not too tricky seeing that I reached the 92% completion all the way back in 2013. So, The Amazing Spider-Man for the Nintendo DS, not the best handheld Spider-Man game, hell, not even the best Spider-Man game on the DS, but it's definitely fun enough. I don't strongly recommend it, but if you have some interest in it, go for it.
And those are 4 portable Spider-Man games. I think Spidey's got a pretty good representation on the handhelds, but before I wrap things up, I kinda wanna do a ranking of these. From worst to best, Edge of Time. So many problems with this game. Spider-Man's too cartoony and his actions look way too flash gamey. Controlling Spider-Man is clunky and these buildings are just not fun to explore. Next up, Spider-Man 3 for the Game Boy Advance. It's not a bad game, it's just nothing memorable. I do like the art style though, it's a positive. Next we have The Amazing Spider-Man on the DS. I'm honestly surprised by this one. My memory really didn't paint this game in a good light. But the structure and how Spider-Man controls is a huge improvement from Edge of Time. And finally, Shattered Dimensions. All 3 Spider-Man control smoothly, the worlds are fun to explore, and in general, it's a really fun Metroidvania. The combat is fantastic and the game is short in the best way possible. But oh my gosh, what is up with Edge of Time? How do you go from Shattered Dimensions to this? Oh, and of course it's made by Activision. They make bad games for breakfast. What the hell?
What does that say? Activision Knockout Gas Ghosts? Great. Where am I?
In the worst place imaginable.
Ah! Who are you?
I am Luis Vidka, the true creator of Activision.
Where's Vidka? That's Activision. Backwards.
Perhaps you aren't as stupid as you look.
Alright, Noise Vidka. Why am I here?
Isn't it obvious? You whine about a game.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have made a bad game.
Shut up, kid.
Wait, I whined about your game, and you kidnapped me, while your company has done much worse things.
I said shut up, kid.
Pokemon! Thanks for saving me, Spider-Man. Can you untie me? I want to go home.
Well, that was definitely a trip. I mean, who knew Activision was named after a demon? Oh, hey, I got an email. Huh, security footage. Let's check it out. Was this edited by Sony?
obviously, LEGO sets need something to come in. I mean, technically, they could just give you a bag with pieces, but that's just asking for trouble. I mean, I could mistake it for rice. Oh god. Oh, come on!
Most LEGO sets, of course, come in boxes, and these are really cool from the standpoint of a casual fan or a collector. LEGO set boxes show the ideal way for a set to be displayed, usually with its figures out and about in action. It's made to look appealing, but man, these things take up too much space. I love LEGO set boxes. I've been keeping mine since early 2015 or so when I really got into collecting LEGOs. At the beginning, it was fairly tolerable to have these lying around, but as the years went on and I was buying bigger and bigger sets, they just took up too much space. I tried a few things to have them take up less room, hide them behind a filming setup, stack them up behind a desk, store the smaller ones in these blue bins and the bigger ones on top. But even then, it took up too much space. It got to the point where I was stacking furniture to make space, and when we renovated my room in summer 2020, I moved the 2 bins to our attic. It's sad to see them just sitting here, but the amount of space they take up compared to what they add just isn't worth it in my opinion. One day I dreamed to have enough space to display them and not just hide them in a bin, but for now, with just a room for my stuff, they take up too much space. Some may say throw them away. No! I understand why people do that. Some people see it as nothing more than a box. They just care about what's inside, and I understand that, but I just don't want to get rid of them. It's like game console boxes and old school game boxes. They're just cardboard, and once you have the contents, they're useless, but they're also collector's pieces. Plus, they also house $100 sets, and that's just too much of an investment for me to just throw them away.
I mean, what do I look like? Someone that wastes money? Hey, what the hell? Oh my gosh, guys. Frames are expensive.
My bad.
That was you? Really?
Are frames really expensive?
No, not really. I just don't want to go to the dollar store.
Have you tried to live in a place where on the wall it just says, "You suck"? I mean, you treat me like I'm the worst thing ever.
The worst thing ever?
Yeah, or at least the worst game ever.
I mean, you're bad. You're definitely not good. And you're definitely one of the worst things. But you're not the worst thing.
Really? Then what is?
What lies in here is the most evil thing ever made. Forged in hell by Satan himself. It should never be opened again, but I'm making an exception for you.
Is it worse than Assassin's Creed 2?
Much worse. This is the worst thing ever made.
Have you whined about it?
For 8 whole minutes.
That's nothing compared to what you did to me. Whine more.
I think I've whined enough this year.
Come on, when did you even talk about it in the first place?
Exactly 1 year ago. Wait.
And to prove that the console isn't the problem, which I am sure none of you were thinking, I'm gonna take a look at Revenge of the Sith for the Game Boy Advance, show you a Star Wars game done right on the platform.
Ah, shoot, I still have to talk about Revenge of the Sith on Game Boy Advance.
Star Wars Revenge of the Sith is the third and final film in the Star Wars prequel trilogy. It's commonly agreed to be the best of the prequels, and for good reason. It's a good-ass movie. It's been my favorite Star Wars movie for as long as I can remember. Hell, one of my earliest memories is watching the scene where R2-D2 caught the SPDs on fire. One thing that Revenge of the Sith excels at are the action scenes. There are plenty, and they are very entertaining, so of course Revenge of the Sith would make for a great game. The console version is commonly talked fondly about, and I'm sure it's a good game and I'd love to play it someday, but the Revenge of the Sith game I have is the Game Boy Advance version. Welcome back to Gaming on the Go, where I take a look at the portable version of a game or game series and tell you if...
Nicus, what are you doing?
A year ago I said I'd talk about the Revenge of the Sith game for Game Boy Advance, and a year later, I still haven't.
Oh, is it a bad game too?
No. It's actually one of the best Game Boy Advance games.
Better than Mother 3?
So here we go, Revenge of the Sith for Game Boy Advance. Oh god. Yeah, this isn't a great first impression. Ubisoft? Really? Well, as I said when whining about Ass Game 2, Ubisoft is alright, and this is a game where they actually succeeded. Yeah, I mean, the music does stink, but trust me, this game is good! Yeah, the music is stinky, but think of it this way. Attack of the Clones had pretty good music for a Game Boy Advance game. But the gameplay itself was bad. This is the opposite. The cutscenes are well optimized for the Game Boy Advance. They fit with the art style, and speaking of the art style, oh man is this good. It looks a bit like the 2003 Clone Wars animations, which are gorgeous. I adore how they went with a less realistic, more cartoony art style. After all, this is the Game Boy Advance. These cartoonish graphics fit perfectly with the console. It's colorful and vibrant, and the characters don't take up half the screen. All these characters have these little characterized profiles for dialogue, and once again, just the art style is so good. I think the worst looking is Mace Windu, and he's not that bad, he just looks a bit too young, but he still looks pretty good. Man, look at Palpatine! Oh no, look at Grievous! Dude is huge! Alright, let's just take a few steps back first. Before you start playing, you choose between Anakin and Obi-Wan, and you play the whole game as them. They each have unique missions as the two characters had different plots in the movie. This is reason to replay the game, as if it needed another one. You can also select difficulty, they're Star Wars themed. Padawan and Jedi are unlocked by default, and completing the game as one of the characters unlocks Master difficulty. And once you select your character and the cutscene plays, we get a neat little title card which has a Star Wars quote. The gameplay itself? Pure brilliance. It's a side-scrolling beat-em-up in the style of many old arcade games. You walk to the right, just demolishing enemies. You can also move up and down, which makes the combat even more fun. Alright, here we go. The combat system in Attack of the Clones was unbelievably garbage. You didn't just attack by pressing a button, you had to hold the button and press a direction. And on top of that, the button used to attack was A. Here, you press B and they attack. It feels buttery smooth, and it's so fun ripping through enemies, and there's other aspects of combat like blocking. You can block to protect yourself from a melee and ranged attack, but if you block a blaster shot at the right second, it will be reflected back at the enemy. It's a brilliant risk versus reward system. You can do some simple blocks to ensure protection, but have to do more damage to the enemy. Or you can risk blocking late to do some extra damage. Honestly, I can't even do this system justice, it's just too damn good. And then the lightsaber duels. The duel system, absolute brilliance. The way it works is in order to land a blow on the boss, you have to successfully block an attack. The boss holds their weapon in a certain way, and you have to figure if you need to do a high or low block. After doing so, the boss doesn't block and you can land blows for a brief amount of time. It's incredibly simple, but it's fair, unlike Dooku in Attack of the Clones. Not only that, but the attacks from each boss are unique and fun. The animations look great too. My favorite levels are the Jedi Temple levels on Anakin's side. You get to kill kids and you get to battle enemies with lightsabers in a standard level. It's wonderful. Each standard level is incredibly simple. Just head to the right and kill all the enemies. But it's fun. The levels in Attack of the Clones were all repetitive and boring. They consisted of walking to the right, killing some enemies, and so on and so forth. At its core, Revenge of the Sith is the same, but the combat is just so much better. It's so much smoother, there's so many more moves to pull off, the sound effects are also really nice. You can also upgrade your character with this game's kind of currency. These green things can be attained in 3 ways. You can destroy random environment parts like a wall or statue, these are bonus green points. You also get some from beating a level quickly and beating the level Jedi-like. What does beating a level Jedi-like mean? I have no idea. I assume it's doing a bunch of crazy combos and stuff, jumping all around, avoiding getting hit, but after a level you go to the upgrade screen and you can upgrade and unlock a variety of things. Force Heal, Lightsaber Throw, Force Choke, these make the game easier and more fun. Also after each level you can boost your health, force, or strength. I love this because if you keep on dying, you can just upgrade your health. If you feel like you never have enough force, you can upgrade that. The way health and lives are handled in this game, perfect. Back to tanks restore your health, random enemies drop them, and random things you destroy drop them. And when you die, watch where you respawn. You have a handful of lives, and only when you run out of lives are you forced to restart a level. It's honestly so dang nice, and it makes the game feel so much more fair. It's surprising, but it's also just so wonderful.
How could it get any better?
The Nintendo DS was released in 2004, a solid year before Revenge of the Sith released. So of course Revenge of the Sith was released on the DS. But this isn't a Spider-Man 3 situation where the Game Boy Advance and DS versions are vastly different. Here, the DS version is mostly the same, but now on the DS! You have some basic changes, a lot of the UIs changed, allowing touchscreen to be used. In the non-boss levels on the bottom screen, you have icons to do your special moves, which I totally forgot to mention. Yes, you kill enemies, this little meter fills up, and at certain points you can do certain special moves which deal a good amount of damage. In the Game Boy Advance version, you had to learn the correct button combo, but here, you just press it. On boss levels, it just shows this lame thing on the bottom screen. Thank you. The DS version also has better music. And on top of all that, vehicle segments. Before some levels, you have to complete a vehicle segment. Some are flying through Coruscant, some are destroying enemy ships before leaving a planet. All are great. This is incredibly impressive for the DS. It controls quite smoothly, and it leads to the greatest multiplayer mode in any game. Multiplayer here are ship battles between you and up to 3 other players.
Ooh, can I play?
Oh, sorry. I only have 1 cartridge. You can watch, though. Of course, who wants to play this on December 29th, 2021, but you can play this alone? You can set up bots to play with in a skirmish mode, and I sunk so much time into this late 2017, early 2018. You have a bunch of control options. You can choose the map, if you want it to be timed, if you want to limit lives, and how many points are needed for the game to end. And past that, you can choose between a huge variety of starships with different paint jobs. You can set up teams, set up bots, adjust their difficulty, then boom, Nirvana. This, with the updated UI and better music, makes this better than the Game Boy Advance version. And that's not meant to downtalk the Game Boy Advance version. It's still a wonderful side-scroller beat-em-up, but this is the same game with starship stuff and better music.
Huh. I guess it is good. Wait, could you show me how bad Attack of the Clones is?
Oh no! I am never touching that piece of garbage again.
Come on, please.
Ugh, fine! So this is a f***ing piece of shit formed in the fires of hell by the goddamn motherfucking walking pile of goat shit Satan that likes to go by Star Wars Episode 2 Attack of the Clones for Game Boy Advance. Developed by David A. Palmer Productions, it was announced in February 2002 by THQ and released later that May. The game is a 2D side-scroller, and a bad one at that. A majority of the gameplay involves walking to the right, killing enemies, rinse and repeat. It's so repetitive, and the bad controls only make it worse. I briefly mentioned this, but to attack, you hold A, then press the direction you want to attack. Health pickups don't show up until level 3, you have these first-person vehicle levels which are neat for the Game Boy Advance, but obstacles in these levels are too hard to avoid. The platforming here is bad, one simple slip-up will leave you falling to your death, or worse, having to redo a good chunk of this platforming. And speaking of death, when you die, you restart the whole level. And when you run out of lives, password. That's all I can take!
Understandable. This thing is bad.
You know, I've kind of realized recently, I've been pretty harsh on you. I mean, I've been pretty dramatic.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, all the whining I do, everything I whine about, I do like to some degree. Sometimes, though, it's just fun to rip things apart. You were great. You're incredibly fun on long car rides, trying to complete the last 2 multi-challenges, unlocking Deadpool, watching the cutscenes on a DS. I knew it wasn't great, but I still loved it all the way. Do you want to go on a walk? So nice these winter afternoons.
I remember going to space.
Oh yeah. Was it fun?
Not really, since we were fighting the whole time.
Oh yeah, kinda forgot about that. Where'd you guys even go?
Jupiter.
Jupiter? That's my favorite planet!
You stupid boy! You forgot to lock me up, and now your end has come.
I don't think so, you stupid fucking piece of shit covered in plastic.
How about you come get me out here?
I'm good.
We need to relock this thing up.
But how do we get it back?
Try and stun it.
How?
I don't know. Stick part of your heart in its hole.
Okay.
I got it! We got it!
We're almost there. Keep going.
But we're not. Lock.
Man, what a pain.
You know what? Thank you. Thank you for your help. You honestly aren't that bad.
Thank you. This place is an absolute wreck.
I know, there isn't much space, but I make things work.
Yeah. Hey, how about we overtake the basement?
Oh?
Yeah, make it a game room with a modern TV and some consoles.
Oh?
And maybe a CRT for the retro stuff.
Oh?
Shelves to store everything on.
Oh?
An air hockey table.
Hell yeah, let's do it! Well, it's been a lot of work, but I like this place so far.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. I especially like how Dwayne's still here.
Xbox.
And, hey, since it's around that time, I got you something.
You know what? We don't need this anymore. Well, things should be pretty much set up to start whining again. The question is, what do I whine about first?
Have you seen the 2022 Ninjago sets?
No. What the hell is that? Yeah, hi. Can you come pick me up? Alright, thank you. Today is Doom Day, or March 15th, 2022. You see, today, Doom Guy was supposed to fight knee-deep in the dead, then fighting some more demons through the shores of hell, and finally, beating all the demons from hell in an inferno. Of course, I wanted to see this all happen in real life, so I came here. Turns out Doom is a work of fiction, so now I have to wait until they come pick me up, but luckily, I came prepared. Of course, I was open to the idea of this happening, so in anticipation, I brought portable Doom games. So while we're waiting for the ship to come pick me up, let's take a look at some of these.
The original Doom is one of the most influential games ever made. Released in 1993, it completely revolutionized first-person shooters. Now, it was nowhere near being the first first-person shooter. It was even released after Wolfenstein 3D, which you can tell heavily inspired Doom. But with fun gameplay, kick-ass music, and really good graphics for the time, it sold over 3.5 million units before the end of the decade. And then with the turn of the decade came the Game Boy Advance, which was pretty powerful for a handheld at the time. So in 2001, just mere months after its initial release, came Doom for Game Boy Advance. Who looked at this console when it was revealed and said, wow, can't wait to play Super Mario Bros. 2, Mario Kart, a good Castlevania, and Doom portably on this thing. This port was brought to us by none other than David A. Palmer Productions, the studio that brought us such classics as Gex Enter the Gecko for Game Boy Color and Star Wars Episode 2 Attack of the Clones for Game Boy Advance.
Ooh, does that mean A attacks? Oh my god! Why is it like this in every single one of their games? Do they think A stands for attack? Well, then what does B stand for? Jump doesn't start with B.
Or maybe bounce? What the hell, David A. Palmer?
So this seems great, right? Doom on Game Boy Advance, just months after it was released. Doom, a game that was butchered on the Super Nintendo, Atari Jaguar, 3DO. Those consoles were big fat boxes with huge ass cartridges, and it's possible for David A. Palmer Productions to make a decent portable version with a small little guy with a small little cartridge? Well, surprisingly, David A. Palmer Productions, they did it. This is Doom through and through. Of course, there are plenty of smaller changes, they're all listed here, but come on, Doom for Game Boy Advance in 2001, this is really good. You have great gameplay with the first 3 episodes. You also have the music. Well, it sounds worse. Come on, this was the Game Boy Advance. It's known for having bad music quality. Come on, this is Doom for Game Boy Advance in 2001. Give it a pass. The controls are decent enough. There are a lot of options, and if you really want to, you can have B be the fire button, but in all seriousness, it isn't that big of a deal because the rest of the controls are pretty competent. You can move forward and backwards with the D-pad, and left and right looks left and right, and strafing is done with the shoulder buttons. It of course isn't ideal, but it works. It also looks really good too for a Game Boy Advance game. 2D games are of course the Game Boy Advance's bread and butter, but for a first-person shooter on the handheld, this is great. It looks decent enough and plays decent enough. Now there is no reason to revisit it and play this version besides novelty reasons, but again, it's incredibly commendable what they were able to do here. But for actual criticisms, well, due to the scaled down graphics, in the distance some enemies look like nothing more than some random pixels and it can be hard to discern them from the environments. Also, the music for some reason is shifted to the music that should be in the following level, so for example, episode 1 level 2 music plays during episode 1 level 1. It isn't a problem, but it's pretty weird. But overall, again, this is incredibly competent. It's something but a novelty these days, but for the time, this was a great way to play Doom portably. Doom 2 was also released on the Game Boy Advance, and I don't have it, so onto the PSP.
The PlayStation Portable, or the PSP for short, was Sony's first handheld portable console. After the PlayStation 2 became the highest selling console of all time, they decided to take a shot at the handheld portable market. And the PSP actually did pretty good, selling around 80 million units. But unfortunately, it came out around the same time as the DS.
It truly is a shame because the PSP is honestly pretty damn good. It used mini discs and its power was comparable to the PlayStation 2. The games on here are great, some really good console ports and high quality spin-offs. But the DS had Nintendogs, this thing was doomed. But regardless, the PSP was a thing. It was more so positioned to the more hardcore gamers. With Grand Theft Auto and God of War spin-offs, this thing's target audience were those who wanted genuine console quality games on the go. And with its bigger emphasis on higher quality console spin-offs, it surprises me that there were no official Doom games for PSP.
The only officially licensed Doom media for the PSP was the film released under the UMD video line, which is pretty weird considering the more hardcore nature of the PSP. Like, what is this? And this guy on the cover, he looks kind of familiar. Ah! Dwayne! What are you doing here?
Xbox.
I mean, I'd love to, but could I finish talking about the unofficial Doom port on PSP first?
Xbox.
Now there is a way to play Doom on PSP, that's right, with custom firmware you can install and play a fan-made port of Doom for PSP. Now I didn't have time to install it before I left, but it doesn't look like anything special, just Doom, but on PSP. But with Doom 3 released in 2004 and the PSP coming out not even a year later, why wasn't there at least a Doom spin-off on PSP? It's the perfect handheld for it, like the Game Boy Advance got 2 official Doom releases while the PSP only got the Doom movie. That's really weird.
Really all the portable Doom games that I could find, so to fill the void, let's break the law.
Doom's legacy is brilliantly preserved on the Nintendo Switch. The main 6 releases are all on here, and of them I have the first 4. Doom, Doom 2, Doom 64, and Doom 3. There really isn't much to say, they all look and run great. My one problem though is the lack of gyro aim in Doom 3. The first 3 have gyro aim, which is weird because aiming in this game is just looking left and right, while aiming in Doom 3 is all around. I prefer gyro aim for modern first-person shooters because it allows for efficient precision that Analog 6 just failed to provide. So of course the one with the trickiest aiming with thumbsticks is the hardest. But besides that, I love having these here, and they're great to have with you at all times.
Alright, Mr. Johnson, I'm done.
Xbox.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Do you know Activision was created by a demon?
Xbox.
Things are truly coming together.
Xbox.
They created the worst version of Edge of Time, so I'm in.
Xbox.
I have a steak knife.
Xbox. Xbox.
Tell me when you need me.
Welcome to our humble abode, Dwayne.
Xbox.
You can never stop us.
Get out of the way! This is for creating the worst first event of time! Sorry, I've been wanting to do that for the past 10 years. Well, that was definitely a trip. I mean, who knew I was gonna kill the leader of Noisevicka's race? Well, we have a long trip home, so guess I might as well play a bit more of Doom on Game Boy Advance.
Activision worked with David A. Palmer Productions on this?
Well, I guess we know where Activision learned to make bad games. Oh, Gex, my favorite gecko from a video game. Gex is the trilogy of games from the 90s, starting with Gex on the 3DO. It was a 2D platformer and didn't look half bad. However, the gecko would disappear for 4 years before returning in Gex Enter the Gecko, which was also released on the Game Boy Color. Welcome back to Gaming on the Go, right? Take a look at the portable version of a game or game series and tell you if you should take it on the go or just wait until you get home to play the damn game. So Gex, a relic from the 90s, a wisecracking gecko who is stuck in a TV world and must play through levels that parody TV tropes. It sounds like a pretty fun game, but the problem is, I have responsibilities, so I have to leave the house. Thank God this exists. First off though, notice a black cartridge. These are Game Boy Color games that can be played on the original Game Boy. The games are still in black and white, but they can still be played on the original Game Boy. That means you can play Gex on an original Game Boy, wow. Also, this is a message to Kelby, the Kelby who sold a copy of Gex Enter the Gecko for Game Boy Color to vintage stock. Why did you have to write your name on the cartridge? I can't wait to be hearing these goofy jokes on the go. No! David A. Palmer touched this? God, this is actually gonna be bad. Oh, God. What is up with that music? Oh, God, that is genuinely awful. Start. You gotta be kidding me. B starts? Why is B replaced with A in every single game of David A. Palmer's? I'm starting to think there was an error with their development kits where B and A were switched and they had no idea. Oh, and of course B jumps and A attacks. So this game is a 2D side-scroller like the original. From what I can tell, it takes the levels from the console version, which were 3D environments, and turns them into 2D levels. It's honestly pretty neat. What am I doing? Honestly, I can't stand playing this for too long. You only have a few stages unlocked at the start, but there's a password screen, so let's skip ahead to a future level. I guess we can look at some passwords. Okay, so all remotes, I assume that would give me access to all levels. B plus down times 20, B plus right, what? Let's see the password screen. Oh my god. So there are 8 options for each TV screen and there are 24. So let's do some basic math to find out how many possible combinations there are. 8 to the 24th is, that. Let's see if there's a big number calculator. Aha, so let's enter it. Okay, 4 sextillion, 722 quintillion, 366 quadrillion, 480 trillion. Oh my god. That's a big number, like a really big number. Let's put this into perspective. Imagine you were a superhuman and could put in 1 password a second. Let's put this into perspective of years. There are 3,150,000 seconds in 1 year. It would take 1 quadrillion, 499 trillion, 163 billion, 960 million years. To put that into perspective, life on Earth has only been a thing for about 4 billion years. Just think about it. In 7.5 billion years, the Earth will be consumed by the sun, and you'll still be around putting in passwords for Gex Enter the Gecko for Game Boy Color. Let's go even further. Let's say everyone on Earth, regardless of age, has a Game Boy and a copy of this game, and every single person is putting in 1 password per second. how long would it take to put in every single password? It would take 199,922.1596155062290520457 years. Definitely less, but once again, human civilization has only been around for about 6,000 years. Anyways, after putting in the password, I now have access to all levels, and guess what? They aren't good. The music is also awful, and the controls, my gosh. So portable Gex didn't really work out, but with the next game, Gex Cubed, Gex made a return to the Game Boy Color, and maybe sometime in the future, I'll take a look at that, but for the time being, god damn, this sucks. But after Gex Cubed was released in 1999, and after that, Gex seemingly disappeared. It's not a problem with the developer. Crystal Dynamics is still around these days developing the modern Tomb Raider games, along with the Avengers games. And they still acknowledge Gex. Go under the studio tab of their website and Gex is right there front and center. But why won't they do a Gex reboot? The Gex series sold a total of about 15 million copies, which really isn't that bad for such a niche series. And Crystal Dynamics is a really talented studio and many people love Gex. Regardless, after 1999 he disappeared. Or did he? Later, in August 1999, the car insurance company Geico introduced a gecko in a commercial. This gecko would go on to become the mascot of Geico, and for 23 years, he's been cracking jokes and informing people about car insurance. Whatever happened to that wisecracking gecko that disappeared in 1999? Get to the bottom of this. I'm gonna call Geico and ask about it. Hi, is this Geico?
Yes, thanks for calling. What can we help you with?
I was wondering about the Geico gecko. Would he happen to be the Gex from the Gex series of games?
Okay, you got us, but please don't tell anyone.
Ha! I knew it! And you're not gonna stop me from telling everyone else!
If you tell anyone, you have to 100% Gex into the gecko for Game Boy Color.
What the hell is Gex? Get out of the way. Oh, hey, just had a crazy experience. I bought a 3DS game from Walmart in 2022. I heard some rumblings that there are some lone 3DS games that can be found in the alcohol section of my local Walmart who were looking for new owners, and I needed more Al Capone's Pepto-Bismol anyway, so it was the perfect trip. One problem. Okay, so here we are at Walmart. Let's go see if they actually have any 3DS games. And thankfully I brought a camera so I can vlog. I forgot the camera. Well, I guess I'll have to make do. I'm here at Walmart where there are rampant rumors that there are currently some 3DS games that can be found in the alcohol section awaiting a new owner. Well, the only way to see if this leak is credible. Let's go and see. Oh my gosh. Gosh, there's so many options. I went with Lego Batman 3. Man, this takes me back to my early days. Back when I played Lego Batman 1 and 2 on the DS. Lego games are such a cozy corner of any game console's library. They're simple yet fun games that combine a variety of genres. Action, exploration, puzzle solving, co-op, button mashing, having an untimely death a mere 2 years after release. These games have it all. But you know what irks me? The Lego games nobody talks about. No, I'm not talking about Lego City or Lego Movie or even Lego Rock Band. I'm talking about these. Lego games released for portable consoles. Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, Nintendo DS, Nintendo 3DS, PlayStation Portable, PlayStation Vita. These have all received numerous Lego games, yet I have to beat someone in order to get them to talk about them. I played these versions as much, or possibly even more than I played the console versions. Was it just me who did this?
What did you do when your mom kicked you off Lego Star Wars on Wii?
Played Mario on DS.
Well, regardless of how everyone else spent their spare time, I sure as hell played Lego games on the DS. I loved them all, but among my favorites was Lego Batman 1 and 2. Well, since I just got Lego Batman 3 on the 3DS, why not take a look back at the whole trilogy? Welcome back to Gaming on the Go, where I took a look at the portable version of a game or game series and tell you if you just take it on the go, or just wait until you get home to play the damn game. Today we're going to be looking at the Lego Batman trilogy on the DS systems. Of all the Lego game franchises, Lego Batman is definitely one of the most iconic. When there's a big new Lego game, it's usually Marvel, Star Wars, or DC. It's just a fact of life we have to get used to. And each game in the trilogy have of course received a version for a DS system. 1 and 2 was released on the DS, 2 was also released on the 3DS, and 3 was released on the 3DS. So let's take a look at these and see if they're actually good or if I was blind as a child. The DS version of Lego Batman the video game was released alongside the flagship version on September 23rd, 2008, and I cannot find anything about the DS version's development. I think all there is that this is a DS port of Lego Batman. Now, I do need to make something clear. I have not played the flagship version of this game. I rented it from Family Video years ago,
but I didn't enjoy it enough to want my own copy. I got it on PC years ago when it was free on Epic Games. I still haven't played it yet. It's on my bucket list, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. I don't remember exactly when I got the DS version of this game. I just know by early 2014, I had beaten this game way too many times. But how is it 14 years later? Well, let's find out. I'm home. So this is the Batcave. Like the main game, this is the hub world. I love all the beeps and boops. It's just so nostalgic. And graphically for the DS, this looks pretty good, especially for a 3D DS game. It's a small area, but it's fun to run around in. There's a trophy room where you can build a bunch of little tokens for Batman's greatest adventures and the Bat computer, and that's kind of it. You can also go up to Wayne Manor in a small area with just some studs, and that's really my biggest issue with this hub. There really isn't anything to do here. There are no collectibles. You can just go to the trophy room, Wayne Manor, and Arkham Asylum. We'll get to that later. Like the console version, the core of the game is the mission, split up into 3 chapters if you will, each chapter focusing on one of the big Batman villains. The first is based on the Riddler, and let's just jump straight into gameplay. First off, instead of cutscenes, the game had comic panels to show the story, and this is just so damn good. As I mentioned a year ago when talking about LEGO Marvel Superheroes for DS, I hate it when LEGO games just downgrade the cutscenes to run on the DS. This is just so much better. There are multiple ways to make cutscenes work on the DS, and this is a damn good one for a superhero game. The illustrations are all gorgeous with so much color, and it just shows so much love and care. And after the cinematic, it's time to actually play the game, and there's a lot to unwrap. First off, the control. It's pretty good. My only criticism is that they punch a bit too slowly. It feels a bit clunky, but it's not that bad. Like the console version, Batman and Robin have unique abilities to solve puzzles and traverse areas too. For some reason, Batman can double jump, but not Robin, which makes no sense. Robin is the acrobatic one, as some of his abilities include using acrobatic pads, using chutes, and walking on a tightrope. So why does Batman have a double jump, but not Robin? Batman's other abilities include using grappling pads, and that's kind of it besides his other suits. Yes, so like the console version, there are these pads that give Batman and Robin alternate suits with special abilities. Batman has the glide suit, which is like a black version of his main suit, but with some gliding thing. This lets him glide.
Oh, really?
The demolition suit lets him use explosives, and the Arctic suit lets him survive in cold areas. As for Robin, he has the magnet suit, which lets him walk on magnetic walls, and the toxic suit, which lets him walk through toxic things. And that's it for the suits. They all only have one special ability and just exist for really simple puzzles. Outside of the special suits, they can both throw batarangs, but that's kind of it. As for the gameplay, it's just making your way to the end of the level. The way it usually goes is Batman makes it a bit farther than Robin because there's something that only Batman can use. Then Batman has to do something to get Robin to where he is because the next area needs Robin. That's the core of it, with such invigorating puzzles as pulling a lever, building a grapple pad, building an ice cream cone. The gameplay just feels repetitive with slightly different environments each time. Some of them are cool. In the Joker's levels, you start in a chemical factory, which is lame, but then you go to an amusement park, an art museum, and then a cathedral. It is really cool theming, but that doesn't change the fact that the gameplay is super repetitive. You just make your way to the end of each level using the same damn characters in each level. Each level is a boss fight, and some of these are creative. You have to get Bane to slam into these shipping containers, Scarecrow uses fear toxins, Harley Quinn's fight has a roller coaster coming by often, but that doesn't change the fact that it's playing as the same 2 characters and using the same 5 abilities to complete each level. The middle level of each chapter is also a vehicle level, each chapter using a different vehicle. In the Riddler chapter, you use the Batmobile, Batboat in the Penguins chapter, and Batwing in the Joker's chapter. These vehicle sections are pretty fun and a nice change of pace. It's just a 2D move left and right and shoot. It's simple but mindless fun and offers a break from the standard gameplay that I'm constantly begging for. The level lengths are okay for portable play. Each level is usually about 2 areas followed by a boss fight. It's okay, but can be a bit long for a portable game. Now, as I mentioned earlier, another hub area is Arkham Asylum, and that's because after you beat the game, you get to play through similar areas, but now with the villains. Some parts of the levels are copy-pasted, but others have completely unique sections. And playing as the villains, there's at least one new character to play as in each level. They still have the same abilities as Batman and Robin have, the puzzle types don't change, but you'd be surprised how much different looking characters help.
I love spreading misinformation.
Listen, this is cool, and I was initially excited for this upon my revisit, but by the time I got to it, I was already exhausted by the first 15 levels. Different characters are cool, but that doesn't change the fact that you're still placing explosives, using grapple pads, and all those things that you were doing as Batman and Robin. It's a cool bonus to add some more content to the game, but it's the last thing I want to do after playing through the base game. Actually, scratch that, it's getting 100% in this game. So for this game, the collectibles are simple. Some Bat mini kits and a red brick. It's not the worst thing in the world, but I really don't care. What I do care about though is Villain Hunt. Villain Hunt is a mode exclusive to this version of the game. This is like the bounty hunter missions happens in LEGO Star Wars. A villain is hidden in a level and you have a limited amount of time to find him. It's really cool, and because of that, some obscure Batman villains make their way into this game, like Ventriloquist and Azrael. This mode is really cool. It's fun, short spurts of gameplay, and it's a neat way to add some of Batman's rogue gallery into the game. And that's basically it for LEGO Batman the video game. It's not the most fun to revisit these days, but I will say, for the target audience, that being kids, this was pretty good. And hey, if you ever walk into class and see someone playing LEGO Batman on DS, you know who it is.
Nicus! I did enjoy this game a lot as a kid. I sunk a lot of time to it. I wouldn't say it's a bona fide masterpiece, but as a kid, I really loved it. It was an amazing portable LEGO Batman experience, and I feel like the fact that I really enjoyed it as a kid is really all that matters.
On to LEGO Batman 2, a game that I initially got for the DS only right after I got the system. But a couple of months later, I got the console version and I was blown away by it, primarily by the open world. I'm pretty sure this is the first open world game I played, and the fact that you could go wherever you wanted, whenever you wanted outside of a level blew me away. I had a blast running around the amusement park, exploring Arkham Asylum, flying to the top of Wayne Enterprises building. This game was a blast, and I loved the DS version just as much. I loved it so much I got stuck on the first level. I eventually figured out what I was doing wrong and proceeded to play through the whole game and adored it. Too bad its development is a fucking mystery. Go on the game's Wikipedia and there's nothing. It just says there was a version released on the DS.
Really?
Well, the game was also released on the 3DS, and based on the gameplay, it seems they made the 3DS version first, then did some graphical downgrades to make it run on the DS. And it does that pretty well. Unlike the first game, which starts you in the Batcave, this one instead hops straight into the story. And it's great. Yeah, they downgraded the cutscenes, and well, it's a bit better here because the levels do a decent job resembling the flagship versions. It's not like LEGO Marvel on DS where you're fighting Sandman in the middle of a sand abyss and all of a sudden they're on top of a rooftop in a cutscene. And the gameplay, I'd say it's improved. It really feels noticeable that this is a post-Arkham game, as the combat feels a bit similar to that game. The main thing is things like the jump kick and how it goes slow motion and zooms in before you kill an enemy. I definitely enjoyed the combat a lot more here. I love the combat in the Arkham games, and while it's not as good here, it's still really enjoyable. And the first level is also really good. I think it does a good job hooking the player. I mean, you fight so many villains as you make your way through Gotham Theater. You use a wide variety of abilities, and speaking of which, Batman and Robin each have their own abilities again. This time around, they both have a grappling hook and batarang, and now Robin is the one who can double jump. Instead, Batman has a glide, once again just like the Arkham games, and Robin can also use acrobatic pulls and shoots. And they also have special suits, each having advantages and disadvantages compared to the main suit. Batman has a sensor suit, which lets him see through certain walls and also turns him invisible, allowing him to sneak past cameras. The power suit gives him super strength and explosives to destroy several objects. And the electric suit, which can withstand electrical things and also gain electricity from an electricity terminal. And the last two suits have the disadvantage of not being able to glide, which is neat as they aren't definitive suits. They're just suits that give him a special ability. And I also like how each suit has two purposes instead of just one. Robin has the magnet suit, which lets him walk on walls and attract studs. The hazmat suit lets him survive in hazardous areas, and also he can store liquids in the tank that he can then spew out. And lastly, the Arctic suit lets him freeze water and survive in cold areas. As for the gameplay, it's a lot more fun than the first game. I will say, level length wise, this game is weird. Some levels can take a while and others are done in mere minutes. Like the level where you try to deactivate Joker's mech as it flies to Gotham, that level is so short and you can get all the collectibles in story mode. And then levels like Ace Chemicals are a fucking marathon. However, in this level, you do get what really enhances the game for me, as that is Superman. As the title suggests, you get to play as multiple superheroes from the DC universe. Superman is quite fun. He can fly, freeze things, and shoot his laser eyes. And that's it until level 13 when you get to play as Cyborg and Green Lantern. And in the last level, you get access to Batman, Superman, Robin, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, The Flash, and Cyborg. Superman does add a decent bit of variety, but most of the game is still just Batman and Robin, and then Batman and Superman. But the last two levels are quite fantastic. Being able to play as most of the Justice League is quite fun. If only it was for more levels. I will say though, there is a better variety to levels. Unlike the first game, which felt like city, factory, city, factory, city, factory. This game goes from a theater, to Arkham, to Ace Chemicals, to a giant car, to the Batcave, to the VTOL, to LexCorp, to the Jokerbot, to Gotham Metro, to City Hall, to Wayne Enterprises. It keeps the game fresh with how different each location is. As for collectibles, it's pretty simple. 5 Batman kits, which each unlock a character. There are also a red book that unlocks a variety of extras as always, and then sound bites, just a line of dialogue from a villain. I love this so much when I was younger. I would pretend to be an edgelord with these.
Whatever you build, I will break. So this is Earth. However can you stand it?
What's next? Vehicles? Well, you do drive the Batmobile at the beginning of level 6, but that's it. The Batcave is once again the hub, and it's once again cool, but there just really isn't anything to do here. There's a bonus mode where you play as members from the Justice League and fight waves of enemies, which is cute, but that's about it. Really isn't much else. I love this game. It was one of my favorite DS games back then, and it's still a decently enjoyable time. I think it does a good job of taking the console version and cramming it down into something that would fit on a DS cartridge.
Well, that was a fun trip down memory lane. Now, let's play LEGO Batman 3 on 3DS for the first time.
LEGO Batman 3. Oh man, I love this game. It's been well over 5 years since I last played this game, but oh boy did I like it. I felt like the levels were immaculate with a huge variety of locations and good puzzles. The character roster was mind-boggling. I didn't know Composite Superman was even a character. And the hub world, sure, they weren't as cool as Gotham, but I still have LEGO Batman 2 if I want to explore Gotham. I can explore space here. Turns out I'm stupid. LEGO Batman 3 is one of the more criticized LEGO games, primarily for the hub worlds.
What?
I mean, of course I prefer an open world, but I thought the planets were cool. I don't care what anyone says, I love this game because I had fun with it. So let's try the version of the game that has always intrigued me. After LEGO Marvel Super Heroes DS and seeing some other 3DS LEGO games, I was always intrigued by them because I just assumed they were all worse now. I just didn't want to let go of the DS ones, but looking back, they weren't going anywhere. So, LEGO Batman 3 on 3DS, here we go. So, I feel like the easiest descriptor is a sequel to the 3DS version of LEGO Batman 2.
Oh, really?
I mean, graphically and mechanically, this feels like LEGO Batman 2, but expanded upon. That may seem like a redundant description, like a f***ing course a sequel built off the prior entry, but I was expecting something more in line with LEGO Marvel, and thankfully I'm wrong. Mostly. So the biggest similarity is that all levels are broken up into 3 parts, but I feel that it does work pretty well here. Each part is one single area and will generally take 5 minutes or so, which I feel is perfect for portable play. The last part of each level is usually a boss fight, and these are also pretty fun. They're not as good as 2, I mean those first few levels were just a boss marathon, but these bosses were fine. What was exceptional though was the actual gameplay. This is easily the one I enjoyed playing the most. There is just so much variety between the environments and the characters. You play as so many, which make the game so much more enjoyable. The game takes you to space, which just allows for even more variety than the second game. It also adopts a non-linear structure towards the end, which is neat. And another neat thing is the hub worlds. This game lets you explore the Batcave and the Justice League Watchtower, and it's definitely a huge upgrade from the prior 2 games. There's a surprising amount of things to do. There are collectibles spread all over. The combat is once again very Arkham-like, and even adds another Arkham mechanic, that being the counterattacks. Once again, the other suits mechanic returned, but here it's different as more than Batman and Robin get alternate suits. Cyborg, Joker, and Lex Luthor also get special suits which grant them special abilities, and some are exclusive to certain characters. The Demolition suit allows you to use explosives and destroy silver objects. The Sonar suit lets you shatter glass. The Space suit gives you a laser to destroy gold objects, and you can also collect fuel to fly for a brief period of time. The Sensor suit lets you turn invisible and see through walls. The Electro suit allows you to move electrical charges. The Big suit lets you grow big. Mind Control lets you mind control. Magnet suit lets you control magnetic objects. The Hazard suit now lets you vacuum up trash and put it in one of these things. There are so many damn suits, which allows for so many more puzzles, and they're great here. All of that is nothing new. That was all present in the console version, and that's the thing. I really can't think of anything major that's different. Obviously, the level structure is different and that kind of stuff, but story-wise in the worlds you go to, it all feels close enough to the console version. Honestly, going into it, I was pretty reluctant since this was the 3rd portable LEGO Batman game I was playing in a damn week, but I actually really enjoyed it. It honestly may be my favorite of the 3. I feel like it had the most variety between the levels and the characters. It controlled pretty well, I liked the puzzles, it looked nice graphically, and I just really enjoyed it. I definitely had my fill for now, but in the future, if I ever want 100% a game out of boredom, this is definitely a high up pick.
And that is the LEGO Batman trilogy on the DS family of systems. I really enjoyed this journey. It was really fun revisiting 2 childhood favorites and playing a new game for the first time. It was nostalgic, but also fresh. This was the first time I played them in years, and so it was cool looking back on them with a modern eye, because not only has the handheld video game market changed, but so have I. And LEGO Batman 3 on 3DS, I played it for the first time and I really liked it. And I wouldn't have known that I liked this game if I didn't take the journey, but I loved it. So I should try new things. Let's see what I should do next. Ah! Homicide it is. It's that time of the year again, May 4th, a huge day for people like me. Happy Star Wars Day. Now, I'm legally obligated to talk about something Star Wars, so what?
Well, I could talk about The Force Unleashed 2, or maybe even the Wii version of The Force Unleashed. I grew up with this version, and I find it so much better than, that one. Or, hey, maybe the Battlefront games. These are such fun shooters set in the Star Wars universe. And there's always Jedi Fallen Order. The sequel just came out, so why not talk about this version? But, I think I know what I want to do. I want to talk about one of the LEGO Star Wars games. But which one? There's so many of them. Honestly, why would I talk about any other? Oh, let's just... Well, it turns out people care too much about Star Wars because everyone was trying to watch Star Wars, and thusly, some generators have blown and now the power's out. Great. But I still want to talk about LEGO Star Wars, but my DS is dead, so it gives me no choice but to talk about these. I could just not talk about them. It wouldn't really matter either way.
This is a video game, and this is a video game when you have responsibilities. Portable gaming. Just as big as gaming as a whole to me. While handheld gaming has died down considerably, there was still a moment in time where so many games would get a handheld port or spin-off, especially, oh god, kids games. New kids movie that has a tie-in game? Of course there's a DS version. And that to LEGO Star Wars as well. There was Complete Saga on the DS, but also on the, oh god, oh please no.
God have mercy on my soul.
The Game Boy Advance. At first glance, this guy had a short lifespan. It was released in 2001, and its successor, the DS, released in 2004. However, despite the seemingly short lifespan, the Game Boy Advance received games for years after. And two of the ports that fascinated me the most were the LEGO Star Wars ports on Game Boy Advance.
The first two LEGO Star Wars games came out in 2005 and 2006 respectively, and the DS came out in 2004, so I just assumed after 2004, all that was released on the Game Boy Advance were licensed kids games. I guess it checks out.
Well, let's play through these, starting with LEGO Star Wars the video game. Much like the LEGO Batman games, there is little development history on this version of the game. It was developed by Kryptonite Games and launched alongside the console versions on March 29th, 2005, and it sold over 500,000 units. What? Now, that's nothing to brag about these days, but for a handheld port of a licensed kids game for a dead portable in 2005, that's pretty wacky. But how is the game itself?
Welcome back to Gaming on the Go, where I take a look at the portable version of a game or game series and tell you if you should take it on the go or just wait until you get... Can't hold it anymore. This game fucking reeks!
This game is ass, but every ass has a start. We start with a title screen, and not just that, a promising one. You have a Game Boy Advance take of the main theme and the solid looking menu. Select our save file, and instead of being put in Dexter's Diner, we instead simply pick what episode we want to play. Ugh. You can start with any, but no hub is lame. These posters are kinda cool. They're LEGO recreations of the DVD covers, which is neat, but oddly enough, the episode 3 cover shows Attack of the Clones Anakin and Attack of the Clones Obi-Wan fighting. Weird. Well, selecting a level instantly thrusts you into the cinematics, and wow. I will say it's kinda cool that they made unique stills for this version. Like, yeah, it looks a bit like screenshots from the console cutscenes, but on closer inspection...
This is a lie!
Then after the still images of cinematics, we get another cutscene, this time made with in-game assets. TC-14 walks Obi-Wan into the negotiations room, and leaves. The ship rumbles and we get siege bubbles to know what Obi-Wan is thinking, but strangely enough, the Obi-Wan face looks like the Attack of the Clones version. Anyways, leave the room and time for combat ends. Ugh, this is especially rough. It's slow and clunky and not good at all. The lightsabers feel so awful in this game, and on top of that, there's slowdown. Besides that, this level is just running through the blockade runner, solving light puzzles, and by light puzzles, I mean...
Can you light up all the lights on the floor? Use the Force, bitch! Kill him.
This game is played from an isometric point of view and looks solid for a Game Boy Advance game. Praise is over. Mainly, this game is boring. You also have 7 hearts, and get a load of this, if you lose them all, you restart at the last checkpoint. It may not sound too bad, but trust me, it is, just trust me. Especially with these turrets, they take a ton of hits to destroy and can destroy you in just a few hits. Besides that, just run through the level, kill enemies, and get on the ship. Overall, this is just boring. At the end of the level though, you get bonus studs based on how many droids you destroyed, how many blasts you deflected, how many studs you collected, and how many Death Star holograms you found. These are the replacement for mini kits. There are 5 in each level, and it is not fun to collect. Woo. And the studs, oh boy, I hate studs in this game, but I'll go more in depth on it later. Well, let's go through the whole game now. Level 2 is in the Gungan Woods where you play as Qui-Gon. You also meet Jar Jar in this level who can jump really high, just like the console version. He also has a ranged attack, good for him. And there's some platforming, but not just any, isometric platforming.
Oh, so that's why I'm not happy.
Besides that, just run through the environment, boo. Level 3, the Theed Streets, it's okay, it has some more platforming, You also say Padme, who's in her Geonosis attire, sure. Might as well. There's also a part in the end where you save the pilots of the Naboo starfighters. Guys, I think you have this part a little too early. Next is a Tatooine level, but you don't get to pod race, that'd be too fun. Instead, you get to run around a boring environment, killing Tusken Raiders. Well, we also see Darth Maul in some cutscenes, so we'll probably get a small fight with him.
No.
Okay, last level, the Phantom Menace. Fight Joseph Jar Jar in an environment from level 2, then fight some more and get a minute to run around and pick up studs. And finish it off with Duel of the Fates. Definitely the best part so far. The environment is neat, you get an awesome remix of Duel of the Fates, and the boss fight is pretty fun. Boss fights just consist of whacking each other until one dies, with occasional saber locks. It's pretty simple, but pretty fun. Attack of the Clones, well, we skipped the entire first act and jumped knee deep into the Tatooine part. I mean, who cares about Kamino? It's only the perfect setting for a level. Let's just reuse the environment from level 4 of episode 1. Oh, brilliance! But there's a small part in the Lars homestead. That makes it better. And even the Tusken Raider camp. See, now the decision to reuse the level is justified. Then the Droid Factory, just boring and reused environments. Oh, hell yeah! No Pachinaki Arena, but hey, we get to play as Obi-Wan. Is that Obi-Wan? Yeah, it's him, but they reused his Phantom Menace model. What? This is just lazy and dumb and low effort and lazy and dumb and low effort. Why? And the next level, it's the same environment. What? We don't leave the factory at all. Even the Dooku boss fight is labeled under Geonosis Factory. We'll fight Dooku and that's it for Attack of the Clones. 3 levels, that's just tragic. Well, let's just hope Revenge of the Sith picks up the slack. What? Well, we start on the Invisible Hand playing as Attack of the Clones Anakin. Why? Yeah, lazy, dumb, stupid, and dumb, and lazy. This level is okay, it's just running around the corridor, ending with the Dooku boss fight, then jump to Kashyyyk where you run around as Yoda. My god, waddle around, I guess. Yoda is annoyingly slow, and this level has atrocious slowdown. Anyways, save clones sucks. Utapau run around as Phantom Menace Obi-Wan, my god. Good old Grievous boss fight, pretty solid, good part of level. Well, Kashyyyk again, reused the level, fun.
That's a lie.
Utapau, reused mostly, but with a little original cage section, please kill me. Mustafar, this one's pretty cool. I love the color, and it's a fun little chase level with some combat sections. And it has the sick Duel of the Fates remix. Overall, solid last level. Besides that, there really isn't much. As I said, you can get all the Death Star holograms, and depending on how many of the other things like deflecting blasts and destroying enemies in general, you get studs from how much you do of each thing, and get a rank based on how many studs you got. And speaking of studs, well, what can you do with them? Nothing. You can buy characters, but the prices seem so low. The most expensive character is Darth Vader for 15,000 studs. That sounds incredibly cheap, but you don't get many studs at all. If you wanted to get all characters, you'd have to replay the levels a lot. God, please no.
And that's LEGO Star Wars on Game Boy Advance. Oh my god.
This game is ass. I never want to play it again. This is like LEGO Marvel on DS bad. This game is lazy, boring, slow, stupid, and I don't like it. The laziness especially. They made one older variant of all the characters and used them for the whole game. You play as Phantom Menace Obi-Wan throughout all 3 films. It's just so damn lazy. So yeah, this game is ass.
That'll do it. I probably still need that for the second game.
LEGO Star Wars 2! Better than the original?
Really?
Well, LEGO Star Wars 2 for Game Boy Advance. This existence makes even less sense. This game also came out on the DS. That was already bad enough. This one should be worse. I also have this game in the original box. This is so damn cool. One day I was at Vintage Stock, as I do, and I saw that they had a pre-owned copy of this game in the box for like $7. So I got it, and yeah, it's a personality trait. It even came with the manual, and my god, this is such a nice manual. It's so colorful and fun to flip through, so much better than the smear of capitalism within the Skywalker Saga box. Anyways, on to the game itself. Well, to start, look at that, a better title screen. It looks more like the console version, and starting up the game, what? We actually got a hub, the cantina. Hopping into the actual levels, we start with similar cutscenes to the last one. It's still confusing, but hopping into the gameplay, oh yeah. 4 hearts, respawn after death, activation panels, smoother gameplay. This is good. This feels like a Game Boy Advance version of LEGO Star Wars.
That makes sense.
As a portable remake of LEGO Star Wars 2, this is pretty solid. There's also 10 mini-kits per level, just like the console version. This is so good! Well, let's run through the levels. I like this game, but it's not perfect. Blockade Runner, solid first level. Tatooine, go through the Jundland Waste and then Mos Eisley. Pretty fun. Death Star Rescue and Death Star Escape, the same damn level but reversed.
Now, that's the LEGO Star Wars on Game Boy Advance way.
It's a solid level, but there's also these certain officers who are a pain. And lastly, Trench Run. Solid vehicle level, I enjoyed it. Hoth Attack, another vehicle level, but this time taking down ATSTs. It's okay, but doesn't hold a candle to the console version. Echo Base, another level. Just working the way through Echo Base, Asteroid Field, this one is so damn short. It takes like 30 seconds to beat. And the Cloud City levels, one of them is escaping, the other is going to the Carbonite Chamber, another reused level. Kinda lazy and lame. Return of the Jedi, Jabba's Palace, another really short one. Walk down a hallway and then fight the Rancor. Sarlacc Pit, definitely longer, but has a really annoying Boba Fett fight. Speeder Chase, a pretty mediocre vehicle level on Endor. Endor itself, this level runs like piss. The frame rate is so slow. This is just ass. Jedi Destiny, another short level. Fight Vader, fight Palpatine. You can just stand there and spam B and you'll beat the level. And the last level, the space fight in the Death Star 2. It's just okay.
Well, that was definitely much better. Nothing incredible, but still quite solid.
Along with the levels, there are the mini-kits I already mentioned. Also a solid character roster. The character models were not reused this time. We have unique Bespin Luke and Black Robe Luke variants, along with Slave Leia.
Yep, this game's been validated.
Along with that, there are also a ton of extras. This truly does feel like a remake of LEGO Star Wars 2, which is what you'd expect from this, but yeah, 16 levels with at least 5 levels for each movie, a sizable character roster, 160 mini-kits, a ton of extras, and a hub, along with better, more enjoyable gameplay. This is just straight up a good game.
And those are the LEGO Star Wars games on Game Boy Advance. The first one is ass. Oddly similar to LEGO Marvel Superheroes on DS with its isometric, one-death, shitty gameplay. Like, who hurt the developers? But hey, at least LEGO Star Wars 2 is good. It feels like LEGO Star Wars on Game Boy Advance. Okay, that shouldn't be that shocking, but still, this one's pretty fun. Well, I pretty much said everything I have to say. I just didn't really have too much to say about them. I've been rambling for over 10 minutes and the power still isn't on, so maybe I should call the power company.
Well, hi, what can I do for you?
Hey, the power's been out for a while now. I was just wondering what's caused the outage and if it'll be back on soon.
I don't see any outages near you. Maybe check your power box?
Okay, now I get who are the LEGO Star Wars on Game Boy Advance developers. Hi there. Don't mind me. Like, I'm serious. Don't mind me. You may wonder what me and my colleague Dr. Hawker are doing down here.
Looking for garbage?
Yeah, basically. You see, in 2008, the fourth Indiana Jones film was released. Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit. It was so heinous that it led to a worldwide ban of portable Indiana Jones video games. Now that 15 years have passed and a new film is coming out, the ban has been lifted, but that leaves an open door. When Kingdom of the Crystal Skull was released, another Indiana Jones game was in production, but was cancelled due to the ban. But the brave soul Video Vector was able to salvage the DS and PSP ports of the game, and he hid them, never to be found again. But he created a map to which we're trying to find. And he has dementia, so he doesn't remember any of the games off the top of his head. That too. It took some convincing to get him to help us. Please! Please, sir! Please! Oh! Please! Yeah, fine. And here we are right now. Nicus? You might want to go look at this. Dude, we found it. Let's get it and go.
Big news here today. Dr. Hoctor and his colleague Nicus have found the map that supposedly leads to the cancelled handheld ports of Indiana Jones and the Staff of Kings. So, Nicus, how'd you find the map?
I don't know, ask Dr. Hoctor, he's the smart one.
Dr. Hoctor and Nicus plan to set out to find these games this coming week.
I guess they beat me to the map, but it could be a useful resource.
So, you found the map. Yeah, I was actually wondering what body means. So, you guys finally gonna find those games? Sure are. But what about body? I'm just gonna warn you, the games aren't very good. Well, don't worry. Dog shit is my middle name. But, hello, what about body? Oh, the body? Yeah, that's an acronym. For what? Audacious Orange Dusty Yacht. So the games are bad? Real bad. Hello?
Hello there, I'm Mr. McGee.
Can I ask what your first name is?
No. Anyway, I am here to talk about your recent discovery. It's quite impressive to me.
Thanks. Dr. Hoctor did pretty much all of it.
Well, on behalf of McGee Enterprises, I would like to offer to fund your expedition.
Really? That would be fantastic. Yeah, that'd be really neat.
Just under one condition. When those games are found, they will be put in the museum.
That would be reasonable. Well, no, hold on. Those games have been missing for like 15 years, and your first instinct is to put them in a museum?
Well, they're part of history.
But they're video games. They don't belong in a museum. They belong in a collection. Nicus makes a very good point. I don't think we need your help. I'm sorry, Mr. McGee, but no deal.
Well, then you can leave.
Okay, see you later. Actually, wait, do you have a bathroom around here that I can use?
Just down the hall and to the left.
Okay, can you hold this while I go?
Sure.
I have a flight booked. You sure you want to wait this long to start looking?
I mean, yeah, there's no rush, they're just games.
Yeah, but Mr. McGee just gives me a bad feeling.
So what? We have the map, we're the only ones who can find them.
I guess you're right, but why wait a week?
Simple. Got some dog shit I gotta complain about.
The Indiana Jones trilogy is a trilogy that I absolutely adore. 3 incredible adventure films with fun action, suspense, spectacle, and Harrison Ford beating the shit out of Nazis. What isn't there to love? With films revolving around a protagonist traveling the world looking for artifacts, video games are no-brainers. Indiana Jones games were quite prevalent as the films were coming out, died down a bit after Last Crusade came out, then became a bit more popular when Kingdom of the Crystal Skull came out, and here we are today.
But Indiana Jones games on consoles make all the sense in the world, but what if you're actually Indiana Jones and you have to travel the world looking for treasure? Well, you're gonna need these. And these aren't even treasure.
The first portable Indiana Jones game, to my knowledge, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. This is a port of the NES version on Game Boy, developed by none other than Ubisoft. Yeah, talk about a weird developer to develop a game like this. Mr. I can't make games for shit McGee made this? At least Nintendo licensed this. Well, the title screen has a solid enough rendition of the Indiana Jones theme. It's good enough, and I hope you like it because it just loops infinitely during gameplay. Fun. Well, the first level, exploring the cave, gotta love the Game Boy-fied Harrison Ford.
Someone get him out of there!
This is a 2D side-scroller and, well, I will say I do like how the background actually has a design. It looks nice. But then there's the rest of the gameplay. Movement is so slow, it just feels clunky. He has the most casual strut and he's supposed to be exploring a cave. Also, quick nitpick, what scene is this supposed to be? The Last Crusade started with Indy exploring a cave, but it was when he was a kid. But he's clearly an adult here, so what is this supposed to be? So I guess you're looking for treasure, but my God, this is the most nothing game I've ever played. You just walk around climbing ropes, doing the most basic possible platforming, seemingly running in circles to no avail. There's the occasional enemy who you can punch, thanks, and there's a time limit.
Well, of course there is!
I don't even know what to say. It feels like the epitome of walking around in the dark with a blindfold on. You have no idea where you are or where you should be going. All while the Indiana Jones theme is just looping in the background. It feels like a slow descent into madness.
Well, let's try the last level, and yeah, same deal. It's just walking around boring areas with nice backgrounds, slowly punching enemies. At least I'm beating the shit out of Nazis on a Game Boy. That's pretty fun. And the music! Wait.
Oh, Doc, can you turn that down?
You might want to look at this.
Coming to you live with breaking news, there's just been a big revelation in the case. Mr. McGee has just found Indiana Jones and the Staff of Kings for PSP.
Why, Nicus and his chum were friendly enough to show me the map.
But that's not true at all!
How could they know where the games are?
I have no idea. Actually, wait, do you have a bathroom around here that I can use?
Just down the hall to the left.
Okay, can you hold this while I go?
I booked a flight to Alabama in an hour.
No, but wait, I still need to talk about Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine.
Dude.
What?
It's for the portable console!
Well, these don't have airplane mode. They'll make the plane blow up.
The flight will be delayed. You can play while we wait.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Attention, Flight 42 to Alabama has been delayed. Attention, Flight 42 to Alabama has been delayed.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. Guess I have no excuse.
Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine on Game Boy Color. Here we are with the first spin-off Indiana Jones game. This was originally a PC game released in 1999, ported to the Nintendo 64 in 2000, and brought to the Game Boy Color in 2001. The story is as follows. Indy is working with the CIA to find an infernal machine.
Well, I read that wrong.
While starting it up, we get a new Game Boy take in the theme, and this just sounds bad. They tried to make it sound more advanced, but it ended up just sounding worse. Like, listen to this. Does that sound natural? Well, actually started in the game, we start as Indy in the desert, and this immediately looks better. This game is more so at a bird's eye view, which is much more enjoyable for adventure games. You also start off with a gun. Well, I'll be. The Second Amendment won out.
We still can't fly with them, though.
And son of a bitch, this is one of those games where B jumps and A attacks, but shockingly, Mr. Palmer had nothing to do with this. Besides that, this game does the tried and true what the fuck do I do? Like, I can find some treasure, but then nothing after that. Turns out you can push this block.
Thanks for telling me that.
You continue to climb up this cannon with some more BS, like being forced to jump this gap that would more than likely end with Indy's demise.
But dare I say that simulates the thrill of adventure.
And Indy meets someone at the top of the hill. So, each level ends with your IQ being ranked. Well, that makes me feel like a fucking idiot. And on to the next level. What do the Russians want here? Never mind that. What happened to the girl? I gotta say, this game is embarrassingly satisfying. Just jumping around, making the gaps, figuring out paths to continue. It's fun. For a Game Boy Color game, it's also a pretty good link too. The gameplay is a bit repetitive, but the environments for each level are unique, and with the level variety, it truly does capture the feeling of being on an adventure. I have pretty embarrassing feelings for this game, but my God, is it good for what it is.
Nicus, it's time to go.
Oh, thank God, I don't want to play in this shitty ass game anymore.
Hey, you dropped this.
No! You'll blow up the plane! Hey, what do you think happened to that guy?
I don't know. TSA is probably doing their job correctly, though.
Right.
You were trying to bring a Game Boy onto a plane? There's no airplane mode on that. It'll blow up the plane.
It wasn't mine, though.
Then why was it in your hands?
The DS game should be inside of here.
Dude, we found it. We did it! We found it! Wait, why are we doing this anyway?
I wanted to whine about some games.
Staff of Kings on Nintendo DS. The music sounds much better than ever has. We even have cutscenes, so we actually understand the story. Indy is called by an old friend to tell him that people are asking about Indy's old professor, so Indy must go to Chinatown to see what's up. And it even has the playing thing from the movies.
Oh, that's so cool!
Not only that, but there's actually background music from the films too. Now the control scheme is very DS-like. The main action is on the touch screen, and you slide the stylus around to move him. It's kinda lame, but you can still use the D-pad to move. But don't put that stylus away, because you come across some thugs beating up an old guy, so you beat them up. And the combat, well, you'll hold down on one of the shoulder buttons to enter combat mode, then slide the stylus in different directions to do certain moves. Hear me out. It works.
Trust me on that.
Honestly, it's fine. It's not ideal, but it doesn't make the game unplayable by any means. There's also the added bonus of being able to pick up and hit enemy with items. It's a simple but damn fun mechanic. And so you just run around the game doing that stuff. The thing about these games is that they aren't crazy complicated. You explore a bunch of levels with cool themes that fit for Indiana Jones, but aren't crazy interesting to talk about. Like, wow, the jungle, catacombs,
a blimp? Regardless, it still is pretty fun. It's what you'd expect from a game like this, but it's neat. I love the character models, they're so DS. They are polygonal, but they're low poly. It's just so damn charming. There are also some moments where you're locked to one location and must fight a bunch of enemies. It's just straight up fun. It's really easy, but the combat can be quite satisfying. I don't know why, but I just adore the noises.
Damn, that's a nice noise you made when you died.
But the last major things are the cipher segments. Occasionally you come across these boxes in which you must control this orb of water through a bunch of challenges. This uses all of the DS's features to its full capacity. You use the mic to blow away fire and sand, use the touchscreen to guide the ball, destroy walls, move blocks, split the ball, and these guys can get tough. They're just dumb side games, but if I had this game as a kid, I would probably have both hated and loved these at the same time.
I'll take that.
But you! Oh, so you followed the map.
Nope, just follow him.
Dr. Hoctor?
Yeah, that's right. I've been working with Mr. McGee the whole time.
Why?
You are the only one who would care about such a thing. Let's be real. Indiana Jones is beloved, but not enough for someone like Mr. McGee to go out of his way to get some cancelled games.
But I thought he wanted them in a museum.
Oh, I do. Now that I have both of them, I can put them back in the museum where they belong. But I had no issues not finding them. They're just Indiana Jones games after all. The museum without them would just be a museum.
God, you guys are complicated, but you took advantage of my interest in stuff that no one cares about.
Yeah, we know you. We know it's that drive that brought you here. You can't resist the thought of adding another game to your complaindium.
You seem to know me well, but there's something else about me that you should know.
And what is that?
I also possess the capability of...
Of what? Go on.
Not giving a shit.
What?
I like video games, especially portable ones. I like discovering them and trying them out and seeing how they're different from the main console versions, but at the end of the day, they're not long-lasting experiences. I'll play them for an hour, but then I'll move on with my life, because I just don't care about them that much. I like them, but if you take away Indiana Jones and the Staff of Kings on DS from me, I'm not gonna care. Put it in a museum for all I care. But are you sure others are gonna care?
Go on, do your thing.
Gladly.
Staff of Kings on PSP, the most advanced handheld of them all. Well, it is still Staff of Kings, so it shares some stuff with the DS version, but it does have a different opening. This guy gets himself trapped and we gotta save him.
What a great start we're off to.
From there, it's to the Chinatown rooftops with the combat, and yeah, kind of a similar story here, just without the DS-ness to it all. I gotta say, I didn't mind the DS combat, but this just feels so much more natural. And there's still the gimmick of picking things up to hit people with. Now the levels are incredibly short, lasting barely a few minutes if even. But it does work for portable play. It just sometimes feels like that's it. These games are all oddly short, like they're fine, but especially this one, for a PSP game, I don't know, I just expected something longer. But hey, I enjoy this one the most. While I did enjoy the DS version, this one definitely simulates the feeling of adventure the best. The console version probably does it better, but for a portable version, this is absolutely the best.
And that's how it's done.
Very impressive. Although, I did expect you to cry more.
Well, you can have it. Put it in a museum. Me personally, I'm already moving on. You're not taking it?
No. You make a very good point. Who cares? They'll forever be much more interesting as games lost to time and stuck in some museum. Who's gonna go see a DS cartridge and just lose it? I'm glad all this happened because you made me learn something very valuable.
And what's that?
You just can't give a darn about everything. And some things are much cooler that way.
My man. No, still not over you. And that is how you spend a Tuesday playing 4 shitty games and going on an adventure that's ultimately pointless. I'm just like Indiana Jones. And while the games aren't that great, they're still pretty damn enjoyable. Exploring a large variety of locations, looking for treasure while unraveling a mystery, that's what Indiana Jones is all about, and these games actually capture that fairly well. They're not great, and there's no reason for the average person to play them, but I'll still always have a soft spot for them, lost or not. And I mean, with cartridges the size of this, they are really easy to use. That's right, I took Staff of Kings on the DS. Son of a...
Whoa! I was skeptical about a 3D Mario game. However, actually playing this stuff is so tubular. Now what would really be awesome is if they made a 3D Mario game that was actually 3D itself. That'd be so radical. But knowing Nintendo, they're babies. Nintendo is not cool anymore. Only PlayStation is cool. Really sucks. Nintendo's gonna die, and there's never gonna be a 3D Mario game. Boo hoo.
Oh, Uncle Nicus, how wrong you were. Nintendo didn't die. You did. However, your dream did come true. Pretty stupid f***ing dream, huh?
The Nintendo 3DS, released in spring of 2011, and being the follow-up to the Nintendo DS, it took off.
Gotcha there.
Yeah, the 3DS initially struggled at launch due to a pretty high price point and lackluster games. Nintendo thought, we have LEGO Star Wars 3, we'll be fine. And a few months later,
this might not cut it.
Later in the year, the system received a price cut and actual games came out for it. A remaster of one of the greatest games of all time, an entry in a really popular series, and, to round it all out, a 3D Mario game. Super Mario 3D Land. It was received very well, both critically and commercially, with a 90 on Metacritic and sold almost 13 million copies. It's a beloved title, no doubt, but one that's rarely talked about.
But why is that? Well, that's why I'm here. I'm gonna take a look at this game and see why no one ever talks about it. I read the Bible all the way through and couldn't find anything, so I think my next best option is to actually play through the game.
But of course, some history. 1996, Nintendo launches the Nintendo 64 alongside Super Mario 64.
Whoa! Revolutionary information! Are you gonna tell me there's 2 Mario 2s next?
Flash forward 8 years later, and Nintendo launches the Nintendo DS alongside Super Mario 64 DS, the first portable 3D Mario game. But as its name suggests, it's a DS port of Mario 64. They added a lot to make it, in my opinion, the definitive version of Super Mario 64, and while, yes, it is the first portable 3D Mario game, it was a port of an 8-year-old game. So as the DS lived on, 3D Mario still had yet to receive an original portable outing. Then comes 2010. The 3DS was a year away from launch, and Shigeru Miyamoto announced that there were 2 Mario games in the works for the 3DS. A 3D one and a 2D one. I wonder what they became. Miyamoto said that the 3D one was like a cross between Galaxy and 64, like a 2D Mario game that played in 3D.
Better write that down for later.
3D Land was developed by Nintendo EAD, the studio responsible for Galaxy and Galaxy 2, but they also got help from Brownie Brown, the developers of Mother 3?
Oh, that That's so cool.
Stuff for it was finally shown off at the Game Developers Conference in 2011, including screenshots, and yeah, that does look like Mario.
They did it!
They also showed off the logo, and Satoru Iwata pointed out the tail and said it would be revealed at E3, which probably led to a lot of crazy speculation.
What's up guys, Game Informer Nicus 443 here, with some news on Super Mario 3D Land, the new Super Mario game coming to the new Nintendo 3DS system. Just last week at the Game Developers Conference, Satoru Iwata showed off the game's logo, and looking at it, it's a nice logo. But there's a small detail you may have missed. It's a tail at the end of the logo. Now, there's a lot of things that this can be. It can be an editing mistake. They may have just forgotten to remove the tail from the logo. I personally think that it means Mario will be a furry in this one, which me personally, I know I don't speak for everyone, but I think that'd be really cool. A lot of people also think that they're bringing back the Tanuki power-up from Mario 3, but why would they do that? It's gotta be the furry.
Yep, the power-up ended up being the Tanuki suit from Mario 3, which was a power-up that let him fly and turn into a statue.
Can't wait to do that in-game!
At E3, a 2011 release was confirmed, and it was released in November of 2011. The 3rd in Japan, the 13th in North America, and later dates in other regions, but who cares?
I picked up this game on a whim last October. I saw it used for about 20 bucks and thought, hey, I don't have this game, I don't need this game, I should get it. So I picked it up, I played through the first world, and now it's September. But it's my destiny to 100% every 3D Mario game. My first words were actually, I will 100% every 3D Mario game before I'm 18. I'm a little late on that, but better late than never.
So now, Super Mario 3D Land. This box. Okay, this isn't bad, but it just comes across as generic to me. It just looks like exactly what would come up when you search up Mario in level. Again, it's fine, but it upsets me for whatever reason. What doesn't upset me is the name. I know it upsets some people, but I love this title. It's of course an allusion to Super Mario Land, the first portable Mario game, which was followed up by Super Mario World, much like how Super Mario 3D Land was followed up by Super Mario 3D World.
It's like fate.
Alright, enough sucking off the title, let's move on to the 3D Mario game for the Nintendo 3DS. Upon starting a new file, the game starts with a cutscene of a storm that blows Tanuki leaves off of a Tanuki tree, and Bowser laughs. And there you go, that explains why Tanuki leaves didn't show up again until now. There were no storms.
Naturally.
The next day, Mario and some toads observe the tree and notice a letter floating down. And, get this, Bowser kidnapped Peach.
This happens every single day. You think at this point the Mushroom Kingdom would get smarter, but no! We need a reason for Mario to run!
And run he does, to a boring f***ing world map. It's just a line and it's so boring. But jumping into the first level and wow. It's Super Mario in a 3D land. So the gameplay. Oh, I probably have notes on this that can help.
Oh, it's like Mario 64 and Galaxy combined.
So 3D Land takes the more general theming of 64 and the linearity of Galaxy, and 9 months later, 3D Land was born.
They gotta teach that in schools.
3D Land is like a 3D 2D Mario game. It's comprised of a ton of shorter linear levels that's just about platforming and reaching a flagpole before the time limit runs out, all with that basic Mario atmosphere. Now, it being a 3D Mario game already makes it preferable to the new Super Mario Bros. Games. While, yeah, it does feel very similar to those games, it being 3D does allow for more interesting secrets and level designs. Originally, 64 was supposed to have a high number of linear levels ending with a flagpole, but due to the limitations of the Nintendo 64, they made 15 larger levels with a multitude of things to do in each of them. So 3D Land is like a true realization of that original concept. Now, not far into the first level, you get the Tanuki suit. Oh yeah, it can whip its tail, and, really? So the two most iconic things that Tanuki suit could do, fly and turn into a statue, are gone. It can glide, and later on in the game there's a variation that can turn into a statue, but the suit can't fly at all. I mean, it does make sense, these levels aren't really meant for flying, and if you could fly, you can skip a majority of the level, but you could still do that in Mario 3. Oh well, as for how Mario controls,
oh, he does.
It can only move in 12 directions, which actually isn't bad. You also have to hold the Y button to actually run, which sounds rough, but hear me out. The circle pad isn't the best analog stick, so having Mario only be able to move in 12 directions and use a run button feels perfectly fine. Now, no triple jump, that's stupid. One of the most satisfying things to pull off in 64 and Sunshine and Galaxy and Odyssey is the triple jump. Repeatedly jump 3 times in a row and Mario does an extra jump, flipping and letting out a and you have to time the button presses right, which makes it so satisfying when you pull one off with all those factors. This was the first 3D Mario game where he couldn't triple jump, and it does make sense. This game has a lot of tight platforming and not a ton of huge open area for a triple jump, but in some areas, it would feel so great to let a triple jump rip, so it sucks that you can't. You can still ground pound, crouch, long jump, backflip, and somersault, and he has some new moves. First off, the roll. This feels like the new evolution of the dive from Mario 64 and Sunshine, and it feels great. It's been in every 3D Mario since, and it's such a welcome addition to his moveset. And you can also long jump out of a roll, which feels fantastic. So Mario feels perfectly serviceable here. Not the best, but his moveset does feel perfect for 3D Land. As for the rest of the game, well, it's a Mario game.
Really?
It's pretty straightforward. 8 worlds, each having 5 or 6 levels, including a castle or airship to round out each world. World 8 has 8 levels with seemingly 5 levels and a castle, but with it being a Mario game, it's a fake ending and there's another level and castle after 8 castle. But it's pretty simple. Go through each level and reach the flagpole. Each level has star coins, which are fun enough to find. As the game progresses, you need a certain amount to unlock each castle. And speaking of which, the castles and airships. The airship levels are auto-scrollers that usually end with a fight against Boom Boom from Mario 3.
Really like sucking off Mario 3, huh?
Or his sister, Pom Pom, who was original creation for 3D Land. Boom Boom fights are pretty boring, he just spins and you stomp on him. Pom Pom teleports around and throws throwing stars, but you still stomp on her, woo. Then there's castles, and yeah, they're castles. The standard lava and stone bricks. My god, Bowser's architects are terrible at designing castles, but shockingly good at designing platforming levels. Besides that, it's just level after level. There are occasionally Toad House houses, which of course grant you power-ups, and mystery boxes. You have 10 seconds to do some small challenge, and then you get a star coin or two.
And of course, the mystery boxes would evolve into the mystery houses. I retract my last statement.
The world map doesn't really have themes, they're mostly variations of grass. World 5 is desert themed, World 6 is cloud themed, and World 8 is lava themed, but very few levels adhere to the themes. On one hand, it keeps the game constantly fresh. You can go from a grassy level to a ghost house to an underground level to a level in the sky. It keeps the game from being boring, but it also makes the whole world system feel quite pointless. These are just random levels, they don't feel like one overarching world. I don't take much issue in that though. I'm not playing a Mario game to slowly go through a well-defined world. I'm here to jump around and have fun. I do like the level things jumping around so much. I'm not a huge fan of ghost houses or water levels, so to have a whole world of those would just be obnoxious. The last few levels of World 8 are lava themed though, which works for being the last few levels of the game perfectly. I like how far the last level is from the rest of the levels, and after World 8 Bowser 1, the world map goes farther right with a second castle taking up most of the area, with one other level. And the last castle sucks. It's riding this bone coaster, which is so boring. But the last confrontation is awesome. Mario makes it to where Peach is being held, but Bowser comes in and breaks the floor. You land far down below and have to make your way over a ton of crumbling blocks over another bridge. Hit the switch and Bowser falls, and you think you've finally done him in, so you head up the stairs, but he comes back shooting cosmic fireballs as you ascend the crumbling platforms. Then you run towards the camera on one final bridge as Bowser chases you, and throughout all of this, an epic song is playing.
I've never been this turned on by a 3DS game before.
And jump on one last Bowser switch, the bridge crumbles again, and he falls down, hit by more rubble to keep him down. And with Bowser finally defeated, Mario finally saves Peach and flies away with her with a Tanuki suit.
Oh, so now it can fly?
And the credits roll, and damn, that was a short and easy game. Never mind. Yeah, after beating the first 8 worlds, 8 special worlds unlock. These house mainly remixed levels. They may have 30-second time limits and you need to constantly collect more timers to keep the time up. You may be chased by a dark matter clone who follows your exact move, so you have to keep moving but also not retrace your own steps too soon. And these both do add a sense of stress and urgency, which does make these levels a bit more challenging and fun. After completing the first special world, you unlock Luigi, and yeah, he's Luigi. He jumps higher but is slippier. There are a couple of new levels, but most of them are just the same ones from before. It's still cool though, and a lot of them have changes that do make them more refreshing and interesting, and it is nice to get more levels. The base game is short enough, so content is nothing to complain about. Power-ups are pretty simple this time around. Obviously there's a mushroom for those who are a little bitches. The Tanuki suit, which of course gives you a tail that can be used to whack enemies and glide. It may not be able to fly, but hey, the glide is still incredibly useful. The striped Tanuki leaf lets you turn into a statue when you ground pound.
Thank God the Tanuki suit can do that. I can live without flying, but as long as I can turn into a statue, I'm good.
Fire flower, of course, nothing new there. Invincibility star, duh. And the item block, which gives you coins as you run around. And then there's the new power-ups. First off, the boomerang suit. This one is simple. It lets you throw a boomerang. I like this one because it gives you a good ranged attack. The fire flower is fine, but the flame bounces. So if you're trying to hit a flying enemy, it's more difficult. With the boomerang flower, it's much simpler. The propeller box gives you crazy ascension, which is really only useful in specific scenarios. I'm not a huge fan of this one. It's too context specific and it looks dumb. Any level in any of the games that includes this power-up with this power-up is already a lame level to me. And the invincibility leaf. If you keep on dying on any level prior to the special worlds, the invincibility leaf will appear, and it's a Tanuki leaf that's invincible to everything but lava, poison, and pits. And lastly, the P-Wing. If you keep on dying, this will appear and it can take you to the end of the level. Now the invincibility leaf has shown up a few times for me, but the P-Wing, I've never seen within my own game. I don't even know how you stoop to the low of using this thing. Overall, a good selection of power-ups. Each has their own use, and they're all at least somewhat fun to use. Now, to 100% the game, it's no light feat. You have to beat all 16 worlds as both Mario and Luigi, get all 3 star coins in each level, and reach the top of the flagpole as either one of the brothers in every single level. And after doing so, you unlock one final level, Special 8 Crown.
This.
Is Special 8 Crown difficult? Yes. Is it somehow boring as hell at the same time? Yeah. Frankly, the hardest part to me is these blocks with the gaps. Also, getting through the Boom Boom and Pom Pom fight, keeping a Tanuki leaf is tough too, but if you can make it past that with a Tanuki leaf, the rest of the level is smooth sailing. It's weird because this level was difficult, but I was also so bored the entire time. I think it's mainly the music. Outside of the Boom Boom and Pom Pom fight, the rest of the level just has the World 1-1 song, and this song does not fit as the last level song. Champions Road had a Gusty Garden Galaxy remix, and it makes Champions Road feel so epic and grandiose, like 3D World's final triumph. And that level is the only time that song appears in the game, which does make it more special. If it was just a typical grass song, Champions Road would be more boring. And also, Special 8 Crown mainly uses the ugly colorful blocks that many of the other levels use. They make me feel like I'm in a daycare, not trying to beat a tough Mario level. So yeah, Special 8 Crown is quite underwhelming, and when I beat it, I really didn't feel a sense of accomplishment.
That's right, I said it.
Now, one thing I barely talked about is the levels, and there's a good reason for that. I liked most of the levels. As I said earlier, I'm not an underwater level fan, and I especially hate ghost houses, but those were all fine. But man, are so many of these levels forgettable. But I don't mean it like that. I do remember plenty of levels, like the mattress one with the bees and the donut blocks, or the boardwalk one, or the jump switch level with the giant dark matter Mario, or even the one where you ascend a giant tree. I enjoyed all of the levels, but none of them left a lasting impression. I think part of it is the lack of names. Look at 3D World. Levels that instantly come to my mind are Contour Canyon, Puff Prod Peaks, Sprawling Savannah, Ant Trooper Hill, Mount Beanpole. These levels having names make them so much more memorable to me and makes me want to replay them. With the 3D Land levels, they're just World 3-5, and a ton of them are just forgettable. They're all good fun, especially with the game being in 3D. With it being a 3D Mario game, the levels can have so much depth, which makes them more fun. A ton of levels have secret areas that are a blast to find, little gimmicks that show so much creativity, and ideas that put your platforming skills to the test. The levels are fun, but not memorable in the slightest, and I don't really care to replay any of them for no reason other than to beat the game again. Compare that to pretty much any other 3D Mario game where I love to just go into a level and just run around exploring it. It's not an issue with 3D lands, but it does make it less appealing. The last big thing I want to talk about is 25% of the name, the 3D.
Oh shit, this is a 3DS game. I forgot.
Crank up the 3D slider and get ready to turn it back down. The 3D here is serviceable. So many people talk highly of this game, saying it justified the gimmick and was a game you needed to play with the 3D on.
No!
While some parts of the game are easier with the 3D on, it is by no means necessary. Some jumps are easier with the 3D on, some levels have sub-areas that have optical illusions that you're able to see with the 3D on, like a mountain of blocks but some are closer to the camera and you can't really see which ones with the 3D on. And it's cool uses of the 3D, but to me, it ultimately cements 3D as a gimmick. It's not like gyro aim, which comes from the gimmick of motion controls but actually greatly improves aiming and makes it more precise. The 3D is just for parts to make the player go,
"That's cool! I have a headache."
That's the other thing. The 3D just gives me a headache. I played a few levels with the 3D and it is cool, but it's nothing more than that. I like the depth it adds, and it is pulled off fairly well, but on older 3DS models, the 3D is a pain because there's no face tracking. You have to be looking at it at the precise angle, which is so annoying with a portable system that you're holding. And also, there are some parts of the game when you look through binoculars or are aiming to shoot out of a cannon, and you can use gyro for that, which is cool, but then I can't see the 3D effect. What's the point? Now, the part of the game I do think does benefit from the 3D is the final Bowser fight, especially after he falls off the bridge for the first time and he comes back up and chases you more. He shoots these pinkish fireballs that look incredible in 3D. The way they fly towards the screen, it looks so convincing with the 3D and is the cherry on top of that last Bowser section. That's the one part of the game I do think is better with the 3D. It just looks so damn cool. Besides that, playing with the slider down, you're not missing anything. everything. Now, to round out everything positively, the music. The soundtrack is fantastic. I've already talked about the Final Bowser theme, but so many other songs are so good. The title theme and the World 1-1 theme, Special Lates theme, the Time Blocks theme, the Snow Level theme. This game has an incredible soundtrack, definitely one of my favorites to listen to at any time.
And that is Super Mario 3D Lands. It sure was. So was my question answered? Yeah. Why don't people talk about 3D Lands? Because there isn't much to talk about. It's a good game, but compared to all the other 3D Mario games, it's definitely one of the more forgettable ones. I enjoyed my time with it and would love to replay it in a couple of years. The levels are all well made and the game looks and feels great for a 3DS game, but when it comes to playing a 3D Mario game on a DS system, I think I'll stick to Mario 64 DS. I liked 3D Land, but nothing about it stuck out crazy hard as better than the other 3D Mario games. Out of all the 3D Mario games, it's the most basic, which is fine for what it is, but makes it one of the most boring ones to look at. And honestly, compared to all the other 3D Mario games, while I still have yet to play Galaxy 2, I still think it's safe to say that 3D Land is my least favorite 3D Mario game.
Whoa, that doesn't mean it's bad! Ah, that really upsets some people. I should probably say something to get them back on my side. Mario 64 DS is better than the original in almost every single way. God, I should stop talking now.
Well, it's that time of the year again, where shitting your pants is socially acceptable. It is Halloween once again, and the last couple of Halloweens have been pretty scary. Revisiting a shitty game from my childhood and being sent to a world without Super Mario Odyssey. Hopefully this year I can just shit my pants and call it good. But I still need something scary to talk about, so let's talk about the LEGO games on 3DS. That was time for you to shit your pants. I'm trying to scare you, remember?
This is the Nintendo 3DS. Did you know it struggled to take off at first in 2011, but slowly received more and more worthwhile games, and it did well, but not as well as its predecessor, the DS, but it still did well regardless?
Every time I mention that, I lose 5 years of my life.
Now, before I talk about how 17 of these games came out for the 3DS, allow me to recall my history with prior portable LEGO games. In July of 2013, for my 8th birthday, I received a DSi XL, and a couple of weeks later, for my grandma, I got a handful of games, including LEGO Star Wars The Complete Saga and LEGO Batman 2 DC Superheroes for the system. My DS library early on wasn't anything good, in fact I'd call it bad. I enjoyed these games to an extent, but the impression they have left on me is not as big as the impression left from these two f***ers. I love these games, and I played them to death, more than likely more than their console counterparts. I think everyone can relate to this as a kid, not having as much of a say in the game consoles you had. Your parents just buy what's cheap and what's easily accessible, and for me those systems were a DS, Wii, and Xbox 360. And across these three systems I had a ton of LEGO games that I've played to death and adored. However, oddly enough, I feel more of an attachment to their DS counterparts.
Yeah. I'm criminally insane.
Another probably relatable thing as a kid is not having your own TV, and if you did, shut the f*** up, you spoiled f***. This meant that if I wanted to play games on our Wii or Xbox 360, I would have to wait until nobody was using the TV to play them, which meant my time with the console games were much more limited. I mean, most days I wouldn't be able to play any at all, and on weekends, I would get up early and stay up late just to play these damn things, which is how you grow more of an attachment to these things. The beauty of having the DS versions of these games meant that no matter what, if I wanted wanted to play some of these games, I could play a version of these games. And of course, they weren't as good as the console versions. In fact, some of them were f***ing horrendous, but many others were incredible. Looking back, it's crazy how high quality these games were for handheld ports of LEGO games. They were similar enough to the console versions to satisfy the urge to play them at any moment, but different enough to not feel like the exact same game, but shittier. I have a ton of nostalgia with these games, and throughout 2013, 14, and 15, I was gradually picking up all the older titles and playing them as well. But of course, you may say this was in the middle of the 3DS generation. You never upgraded to a 3DS?
No, I was busy whipping around and spinning.
I always liked LEGO, but with the LEGO movie introducing me to Ninjago in 2014, my interest quickly changed from video games to LEGO sets. I still loved video games and would get some every now and then, but anytime my birthday or Christmas would roll around, I would mainly ask for LEGO sets and maybe a game or two. And with these three systems, I was perfectly content with just picking up older LEGO games for these systems as my video game experiences for those couple of years. Looking back, if I asked for a 3DS, I'm sure as hell I would have gotten one because there were so many cheap options for these things, but I'd never felt the need to ask for one. But as the years went on, I started to wonder what the LEGO games were like on the 3DS. Now I was well aware they existed. Back when Family Video was alive and well, I would always head straight back to the video game section and look at all the video games for every console, especially the 3DS. And around 2017, I started to get the urge to play some of them. I remember I was watching Valerian in theaters.
I am the only person who can say that.
And think to myself, man, I wonder what the character roster in the 3DS LEGO games look like. I have no clue why I thought that, but I think it's funny that that's the part of seeing that movie I remember the most. And on the way home from the theater, I remember looking up videos of the 3DS LEGO game character rosters, and it did create a new urge to play some of those games. I even remember seeing that there was a new 3DS model coming out that year that I considered asking for, but it was already past my birthday at that point, so I didn't bother, and instead, I started playing the mobile ports. Many of these games did make it onto the Play Store, and that's how I experienced a couple of them and scratched that itch, and since then, I've been satisfied.
But as the years went on and I got older and older and I realized how terrible LEGO Marvel Superheroes on DS really was, it kind of got me curious. Were LEGO games on 3DS like that beforehand? And were they like that afterwards, or was it just a one-time thing? Well, I have all of them right here. I waste my time on a normal basis now, and so let's take a look at every single one of these.
There are 14 traditional LEGO games from 2011 to 2016, and the 3DS received 17 LEGO games in that time period. Yeah, every big LEGO game from that time period, aside from LEGO Dimensions, received a 3DS port, alongside 4 original titles made specifically for portable systems. I say that because these original titles also did release on the PS Vita, however the PS Vita only received 13 LEGO games, as a couple came out too early for the Vita, and a couple were exclusive to Nintendo. I never thought the 3DS received this many LEGO games, but having all of them, holy f***. Well, let's take a look at all of these, and by a look, I mean a peek. I can't possibly play through every single one of these, but some of these have DS versions I've played through, or mobile counterparts I've played through, so I've experienced most of these in one way or another, but this is more so looking at these versions and seeing if they're a worthy follow-up to the DS LEGO games, or if they're LEGO Marvel Superheroes. Well, with that, let's start with LEGO Star Wars 3, The Clone Wars.
Where else would we start?
LEGO Star Wars 3. You'd think with me being a massive Star Wars fan, I would have played the console version.
Nope!
I've dabbled in it at friends' houses, but I've never played the console version myself. I recently picked up a copy and I've seen gameplay footage, so I know various aspects of it, but I haven't played through it yet, even though I'm dying to. But I have played the DS version, and my god, it's okay. But since I played the DS game, I do have a good frame of reference to see if this feels like a huge step up from it or not.
This was actually a launch title for the 3DS. This is one of the games that should have sold the 3DS to people, and considering the fact that it got a price cut a couple months later, kinda says this game's legacy.
Well, starting off on the title screen, the top screen is taken straight from the console game, which is great to see. The DS port had a still image, so to see actual video on the 3DS title screen, it's a good sign. Hopping into the game itself, you're thrown into the Venator, the game's hub. The Venator was also in the DS version, however this time it's presented in a much closer way to the console version. Jumping into the first level, the ambush, first off the cutscenes are a very tolerable quality, unlike the DS versions. But as for the gameplay itself,
It looks and runs better than the DS version, but that just seems like a no-brainer. It looks a lot cleaner and the gameplay feels smoother, but at its core, it still feels like a DS game. In fact, I'd say this looks and feels the way I remember the DS version feeling. Now looking back, it's definitely an improvement, but not a huge one. There are some very interesting changes made to this version that are universal across these handheld ports. First off, only one character is on screen at all times.
Oh god, is that foreshadowing something? Oh god, I sure hope not.
You still have a character party with at least 2 characters in each level, and you can still switch to them at any time. Characters have different abilities to solve different puzzles, so it's similar to what a standard LEGO game is like, but just only one character on screen is very odd. Something really cool about a lot of the older DS LEGO games is that they had multiplayer, and unfortunately, that isn't the case here. I understand not putting time into working multiplayer into these ports of the game, but it's still bizarre to only have one character on screen at a time. Next, I'm not sure if it's a change from the console version, but it is very different from prior handheld LEGO games. Each level is split up into 3 acts.
Oh, it's foreshadowing.
I don't mind it here though, each level still flows incredibly well. When one act ends, the next starts immediately. There's only a black loading screen, so when you play through level and story mode, it still feels like one large cohesive level, and it makes free play nicer because if you forget a mini-kit towards the end of a level, you can start at Act 3 to get it instead of replaying the whole level. Lastly, this may be a weird criticism, but the lightsaber combat here feels a bit too wavy. You slice through enemies real quick, which does match the Clone Wars, but I don't know, the combat just feels weightless and unsatisfying compared to prior games. It's okay, but it just sticks out hard to me. The second level, Destroy Malevolence, starts with a ship part, and it's okay. It looks and controls well, it's fun enough, and seems like something the 3DS could have made possible, and it was also in the DS version. Thanks. But that's kind of all there is to the main game, just 13 levels of what you expect from LEGO games, and free play with 10 mini-kits in each level, along with red bricks and true Jedi needing to be accomplished, along with a sizable enough character roster to unlock. It's a perfectly fine LEGO game for the 3DS, and if you got this game at the system's launch, it was probably quality enough. You can get some time out of it going for all the mini kits and characters and whatnot.
But I can't stop talking about this version without bringing up the arcade games on the Venator. There are 4 unlockable arcade games that I have not unlocked here, but I have unlocked it in the DS version, so we're just gonna have to play them there.
There are 4 minigames you can play, 2 of them being lame. One of them is an arcade mode for the ship level Destroy Malevolence. I get why they make an arcade mode, but man, it's boring because I couldn't care less about the ship levels. And the other lame one is a snowball fight. It's okay, you have to make snowballs to throw at the aliens from that one ice planet from that one Clone Wars episode. There is a bit of strategy, as it takes a second to make a snowball, and it can leave you open, but I never really cared for this one. The ones I did care about though, oh my. Droid volleyball, oh yeah. R2 plays volleyball against that one droid from Duel of the Droids, that's amazing. You volley a grenade back and forth, and it's so dumb, but I have so much nostalgia with this mode. I finally remember one car ride where I played this mode the whole time.
And not long after that, my parents tried to send me to an insane asylum.
And if I was sent there, I probably would have met the guy who came up with the last arcade game, Force Baseball. You play as Mace Windu playing baseball with battle droids. You hit this energy orb, then afterwards use the touchscreen to guide the ball somewhere onto this target. Battle droids can catch the orb, but if you land it near some without them catching it, it'll destroy them, giving you bonus points. This is such a stupid minigame, but it's so damn fun. Definitely the most fun I ever had with this game.
Outside of those arcade games, that was LEGO Star Wars 3 on the 3DS. Impressed yet?
This game is okay, but my god, what a lame introduction to LEGO games on the 3DS. This just feels like a more polished version of the DS game. The fact that I compared it to the DS version so much is an issue. With a more powerful system, you'd expect more from this, but no, it's just not a huge step forward. It's not terrible, but it is a bad start to LEGO games on the 3DS. Well, at least I'm done with the first game. One down? I really need to get going. LEGO Pirates of the Caribbean.
I have a feeling this is more foreshadowing.
Like LEGO Star Wars 3, never played the console version, but I have played the DS version. Unlike LEGO Star Wars 3, I have no attachment to this franchise. I simply played this game because a couple of years ago, I went through a I want to play all the LEGO games on the DS phase. I played it, thought it was okay, and moved on with my life. Well, now to the 3DS version, this sure does remind me of the DS version. And jumping into the gameplay, this sure does remind me of LEGO Star Wars 3 on the 3DS, kind of. It does feel a bit improved. For one, the camera is much closer to the character, making it feel more like the traditional LEGO games, but you can still only have one character on screen at a time. Why? Also, with this being a Pirates of the Caribbean game, they implemented dual mechanic, which seems cool at first, but
it's a bit lame. All you do is watch this cool animation, mash a button, then press the buttons it tells you to, and it lands a blow. It's just a quick time event. Thankfully, fighting sword wielders outside of duels is kind of fun, as they can deflect your swings a bit, but it still comes around to just mashing Y. Fun. Some characters wield multiple weapons. Johnny Depp wields a sword and a gun.
Oh yeah, that's Johnny Depp.
Well, there you go. LEGO Pirates of the Caribbean on 3DS is the only LEGO game on 3DS that lets you play as Johnny Depp. Besides that, I don't know, man. I don't have much to say. This feels pretty damn similar to the DS version, much like LEGO Star Wars 3. It's not bad, and some of the unique mechanics like duels are cool, but overall, this is just a nothing game to me. It still doesn't feel like a huge step up from the DS LEGO games. Again, not bad, but man, this is literally just like the DS version, but prettier, like you're playing it in an emulator.
Damn it, man, how could Johnny Depp disappoint me?
The game is at least a decent length. It covers the first 4 films with 4 levels per film. 4 levels per film is a good number, and the levels are a decent length, and once again, each level has 10 mini-kits, or ships in a bottle it seems, along with the red brick and some character tokens. This is a solid enough portable version of LEGO Pirates of the Caribbean, and clearly the prior owner liked this game as he beat all the levels. Thank God, I can play London without playing any of the other prior levels.
But I don't want to go to England!
So hey, at least someone enjoyed this, but me, I don't need this. I'm ready to move on to something cooler, something I care about. Something truly epic, son of a bitch. LEGO Harry Potter years 5 to 7. Add this to the pile of, I didn't own the console version, but I played the handheld version. I rented the DS version a couple times from Family Video, and I always enjoyed it, and I always wanted it for myself, but every time I'd see a used copy at GameStop, it'd be like $25, and I wasn't even gonna try to convince my mom to buy that for me. Nowadays, I don't really care, and now I own this game. I couldn't really care for Harry Potter. I was a big fan back in middle school. I read the first 4 books, but then Order of the Phoenix did something called be super f***ing boring, so I stopped reading it. Couple that with the fact that I was annoying as f*** in middle school, so now years later, when I remember being a Harry Potter fan, I remember being super annoying. So f*** you, Harry. What kind of dumbass name is that? Well, LEGO Harry Potter years 5 to 7 on the 3DS. I saw this one day at Half Price Books, and may I say, what a store. I do enjoy picking up fine pieces of literature from there, but my god, they have some amazing deal on games. I picked up The Elder Scrolls Oblivion and Grand Theft Auto 4 and 360 last time I was there for $5 each. They go for $10 each on eBay, and I think this was like $10. So I did the unthinkable and committed an act of capitalism.
Who knew owning a game like this was possible?
We start off with another title screen that uses footage from the console version's menu, which is very nice, although it's just a 15-second loop. Woo. Anyways, jumping into the gameplay, I always loved how this game starts in a playground and you can interact with all the playground equipment. It's so stupid but fun. And once again, this is like the DS version, son of a bitch. Once again, it looks and plays better, but again, that's not f***ing impressive. This thing was released 7 years after the DS, and once again, there's only one character on screen, which is just so damn stupid. I mean, this is the 3rd LEGO game on 3DS, and yet it's still being met with a restriction that wasn't even seen in LEGO Star Wars 2 for Game Boy Advance. Besides that, what else do I need to say? You go level by level, solving puzzles and whatnot to progress. The LEGO Harry Potter games can be quite fun since you have to use a variety of spells to complete puzzles, but quite often, I find a lot of items that can be interacted with don't have the interaction prompts pop up when I'm near them, so sometimes it can be hard to figure out what to do to progress. It's not like other LEGO games where you can just destroy everything. Some things can't be destroyed because you need to cast a spell on them to solve the puzzle. What else is there? You have Hogwarts as a hub world, that's pretty neat. There's not much to do in there besides enter each level and use the shop and whatnot, never mind.
Oh my gosh, I'd yawn, but that'd be a bit too exciting.
Yeah man, I don't know. As I said, this is a fine game, and you can probably get some good time out of this, but also, the collectibles seem to become a bit more meager. Each level has only 4 golden wizard hats, which seems to replace mini-kits. There are also 2 character tokens and of course a red brick and true wizard to collect, but this breaks tradition and offers less, which is a bit lame.
And these are the 3 LEGO games on 3DS in 2011. They're not bad, but just seeing how the LEGO games lineage started on the 3DS is pretty damn weak. These games did not feel like a big step up from the DS version. They felt like they looked better, ran a bit better, and that's really it. They didn't show new things that weren't possible in the DS games. They were just the DS versions but slightly better looking, and the DS versions just feel like these games made for a last-gen system, which they are. which they should feel like, but this version should not feel so similar to the DS version.
Well, there were only 2 LEGO games on the 3DS in 2012. Let's hope they're better, starting with LEGO Batman 2 DC Superheroes. Now, I've already talked about the DS version of this game. It was one of the first games I got for the handheld, and I played it to death. So jumping into the 3DS version and seeing the same menu and user interface as the DS version, it was concerning, and then actually getting into the gameplay, my concerns were realized.
Son of a bitch.
However, actually playing the game, this feels so much damn better than the DS version. Sure, the level design and stuff may be identical to the DS version, but the 3DS version looks and runs so much better, which I know I've said for every single one of these games, but this time I really mean it. Even as a kid, the DS version felt sluggish and rough. Aiming the batarang, punching enemies, there was a certain level of sluggishness that didn't ruin the game for me, but I sure as hell noticed. But playing this, man, I don't know if I can go back. It just runs so much smoother. Aiming the batarang is so much quicker and satisfying, and the core gameplay is straight up good. The game took a lot of inspiration from the Arkham game's combat. There's more moves you can do and combos to pull off, and when you finish an enemy, the camera zooms in as the game goes slow-mo to show the takedown. As I said, this is a damn good game. It may be incredibly similar to the DS version, and while that may not seem like a huge step forward for this game, I see a step forward in the fact that this game is so much smoother here than on the DS. The levels are also much beefier than prior LEGO game levels, outside of a few exceptions. Collectibles are a bit different this time around. There are 5 Bat mini kits, but each unlocks a character. There's red bricks, nothing shocking there, and the sound bites. Collecting these play a line of dialogue from various enemies. I loved using these to embarrass myself as a kid.
Whatever you build, I will break.
But how can I forget the biggest step forward? 2 characters.
They did it. After 3 games of floundering, they finally did it! I knew it was possible, they didn't it up!
Yes, finally, 2 characters on screen at the same time! This makes it feel so much closer to the console version. If you can't tell, I love this game. I grew up with the DS version, so I have that nostalgic connection to it, but this is the exact same game, looking and playing better than ever. It's still not the definitive LEGO game on 3DS, but it's definitely a step in the right direction. One lame thing is that the console version of LEGO Batman 2 introduced open worlds to LEGO games, and yet this game only has the Batcave for a hub world, but I guess it's understandable enough. Regardless, this is a great time.
Yeah, I like this one, which gives me a great idea 4 games in. I should rank all these after I review them. So, for the ones that I've already played, at the bottom is Harry Potter, then Pirates, then Star Wars 3, then Batman 2. Which would have been perfect if there was an open world, but thankfully it wouldn't be much longer until we actually got an open world in a LEGO 3DS game.
LEGO Lord of the Rings. Holy was this terrible on the DS. This is another I rented for family video occasionally, and I eventually got my own copy, and holy this version was terrible. It was so damn laggy and slow. You could tell this was not made for the DS. So this has got to be somewhat competent on the 3DS. Well, first impressions are disappointing as the title screen is another still image. Why? Some of these earlier titles proved it's more than possible to have video playing on the title screen, but oh well, we don't want to show progress. But actually jumping to the game itself? Whoa!
This isn't horrible!
So the first level acts as a combat tutorial, and my God, the combat here is actually pretty great. It does feel a bit weightless like LEGO Star Wars 3 combat, but there's much more depth to it. You can kick enemies to knock them off balance, block. It adds more variety and makes the combat much more fun. What follows is the platforming level, surprise surprise, but after completing this level, something incredible happens. When we regain control, we are Frodo in Middle Earth, and not in a level. No, this is free roam in an open world in a handheld LEGO game. Holy Now this was in the DS version, however the camera was pulled much farther back in an isometric viewpoint. But here, the camera is at a low angle, more akin to the console games, and holy this is incredible. It's not as detailed as the console version, but who would give a
Not me, you don't understand how little it takes to make me happy.
Not only is there an open world, but there are collectibles littered around the world. It's a world you can explore and find stuff in, like the console games. This is a huge step forward, and again, while it is in the DS version, how it's presented here is so much better. This truly feels like a LEGO game made for a more powerful and capable handheld, and it's so cool to finally see that evolution. And like the console games, you have to solve a few puzzles within the open world to progress to the next level. It may seem silly, I'm geeking out over the littlest things, but my god, after playing these 4 underwhelming pieces of work, this is a breath of fresh air. Oh, and did I forget to mention you once again have 2 characters in your party on screen at all times?
That's it. This is the best one yet. This truly feels like a handheld version of LEGO Lord of the Rings made for more powerful handhelds. The same way the complete saga on DS was comparable to the console version, this is comparable to its console version as well. Exploring Middle-earth here is an absolute blast. It's so cool that they condensed this entire open world onto the 3DS in a fairly uncompromised form. It's damn impressive, but it's so cool to see that they put in that effort.
And at this point you may be saying, damn Nicus, stop sucking the game off, to which I say, no!
The levels! They're alright. They're good, of course, that's what you'd expect from these games. But they're slowly becoming better and better with each game. More and more things seem less possible on the DS, and playing that version, it's instantly noticeable. While yes, LEGO Lord of the Rings on the DS is completely competent and passable, going from that version to the 3DS version is night and f***ing day. The DS version is still incredibly novel and kind of impressive, but the 3DS version is straight up a good ass game. Not just as a LEGO 3DS game, but as a 3DS version of this console game. This is the evolution I always dreamed of that LEGO games got once they moved on to the 3DS. I really adore this game.
And those are the two LEGO games on 3DS from 2012. And these were huge step forwards. I mean, looking back, they're not completely different from the DS versions, but the DS versions felt so laggy and sluggish compared to these versions, and these things started to introduce more concepts that the later LEGO games would have. Like, I don't know, open world and two characters on screen at the same damn time. These games were absolutely a step in the right direction and gives me great hope for LEGO games on 3DS in 2013.
Alright, next up we have LEGO City Undercover, The Chase Begins, the only game here that is a 3DS exclusive. This is a spin-off prequel to LEGO City Undercover, which was a Wii U exclusive initially, and it makes sense that its handheld counterpart would also remain a Nintendo exclusive, although I do find it a bit odd that they didn't make a DS version. I mean, it would have stunk, but there were still 3 more LEGO games that were gonna come to the DS, so they totally could have, but hey, that would have been a waste of time anyways.
Like playing this game.
I've never played it because, well, but the prior owner got 100% and played for 127 hours. Holy f***, what the hell? Well, at least someone really enjoyed this game, but will I? Once again, the title screen is lame. It's another still image. Why? Also, the game having this subtitle is interesting. The Chase Begins. Is this a necessary part of the LEGO City lore? The world will never know.
The world probably does know, I just don't give a shit to learn.
So our first objective is to go and get some donuts. How original. What a way to play with stereotypes.
I've mentioned other cop stereotypes, but I don't think LEGO would want to add that to their game.
This game is structurally different from many other LEGO games. While LEGO games usually have a bunch of levels that take place separate from the open world, this game's structure is much more akin to more traditional open world games. In fact, it's incredibly reminiscent of Grand Theft Auto. The game has a mission structure, and every mission takes place within this open world. You can steal cars to drive around the city with. Hell, this city is inspired by various big cities, which have also inspired all the big cities in Grand Theft Auto. Ever wanted a LEGO Grand Theft Auto clone? Well, here you go.
Alright, so we have a GTA clone. I wonder where the strip club is.
So yeah, this is another open world game, and it's damn impressive. This time it's a city, which is so cool. There are a bunch of cars driving around, pedestrians that you can try and run over. It's a blast and incredibly impressive for a LEGO game on 3DS.
I see why they didn't do a DS port.
But this is far from perfect. First off, the frame rate can dip, which I do consider a good thing. Yeah, it's annoying, but the game is clearly pushing the hardware to its limit, which is good to see considering the fact that the first few games felt like slightly improved DS games. But still, the frame rate dip is pretty lame. And what's even worse is the draw distance. Again, it's tolerable. It's not too bad. Things in the distance gradually become more clear as you get near them, which is fine. But the pop-in on the characters, vehicles, and other assets is abysmal. They just fade in randomly. You can sit in a car waiting and you'll see a car fade in that's headed away from you. You'll be walking down the street and random civilians will just appear. It's understandable. It's a LEGO game for the 3DS, and I greatly appreciate the ambition, but man is this limited. And this seems like a pretty deep game and definitely something that would probably not be possible on the DS. This isn't fantastic, but I really appreciate the ambition. On a technical level, I think this is better than LEGO Lord of the Rings since it does more with its open world. I just prefer LEGO Lord of the Rings as it feels more suited to the 3DS's potential, but also its limits. This game pushes the 3DS's potential to its limits, which is impressive and makes me happy to see, but its flaws are much more apparent because of it. Next up, LEGO Legends of Chima Laval's Journey. So Chima, one of LEGO's many non-licensed themes with a tie-in show from the 2010s. Why the f*** was this the first one to get an original game? Yeah, Ninjago had LEGO Battles Ninjago, but that's a real-time strategy game, not an action-adventure puzzle game like the usual LEGO games. This year,
is that? Jesus, man, I swear you could always tell a Chima kid from a Ninjago kid. This here is the first game I'm looking at that is a handheld exclusive. This wasn't a tie-in game to a console game. No, this was made from the ground up exclusively for the 3DS, PS Vita, and DS. Yeah, this was still released on the DS, and my god, playing this on the original DS is an experience. Like, God just let this happen. Well, with the 3DS version, I am extremely honored to say I have this incredibly rare edition.
It's rare because nobody bought it.
Yeah, so one night I was browsing eBay, as I tend to do, and I came across someone selling these for $10 a pop. I saw this, thought, $10? I'd be an idiot to not buy this. So I did. Oh wow, it comes with a Crawly minifigure. Well, I'll be. I never got any Chima sets. I got a few Dimensions packs, and I did watch the first 2 seasons of the show on Netflix, mainly just because I didn't want to watch Ninjago for the 400th time that year. I will say I did enjoy the show, and this is a neat minifigure, but it's been 8 years since I've seen the show, and 8 years since I cared about this minifigure. My god, man, since when did you need a gun as tall as you? Honestly though, for a kid who was a fan of Chima, I can see this being an awesome little package. You get a Chima minifigure alongside a Chima game to play. Now, as an 18-year-old who's about to re-experience trauma from 9 years ago again in a couple of minutes,
I get nothing from this.
Well, as for the game itself, it's okay. It's back to the typical LEGO game format, made up of a handful of levels, each requiring puzzle solving, platforming, and light combat. However, there is still an open world, which is really cool to see. This game was made exclusively for handheld systems, and they totally could have just not made it open world, but they did. There are a bunch of little areas, one for each of the main races of Chima, which is awesome. Once again, this feels much more ambitious than prior games, and this evolution is excellent to see. Now, with that being said, I'm gonna get critical now. The combat here is abhorrent! It feels like it reverted back to LEGO Star Wars 3. The swordplay feels so weightless. The sword just goes straight through enemies, and these guys have so much health. It takes so long to kill a single enemy, which just makes most of the swings feel pointless. And occasionally, there'll be LEGO Batman 2 style finishers where the camera pans in and we get a slow motion hit, but man, it doesn't work here. It was awesome in LEGO Batman 2 because it was like the Arkham games. Here, it just zooms in, Laval hits them with his sword like a baseball bat and says, "Batter up."
Shut the f up!
And speaking of Laval talking, I sure wish he didn't. There's voice acting in this game, and my god, I wish there wasn't. The writing itself is atrocious. It's just so lame and childish. I get that was their target audience, but that won't stop me from complaining. And the voice acting itself, some of the worst I've heard in any game. And do keep in mind, I played Assassin's Creed 2.
Sergio, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. What happened? Where is everyone?
It would consistently pull me out of the experience. I mean, I didn't at all get invested in the world of Chima, but the voice acting may be to blame. Honestly, I think I may prefer the DS version. It's uglier, clunkier, a sin against nature, but it still has the open world and there's no voice acting outside of cutscenes. However, overall, Laval's journey is good enough. For a handheld exclusive LEGO game, it's pretty solid and meets the quota of being a Chima game on the 3DS. I'd still put it under LEGO City, mainly just because LEGO City felt more ambitious, but Laval's Journey is still a worthy successor of the DS LEGO games, even if it did still come out on the DS.
And those are the first 2 LEGO games on 3DS in 2013. And overall, these are a solid duo that were big step forwards for LEGO games on handheld systems. Again, one of them was still possible on the DS, but it was so limited compared to the 3DS version. And with the next LEGO game on 3DS in 2013, it could have been the best one yet, combining the best from all of those games, combining the superhero antics from LEGO Batman 2, the giant open world from LEGO Lord of the Rings, hell, the city from LEGO City. LEGO Marvel Superheroes could have been what truly pushed LEGO games on 3DS to the next. Holy f***, is this game awful.
July 11th, 2014. For my 9th birthday, I opened up Ill. Within 5 minutes of playing, I realized this game was junk, which is why I almost 100%ed it in a few months. I've already gone on and on about why this f***er is a piece of shit that I have a soft spot for, but it's still a piece of shit. But I briefly talked about this f***ing piece of shit demo, and I came to the conclusion that it's the same piece of f***ing shit, but prettier and with more to do.
But now it's time to dive deeper. I have a full copy now, so now I can sink my teeth into this shit sin on humanity. You ever notice how ever since this thing released, the world has gone to shit?
LEGO Marvel Superheroes Universe in Peril. Going on to the Wikipedia page for LEGO Marvel Superheroes, the only time it acknowledges this version is where it says the game was released for handheld systems and when it was released. That's it. And it was released in February of 2014, but other sources say it was released in September of 2013 and October 2013. Who do I trust? Well, I'm gonna assume the 3DS version launched alongside the flagship version, while the DS version launched in 2014.
Now, I haven't really talked about the development history with any of these games yet because what is there to talk about?
They just take the core concepts and mechanics of the console game and convert it into a format that works well on handheld devices. But for LEGO Marvel Superheroes, they f***ed up the format so bad, it makes you wonder, how the hell did this happen in the first place?
Well, it's time to come clean. I was inspired to take a look at all these games by this YouTuber called Cam Reviews, who took a look at the entire history of handheld LEGO games. And with me being the universal apparel hater I am, I checked out that portion of one of his videos and learned something that blew my mind. He reached out to one of the developers who stated that this game was pretty much made from the ground up for phones. You see, most of these handheld LEGO games had versions brought to Android and iOS systems, and so with LEGO Marvel Superheroes, they decided to, instead of taking a game made for the 3DS and shoving it onto mobile devices, they made a mobile game and shoved it on the 3DS. And apparently this was even an unpopular decision for the dev team, as apparently some people left due to the decision.
That somehow makes this worse!
And after the failure of this game, they changed the formula back, thankfully. But that still gives us this smattering of shit to deal with in the meantime. So, how exactly was this game made for phones? Well, first off, there is a much simpler interface that just screams mobile games. The console game had 15 levels, and in this version, all the 15 levels are split up into 3 smaller levels that last just a minute or two. This was made to benefit mobile play. It's something that you can just whip out, play through a level, and then move on. These are incredibly shallow and short levels with almost nothing to them. It takes no time to complete them, so to make the game longer, they added all these challenges. Now, I do like the concept of the challenges, more things to do in a level outside of just beating the level. They brought challenges back in the Skywalker Saga, and I quite liked them. They were an addition to mini kits and stud challenges and were fun. Here, they make up the bulk of what you can do in these levels. In this version, there are 10 challenges. Completion of each rewards you with a gold brick, and as the levels progress, levels will be locked behind gold bricks, so you're required to replay each level multiple times in order to get enough gold bricks to progress. When the level is loading, you can see the name of all the challenges, but you can't see what you have to do for each of them. Some of them are self-explanatory like mini kit and red brick, but others are an abomination.
Like this game, f*** you.
Actually getting into the level, holy f***, there's a lot to unpack. First off, the camera is now at an isometric viewpoint and it's farther back. As for the controls, you can no longer jump, instead you have a dodge move. You also have super moves and tag moves. With tag moves, you can call a partner who will come down and do a powerful move, and super moves is an ability you can do yourself.
Oh, because beating this game without them is too hard.
As I said, each level is short. You can beat most in like a minute. And remember how LEGO games used to have puzzles? Well, not anymore. All you do now is move forward and defeat enemies.
Because a mobile game can't possibly make you think critically.
And when you complete a level, you get the most generic font that says level complete. What the f***? This is what I meant by mobile game. This is the type of shit you see when you beat a level in Angry Birds, not a LEGO game. In between each level, there's no cutscene. In the console game, each level could be broken down into 3 main sections, so I do understand the mentality behind this structure. But with no cutscenes to connect each level, it just becomes an incoherent mess. In the console game, we see Hulk throw Abomination through this window, which gives him and Iron Man an interest into Grand Central Station. And after the inside Grand Central Station part, Sandman whips him up to the roof where we see Spider-Man come in and join them. But when the inside Grand Central Station level ends, we jump into the next level where we're Spider-Man on some platform in a sand abyss fighting Sandman. There is no context to the levels changing, and it just makes this game an incoherent mess. And while on the topic of characters, you are back to only being able to play as one character at a time. But not only can you only play as one character at a time, but in story mode, there is only one character in each level you can play as. You can only play as Hulk in level 1, Iron Man in level 2, Spider-Man in level 3. Now in free play, you can pick any character and then you can play that level as that character and the character that's playable in story mode. And that's it. Yes, in free play, you can only play as 2 characters. That means if you need a certain character's ability for just one challenge and need another character's ability for another, you must play through the level multiple times, each time with different characters.
Why? Because f*** you.
That's what we like to call artificial padding, along with the biggest aspect that ruined this game for me as a kid. When you die at any point in the level, you must restart the whole level. At the very end and the last enemy kills you, too bad, restart. That is the stupidest f***ing aspect of this piece of shit. The LEGO games are kids games, and they aren't meant to be very difficult. When you die, they penalize you by making you lose studs. That's it. You respawn exactly where you were, you can recollect your studs, it's perfect. You still want to avoid dying, but if you do, it's not a major detriment. To take respawning, something that makes LEGO games so much more approachable, and get rid of it is alienating a huge part of your target audience. I would know because I was a part of that target audience. Death sending you back to the start of the level is what completely ruined this game for me. I could live with the isometric viewpoint, I could live with the short levels, but being forced to restart the level when I die completely ruined this game for me. And looking back, it's such a stupid fucking decision that is only there for padding a game that really doesn't need more padding. Like requiring level replays to complete challenges to unlock new levels, multiple level replays for that matter, that's not enough. You take what I still believe is one of the most important aspects of LEGO games and throw it out the window?
Just like I did this game 2 years ago. What a piece of crap.
I was 9 when I received this game, and freshly 9, as in I was 8 yesterday. I didn't have much of a quality standard yet. I just saw something my pea-brain thought was cool and fell in love with it. I liked LEGO games because they allowed me to explore some of my favorite fictional worlds deeper than any other piece of media would allow me, yes, but they were also so damn approachable. I had games like Mortal Kombat and Call of Duty, but never got into them because as a kid, they were too difficult for me. I wasn't great at video games because most kids weren't. And so the LEGO game's only punishment being, hey, you just lost a few studs, made them so much more approachable. And for this to come along and remove that, it genuinely upset me. And for the first time I can ever really remember, I did not like a piece of media. And it hurt because I dreamed about being able to play LEGO Marvel Superheroes. I've already talked about this, but I fell in love with the Avengers, and so to hear a game about LEGO Marvel Superheroes was coming, I was ecstatic. I was disappointed when I heard it wasn't coming to the Wii, but was ecstatic again when I heard it was coming to the DS. I knew it wouldn't be as good, but I still imagined it being on par with Complete Saga, Indiana Jones, Batman. This may have been the most excited I ever was for a game, and it let me down immensely. I still played it to bits and had enough fun, but deep down, I always knew it was a guilty pleasure. And there was so much more I didn't talk about here that disappointed me. No open world, not even a hub world. No character customizer, lackluster red bricks. I've already said my piece. 2 years ago for Halloween, I let the pinup rage I had for this game explode. And since then, the game hasn't been bothering me as much. But now, thinking back to how much it disappointed me, and how even the developers regret it, it makes me hate this thing even more. I still have a soft spot for the DS version since, like Laval's Journey, it's a disgrace to nature, but the 3DS version has no excuse. The fact that even the developers hate this thing makes it easier for me to say that LEGO Marvel Superheroes Universe in Peril for the 3DS is my least favorite game of all time.
Sorry I got so personal. All in all, this game.
All in all, this game was a huge regression. After spending 2 years slowly making LEGO games on 3DS better and better, closer to the console counterparts with open worlds, collectibles in those open worlds, regular voice acting, all that, for this to come out and regress all of that, it hurts.
Those were the big 3 LEGO games released on the 3DS in 2013. Started off really strong with these two, but then everything was regressed with this giant piece of shit. And the developers early on really realized that this format was not the way to go. But this format would still have a lasting impact on the following games. However, before we got to those games, there was one last whimper from that pre-LEGO Marvel Superheroes era of LEGO games on handhelds.
LEGO Friends. This here, like LEGO City Undercover, is another Nintendo exclusive. However, this one also released for the DS as well. But hey, you can only play this on Nintendo systems.
And the moment this released, PS Vita owners realized they f***ed up.
So going into this, I'm expecting a life sim game, akin to games like Animal Crossing. I mean, you look at all these other games based on franchises that you can already imagine make total sense as an action-adventure game. LEGO Friends is a different beast. And, well, I'm kinda right. As I said, LEGO Friends is a different beast. The game is of course set in a casual town, you aren't stopping bad guys, you're just living life. You're hanging out with your cousin in Heart Lake City, and you do exciting things like build a doghouse. Yeah, this game is pretty brain dead. This game is so damn over-tutorialized. This girl here does not shut up. She explains how to do every little thing, constantly saying, go here and press A. As someone who's played 8 of these games in the last 40 minutes,
no.
You get a dog which you can customize, and you can customize your own character, which is cool. And the structure is pretty similar to LEGO City. There aren't levels, rather you have various missions to complete in this world. I would say open world, but holy this game is restrictive. Loading screens are abundant. Every time you enter a building, change your clothes, head to another area, whatever. It may not sound terrible, except in the tutorial where you're whipped around everywhere. Hey, go here, now there, now do this, now do that. And all of that includes a loading screen. Loading screen, loading screen, loading screen. So we're forced to go to Heart Lake High. What kind of school is this that lets anyone in to learn for free and go to classroom? Guess what? Loading screen. This is just annoying. It's so damn slow. Brain dead hand holding. It's just obnoxious. Oh, and how could I forget the voice acting which we last saw in Laval's journey? It's back here and
when you're ready to build, press and hold the A button.
I just turned the volume off.
Not only is the performance terrible, but the dialogue is worse. As I said, this game holds your hand so damn much, and so as a result, all the dialogue is just so idiotic. There's so damn much. All for what? For me to be told I need to press A to change my outfit? I get this game is for a young audience, but holy girls aren't brain dead. It feels oddly patronizing. Like, I feel like anyone would at least be able to figure out what they need to do on their own. And even then, you don't need these characters spelling out everything you have to do. You can just have a little text bubble pop up that just says, hey, press A to interact with this. But no, we need our in-game characters to say it. Now, with all that being said,
this game is okay.
I've been a bit harsh because there are plenty of flaws with this game that do bother the hell out of me. But at the end of the day, it is better than LEGO Marvel Superheroes. It looks solid enough. Like the more traditional LEGO games, the camera is lower. This is clearly much more akin to the pre-LEGO Marvel Superheroes games. And because of that, I wouldn't call this game terrible. It's just alright. I'm sure fans of the LEGO Friends theme could have gotten a kick out of this. I mean, it is what it's called, a video game based on LEGO Friends. Adapting that theme into a LEGO game is an interesting idea, and I'd say they did it pretty well. I'd still say this is one of the lesser games here. I think it's pretty flawed, and while it's not terrible, it's still down there for me. I'd stick it above LEGO Marvel, below everything else. Not great, but holy f*** is it refreshing to get this after this. It's like getting a sugar cube after drinking the most rancid shit you can imagine. The aftertaste of the drink is still unbelievably strong, but hey, at least this one was a tad better.
And those were the LEGO games on 3DS in 2013. Ew. 2 of them were a step up in massive ways, 1 of them was a giant regression, and the last one, who gives a shit? And while these games didn't reach the peak of LEGO Lord of the Rings, they were still pretty damn solid. LEGO City had a giant city to explore, and Laval's Journey, it's pretty okay. However, considering that it's the first LEGO game we've looked at that's based on a original LEGO theme, it's pretty impressive. However, with LEGO Marvel Superheroes, their attempt to mobilize these games would set them back for the next couple of games and would have a lasting impact on the LEGO games in 2014. And speaking of which, we're gonna get onto those, and we're halfway through the games now. Only halfway. A cocaine addiction sounds really good right now.
Alright, what's next? Oh hell yeah! And from here on out, there were no DS versions of these games. They were made from the ground up for the 3DS and PS Vita.
Which means there's hope, right?
So while this obviously means I couldn't have played this on the DS, I still have played it another way. Remember how I said they made LEGO Marvel Superheroes for mobile devices? Yeah, so a lot of these games had mobile ports, and back in 2017 when I had the urge to play some of these games, this was one of the ones I got, and I didn't make it that far. Why?
They're like brothers. What a f***ed up family.
Yeah, just because they realized the format they tried in LEGO Marvel Superheroes was awful, doesn't mean they could immediately turn it around for the next game. So unfortunately, the LEGO Movie video game is incredibly similar to LEGO Marvel structurally, and because of that, I never got too far in the mobile version. I made it a few levels in, mainly just because I spent $5 on that version. And when you're a kid and you don't have much money to spend, even if you buy or get something you don't necessarily like, you still try and get what you can out of it, which is why I almost achieved 100% in LEGO Marvel Superheroes on DS. First off, this game has the worst title screen yet. At least some of the lazier title screens had art, but this is just the game's logo on a generic LEGO template. And like LEGO Marvel, this menu is so damn soulless. And like LEGO Marvel, every level has 10 gold bricks, which you're required to collect multiple to even progress in the story. There's still no jumping. If you die, you have to restart the level, and the levels are incredibly short and shallow. This quite literally feels like LEGO Marvel on 3DS with a LEGO Movie skin. I just don't have much to say about this because it's so damn vapid and lifeless. Only 1 character playable per level, no hub world. Honestly, I may consider this worse than LEGO Marvel. I mean, that's already terrible, but I don't know, man. These are both absolutely atrocious, and I wouldn't ever want to play either ever again. But I think I slightly prefer LEGO Marvel to this.
This is just frustrating. You ever play a game that you hate and you know you hate, but you just can't say what you hate about it, but you just know that you really, really, really hate it? Guess what game that is for me?
Yeah, man, this is just nothing. At least with LEGO Marvel, there was a lot to talk about since it changed so much, but this,
it does nothing new. It's the same terrible kind of game, but now the Lego Movie themed. And man, that sucks because the film is incredible. I've dabbled in the console game and it was okay, so I guess I shouldn't have expected this to be that great, but man, this just stunk.
Well, we're one game into 2014, and that means we have 3 left that can be better than Lego Movie and Lego Marvel Superheroes, right? Right?
Lego The Hobbit. Talk about yet another game I didn't play the console version of, but I also have no affinity for the Hobbit brand. Lord of the Rings? Oh yeah, I've seen the films multiple times. Excellent fantasy adventure films that tell a great coming of age story with a ton of memorable characters, action, scenes. The Hobbit? Never seen these films, probably never will. Okay, well I have seen the ending of the second one, and I saw the third one in theaters, but I got nothing out of it. Like Lord of the Rings, it's based on a book. Unlike Lord of the Rings, it's based on only one book. They took one book and stretched it into a film trilogy that lasted 8.5 hours. So let's adapt a film trilogy that took one book and stretched it into 3 nearly 3-hour long movies into a Lego game that will probably stretch it into a 15-hour long game. It's perfect. However, Lego The Hobbit is already a weird game as it originally only covered the first 2 films. They were later planning on adding the third film with DLC, but that never happened. What does all that mean?
This version probably f***ing sucks too.
And now after playing it?
This version f***ing sucks too.
Okay, so let's be fair here. Lego The Hobbit isn't nearly as bad as Lego Marvel or the Lego Movie. This one takes steps in the right direction to improve these games. I mean, just look at the title screen. It actually has art from the game, not just a logo. Now when a level is loading, you can finally use the touchscreen to view what each of the challenges in each level are. That may sound bad in the sense that it means they're still going for the challenge structure, but hey, at least you can now view what you need to do before playing the level, so you can try and complete as much as you can in story mode. Hopping into the gameplay? Yeah, this is still at that damn isometric viewpoint, but there are a couple of improvements. The big one is you can finally play as more than one person in a level. Finally, you have a party of characters and switch to them at any point, which is a major improvement. It allows for much more puzzle variety, and it is so nice to see it back. There's still only ever one character on screen, which is pretty lame, but hey, finally bringing back character parties is an improvement.
It's like potty training a dog. It may finally learn to shit outside, but it still pisses inside. It's good that it's no longer shitting inside, but it's still pissing inside.
Jumping is back, kind of. You can't jump on your own will. You still have the stupid ass dodge move replacing the jump, but there are these panels that when you run to them, your character jumps.
I mean, it's an improvement, but the dog is still pissing in the house.
I'd say the levels are at an improved length, but it still has the stupid fucking death mechanic where when you die, you have to restart the whole level. But thankfully, they've done away with the stupid level complete or failed cards when your character dies, which is once again an improvement. When you complete a level, it just immediately transitions into a cutscene, and when you die, it just transitions back to the loading screen. However, there's one major thing. Hub Worlds are back!
And they f***ing stink.
Okay, so great to see these back, but this is not in the form anyone wanted. It's not like traditional LEGO game hub worlds where you can move freely and explore. No. This one, you're locked to these circles and can only travel between them on a preset path. It's so f***ing stupid. Going level to level feels like I'm playing Candylands, but then I remember I'm not because I'm not having fun. This is just pathetic, man. Like, hub worlds are back, but in such a stupid and restrictive way. Progress is progress, but
there is still piss everywhere!
So LEGO The Hobbit, it's okay. It is absolutely an improvement over LEGO Marvel and LEGO Movie, although in smaller ways. It feels like this game was nearly complete when LEGO Marvel came out, so they made some last minute tweaks to make it slightly better than those games, but it still isn't great. The hub world is lame, the levels are still pretty boring. Finally, having a character party is nice. Being able to jump again is pretty superfluous as most of the levels were designed without jumping in mind, so lottie f***ing da. Overall, this isn't terrible. It's absolutely better than LEGO Movie and Marvel, and hey, even Friends. It's not great, but I'd rather play it than Friends.
Well, that was okay. Definitely a step up, but I wonder what's next.
Ninjago Ninjoids. Oh, yeah. This was one of the LEGO games on 3DS that turned my head. I saw this game in the Ninjago Visual Dictionary from 2014 and always wanted it, and this was one of the LEGO games on 3DS that didn't have a mobile version. It always confused me that they didn't make many Ninjago games in the style of traditional LEGO games. All I had to survive off of was the Flash games and LEGO Battles Ninjago, which never gave me the video game experience I wanted for Ninjago. But Ninjoids could have given me that. if a game called Shadow of Ronin didn't come out a year later and had a mobile port. We'll get to Shadow of Ronin, but I was able to play that since it was on mobile devices, so I stopped caring about this one. But 9 years later, let's see if I can finally care again. So first impressions are already weaker than The Hobbit. The title screen just has the game's logo, and the music sounds like a Sims 3 cover of The Weekend Whip. Like, check this out. This is the Sims 3 title screen. That's the Ninjoid's title screen theme on the Sims 3 title screen.
These game developers must have been a big fan of The Sims.
Well, onto loading a level and we're regressing. There are still challenges, but now they're stuck on the top of the screen again, and we still can't see what we have to do in waiting for the level to load. So the game itself is an adaptation of the first 5 episodes of Season 3, and we get a recap of how the season begins. And this thing is weird. The voice acting isn't done by the show's cast, which is just weird. They sound okay, but come on. This is a show owned by Lego. You can't tell me they couldn't get the show's voice actors to do a handful of lines. Because some cutscenes are clips from the show, and they just dub over the clips with the new voice actors, which both looks and sounds weird. As for the gameplay itself,
still piss everywhere.
Okay, so Ninjoids is a weird case, as there are various improvements from The Hobbit, but also various regressions. The 2 biggest improvements are free jumping and respawning. Yes, finally. When you die, you just respawn, and it's incredible. It's such a massive improvement, and so is jumping. Since you can finally jump again, levels can be more vertical, and there can also be more combat variety, because besides those 2 things, some of the lame challenges are back, primarily the time challenges, which are dumb. And these level designs are just so damn boring and uninspired. In level 2, this little platforming section is reused twice. Once again, you have more than 1 character in your party, and once again, only 1 character is on screen at a time. But hey, the hub world has improved. Just a bit. So thankfully we now have free range and can go where we please. But this is a pretty small hub world. There's a reason I call it a hub world, not an open world. It's just a small part of Ninjago City to run around in, and it's okay. There's some enemies to fight, you can do some exploration, but overall it's pretty superfluous. It's definitely a huge step up from The Hobbit, but
I'm tired of that damn dog analogy.
But overall, that chalks this game up to it's okay, and I like what it did to improve these games. The improvement is apparent, but like The Hobbit, it feels like a half step. There's just some regression from The Hobbit, which just confuses me. It made substantial improvements from The Hobbit, but also went back on some of The Hobbit's improvements. But overall, with the Ninjago theming alongside respawning, jumping, and hub worlds turning, I'd put this above Hobbit. Still below everything else though.
But the slow improvement with each game is undoubtedly noticeable. And there's 1 LEGO game left in 2014, so maybe this one can finally bring these games back on par with LEGO Lord of the Rings, or at least much closer.
And LEGO Batman 3 is really f***ing close. I've already played through and talked about this game last year when I revisited the entire LEGO Batman trilogy on the DS, and going back to the LEGO Batman 3, well, this is what we like to call a good video game. It reverts back to the level structure last seen in the LEGO Movie game, that being each level being made up of 3 smaller levels. But as I said, that structure isn't a bad concept, it was just mishandled. But here, I'd say they pulled it off pretty well. First off, the camera is much closer to the characters, and it feels very similar to the console version. It's no longer at that damn isometric viewpoint. The gameplay is the best it's been since Laval's Journey. These levels finally fully revolve around puzzles, platforming, and combat. All 3 of these categories feeling great. This feels much more in line with the quality of the earlier LEGO games on 3DS, and it feels exactly how a 3DS port of LEGO Batman 3 should feel. Batman and Robin and all the other characters you play as all have the special suits that give you special abilities.
Do you think that reminds me of something?
The combat isn't as good as I remember. Don't get me wrong, it's still good, but I have no clue why I remember it being better. But still, this game is just so much better. The best game I've played since LEGO Lord of the Rings. The levels are a blast. Even though they're split up into 3 smaller levels, they still feel like an adequate length because you have to stop every now and then to solve a puzzle. And you're not rushed through the game either. There are still challenges, but this time only 5, and 2 of them are always completing the level and stud challenges. So you have 3 unique challenges per level, which is so much more tolerable and enjoyable than 10 per level. And as I said, the challenges are a great concept, but were executed poorly in prior games. But here, they're handled greatly, and hub worlds are back once again. It's still hub worlds, not open worlds, but hey, they're an improvement. You can explore the Batcave and the Justice League Watchtower, and they're cool. There is a lot more to do in them than in Ninjago City, which is nice, and 2 characters are finally on screen at the same time again. I've already gone on for a few minutes about everything that makes this game great to me, so I don't really have much else to say. LEGO Batman 3 is where LEGO games on 3DS finally started to become great again. Solid handheld adaptations of the console games, and because of how this game improved on the prior ones, I'm gonna say it, This is right under Lord of the Rings for me.
And those were the 4 LEGO games released for the 3DS in 2014. What a lineup! However, the quality gap between the first game and the last game is insane. This year was a transitional year for LEGO games on 3DS, and it's great to see that they went from shitty to pretty damn solid in just a single year, and it gives me great hope for the LEGO games on 3DS in 2015. I may need to retract my last statement.
Ninjago Shadow of Ronin. Now this is a game I have a ton of nostalgia for. You see, Ninjoids intrigued me because I could play through the events of Rebooted, but Shadow of Ronin intrigued me because it told a completely original story. 2015 was a crazy year to be a Ninjago fan. That was the first year there were 2 seasons, both of them knocked it out of the park. There was news about a film based on the show releasing in 2016, and this guy came out and oh my God. As a kid, I never really watched Let's Plays as I just preferred playing the game myself, but this was the exception. I watched Let's Plays of this game, I don't even know how many times. I watched the all cutscenes video so many times as well. There were cuts of the pre-rendered cutscenes and cuts that had both the pre-rendered cutscenes and the in-game cutscenes, and I watched both cuts relentlessly. And I eventually got the game for myself, the mobile version. And I loved it. Flash forward to 2021 when I first got my 2DS and I was looking at what other games I should get for it on eBay, and for one of them I decided, why not? Let's get Shadow of Ronin. And I haven't played this version, but I still played the mobile version and I have a lot to say. Shadow of Ronin is a non-canon spin-off of the show. It takes place after the events of Season 4 and introduces a character who would play a crucial role in Season 5 releasing that summer, Ronin. And by fuck do I love Ronin. Ronin was the coolest fucking thing to 9-year-old me. He had a mechanical eye patch and samurai armor and a really cool outfit with an orange arm. Ronin has remained one of my favorite Ninjago characters and is one of the sole reasons I adore this game so much.
I bet I sounded like a fucking idiot gushing over a Ninjago character from a LEGO 3DS game.
The story is perfectly serviceable. Ronin steals the ninja's memories and powers, so the ninja must find the obsidian weapons, which will give them back their powers and memories. That's a very basic synopsis, as there's much more story. Some of it makes sense, like a level where the ninja try to figure out who Ronin is or trying to figure out what they need to do to get their powers back. And because of that, you get to explore so many locations from the show, which makes this game a blast for Ninjago fans. And I think that's the best way to describe this game, a blast for Ninjago fans. It references various events from the show while also telling a new story that, while it isn't canon, could very much fit in the canon. The level structure is no different from LEGO Batman 3. Each larger level is made up of 3 smaller levels, each smaller level having 3 challenges or so. And yeah, these levels are great. They're the perfect length, short enough for portable play, but long enough and deep enough to feel like a traditional LEGO game level. They have plenty of puzzles and platforming, and it's just a damn blast. This is the last portable only title on the 3DS, and man, what a game to go out on. As a Ninjago game, this game is an absolute blast. I can't really see non-Ninjago fans getting much out of this, but this is a great time for fans of the source material, and a huge improvement over Ninjoids. I thought Ninjoids was okay, but it still had that LEGO Marvel Superhero stank. But this, I don't smell any stank. It's like
the dog isn't pissing on the rug anymore.
However, there is one thing that disappoints me about Shadow of Ronin, and that is the hub world. It's back once again, but in the worst form since The Hobbit. In this hub world, you are flying on a dragon over a mini Ninjago. This is super lame. There's still some stuff to do. There's a bunch of little things you can destroy to get some collectibles. I like it as a way to travel from level to level, but I'm just imagining a Laval's Journey type open world that would have been so cool to see. One that combines various areas from the show into one big world littered with collectibles and references. It doesn't ruin the game, but it does ruin its chances of beating out LEGO Lord of the Rings as my favorite LEGO game on 3DS. Still though, I'd place this above LEGO Batman 3. It's mainly my Ninjago bias taking over, but f*** you. I love this game, and it's awesome that Ninjago got an original title that is mostly on par with Laval's Journey finally. Next up, LEGO Jurassic World.
Or as I like to call it, nobody's favorite LEGO game.
Listen man, I like LEGO Jurassic World, but it's just not one of my favorites. However, this is yet another one that I have played through on mobile, and it was alright. But now let's try the 3DS version.
What?
So guess what? My 3DS notices that LEGO Jurassic World is inserted, but it can't read the game card.
So that leaves me with 3 options. I can skip LEGO Jurassic World. I played LEGO Friends, I can't really do that. I can just talk about the mobile version. That's not the 3DS version. Or I can buy a new copy. I don't want to buy LEGO Jurassic World again, so we're gonna go with option 4, Piracy.
This here is my 2DS, and don't tell Nintendo, but I jailbroke it. Listen, I don't pirate and emulate games often because look at this, now look at me. I prefer physical media and the act of playing physical cartridges on physical consoles, but this here is an exception. So I'm gonna do the unthinkable and download LEGO Jurassic World on my 2DS and play it there. This is f***ing disgusting. So, LEGO Jurassic World on 3DS. It's not bad. Much like LEGO Batman 3, this is a pretty damn faithful adaptation of the console game on 3DS. Each level is still split up into 3 sections and there are still 5 challenges. However, this time, the other 3 challenges are collecting fossils and mini kits, which is interesting. I mean, they totally could have made some lame challenges, but hey, I think them just being collectibles is 100% acceptable. And overall, this game is just acceptable. Each film only has 3 larger levels, so only 9 smaller levels per film, which is a bit odd. While this does cut out some fluff from the console game, there are a couple of sections from the console game that didn't make the cut that I think should have. But it's still a perfectly acceptable selection of levels. It's just more the same. I wouldn't say it's better than LEGO Batman 3.
Because it's not.
But it's pretty up there with just being a solid portable conversion of the console game. Although unlike LEGO Batman 3, which still improved on its predecessors, LEGO Jurassic World doesn't really do any of that. The levels are all completely fine, as they were in LEGO Batman 3 and Shadow of Ronin. There's a hub world here, and once again, it's a hub world. Although it's an interesting one. The hub world is the visitor center of Jurassic World, with doors leading to each film. But each film has a mini open world, and by many, I mean many. These really just exist to add a bit when going level to level. You have a puzzle or two in this area that brings back some of the energy that open world LEGO games have, but it's not enough. I think these are fine and completely serviceable and do what they're here to do well, but man, a lot of my memories with LEGO Jurassic World is from exploring the islands. They were so fun to run around and explore freely, so for it to just be limited here, it's just pretty boring. And that's LEGO Jurassic World, a pretty unremarkable title. It's perfectly fine, but just kind of forgettable, which I think largely comes from it being LEGO Jurassic World. Don't get me wrong, I still think this is a solid game, but honestly, it's going pretty far down on my ranking. It's definitely better than Ninjoin, since from there downward is that terrifying window of games from late 2013, early 2014, but I'd say I prefer Harry Potter to this, mainly just because Harry Potter is a more exciting franchise to make a LEGO game about.
And those are the LEGO games released for the 3DS in 2015. Damn. These are perfectly fine games, but compared to LEGO Batman 3, they just weren't as huge of a step up. I'd say they're pretty on par with LEGO Batman 3, and it's good to see that these games are sticking more towards LEGO Batman 3 than LEGO Marvel Superheroes, but considering how much of a jump LEGO Batman 3 forward was, these were a bit underwhelming. I'm just still waiting for that moment where we get a LEGO game on 3DS on par or even better than LEGO Lord of the Rings again. Are we ever gonna get that? Yeah.
LEGO Avengers. This right here was one of the LEGO games of this era I wanted to play the portable versions of the most. I had seen some video of this version and it looked like everything I had dreamed of LEGO Marvel Superheroes being. One issue, it wasn't released on mobile, so for years this sat in the back of my mind as this game I wanted to play when I eventually got a 3DS. And when I got my 2DS in 2021, this was the other game I got alongside Shadow of Ronin, and holy shit.
This right here is one of my favorite games for the 3DS. I'm a f***ing joke.
So, the story mode. It's perfectly serviceable. It's what you'd expect at this point. It's a damn good conversion of the console story mode on a 3DS. However, they've done away with the 3-part levels. There are 15 levels, and instead of being made up of 3 smaller levels, they made us have 3 different sections, much more akin to the traditional LEGO games. But the story mode isn't really what I care about. What I care about is the open world. Yes, that's right. LEGO Avengers has an open world. And I don't mean a hub world, oh no. I mean a full-on open world. The open world from the console version. Man-f***ing Hatton. When I first saw this, I was blown away. After years of dreaming exploring Manhattan on my DS, that was finally realized in a way, and LEGO Avengers stuck the landing shockingly well. This is Manhattan, as it's seen in LEGO Marvel Avengers, and exploring it is a blast. The thing that blew me away the most wasn't the fact that you had the whole Manhattan map, but there was a ton of stuff to do in it. Races, collectibles, side missions. There's a whole storyline told through side missions here, and it's incredible. And not only can you explore Manhattan during the day, but at night as well, which isn't even possible in the console games. You can drive and steal cars, fly around, jump around as the Hulk, whatever. This alone solidifies LEGO Avengers as the best game we've looked at so far. This is quite literally a dream come true. It's one thing to be able to explore Middle-earth on the DS, but Manhattan is something else. Being able to fly across it quickly, do what I always dreamed of doing as a kid, it's a magical feeling seeing it fully realized. The character roster is excellent. It's much smaller than the console version with only 117 characters, but pretty much any character you'd want is here.
And if they aren't, stop being greedy.
LEGO Avengers on 3DS is incredible. This finally truly does feel like a LEGO game made for a much more powerful DS. Something that wouldn't even be remotely possible on the DS. Running here better than it has any right doing so. It may have a pretty bad draw distance, but who the hell cares? When I finally sat down and played through the story, I fell in love with this game and I couldn't resist achieving 100%. It's a short game, it only took me around 24 hours to 100% it, but I had an absolute blast doing so. Owning it was like a dream come true in more ways than one, and playing through this and LEGO Marvel Super Heroes receiving a Switch port in 2021 has made it so much easier to accept the DS version of LEGO Marvel Super Heroes. Even if I did act a bit bluntly back then.
This is simply put the best LEGO game on 3DS so far, and considering the fact that there's only one game left, I think it's safe to say that this is the best one, period. And what a damn poetic one to be that. The spiritual successor to the worst LEGO game on 3DS is the best? That's beautiful! And while LEGO games are usually far from my favorite games on any console, this one and what it is so damn special to me. This is a true LEGO Marvel experience on a handheld system. This is what I dreamed of LEGO Marvel Super Heroes on DS being back in 2014. And so to actually have this in a form on a DS system, it's so damn magical. And the 3DS has a great library. I mean, you have stuff like Ocarina of Time 3D, but at the end of the day, I'm just gonna play Ocarina of Time on the Nintendo 64, not on the 3DS. I'd rather play LEGO Avengers on the 3DS. Which, you know what that means. LEGO Avengers is better than Ocarina of Time. Open up that insane asylum for me.
Well, it's been a long f***ing hour full of ups and downs and LEGO Jurassic World. But we finally made it to the final title, LEGO Star Wars The Force Awakens on 3DS.
It's good. Alright, let's wrap it up everyone. Let's go home. I'm done here. I'm done.
Okay, let's be fair here. The final LEGO game on 3DS is a Star Wars game, much like, I don't know, the first LEGO game on 3DS. And with this being LEGO Force Awakens, you'd instantly assume that this is vomit-inducing.
Okay, I went an hour without vomiting. You gotta admit, that's impressive.
So The Force Awakens itself, I'm not a huge fan of. I know a lot of people say it was a solid jumping off point for the sequel trilogy. It may be incredibly derivative of A New Hope, but it's much better than The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah, I hate good storytelling too.
The Force Awakens being so damn derivative of A New Hope kills almost all of my respect for it. The 6 films prior and 2 films after The Force Awakens all stand apart from each other. They may have similar plot beats, but the overarching story of each film is different, whereas The Force Awakens is just...
Oh, do you remember the Death Star?
I don't need to go on about what I like and don't like about The Force Awakens. It's just my least favorite of the sequels and my least favorite episode of the whole saga. But it had some damn good action scenes that would be great to be adapted into a LEGO game, but they did it too soon. LEGO Star Wars The Force Awakens is a drawn-out retelling of the 2-hour film as a 9-hour game. What does that lead to? A level where you try to unlock a fucking door in the Resistance base that you have to replay 3 times because it keeps crashing. LEGO Force Awakens is a pretty bad game, at least the flagship version, because the 3DS version is beautiful. This is yet another one of these games I played on mobile, and I really like this one. The story is back to the LEGO Marvel style levels with larger levels made up of 3 smaller levels, but these levels' quality is much more on par with LEGO Batman 3. They're just solid mini levels that last a good amount of time, not too short or too long. Hell, one of the later levels challenges is to beat it in 7 minutes. Keep in mind, back in LEGO Marvel, the challenge was to beat the level in 90 seconds, so I'd say that's an improvement. I'd say the story mode here isn't that bad. It's shorter than the console version, and honestly, I find it to be a length I have no issue with. Some parts from the console game, like the Resistance base level, have been recontextualized into an in-between level mission, which it works much better as. As for the gameplay itself, it's just as good as you want it to be. Lightsaber play is back, of course, and it feels much better, not as weightless as it did in LEGO Star Wars 3.
Who knew 5 years of improvements could do that?
However, my favorite part of the mobile version was the hub worlds. Yet, like the console version, instead of one large open world, you have 4 small hub worlds, but I still think these are perfect for what they are. They adapt the console version's worlds pretty damn well. The camera is once again right behind your character, just like LEGO Lord of the Rings, and having the map on the bottom screen just works so damn well. The hub worlds in the console versions are pretty criticized criticized for being too large and empty, but I find the hub worlds here to be the perfect size. They're large enough to feel like significant areas, but there are collectibles everywhere. Side quests, carbonite bricks, whatever. And they even finally brought back character creators. I didn't mention them for any other prior game because who cares? But they disappeared with LEGO Marvel but finally reappeared here, which, hey, that's good to see. I've 100%ed this version multiple times, and I've enjoyed it every single time. Because of that, this isn't a game I really see the need to revisit, but I still really like it, and I think it's much better than the console version. As for the ranking, I'd say it's below Lord of the Rings, but above Shadow of Ronin. Next up, oh.
That's right, I'm done! And I'm depressed. Those were the 17 LEGO games released on the 3DS, and man, what a journey. These games were released across the span of 5 years, and I think it's really cool looking back at them and seeing how they evolved as the years went on. Slowly becoming more than the DS versions could be before plummeting down to the stuff on par with the Game Boy Advance LEGO Star Wars games, then seeing them rise back up and become so much more than the DS could even dream of doing. Not all these games were good, but I think it makes them more interesting. The fact that they tried to make them more suited for mobile play, then slowly turning back around, seeing that blunder is the kind of stuff I find interesting with games. For games to evolve, developers must try new things, and we saw a ton of that here. They try to make the games open world, they try to make them more suited for mobile play, they try to make the LEGO Movie game good. Some things worked out, the LEGO Movie game is f***ing atrocious. And that's okay, because at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. These are ports of the console games made for the 3DS and other handheld systems. The purpose they serve is to be on store shelves for kids who want to play these games portably, or it's the only way they can play it. And it'd be preferable if the games were good, but I had to stomach LEGO Marvel Superheroes being bad, and I turned out fine. And now these days with the Nintendo Switch, handheld LEGO games are pretty much extinct. I mean, there's one version of LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2, there's one version of LEGO DC Supervillains, there's one version of LEGO The Incredibles. And while I think it would have been cool to see what portable versions of these games would have looked like, I think ultimately it's a good thing that the portable versions of these games are just the console versions of these games, because if kids these days had to grow up with LEGO The Incredibles on 3DS... That thought is the scariest thing I've seen all day. And this human skull has been on my lap the whole time, alright? That's saying something! Those are the Zelda games for the Nintendo 64. They're some of my favorite games, some of the best of all time, and kinda sorta got butchered when ported to the 3DS. So I'm gonna whine about these now.
Oh, God. Oh, I should have waited longer to start these.
So, good news. I spoke to my doctor and he said I came down from my Zelda height that I reached back in June. So let's get back up there with 2 more games.
What system is this? The DS2 was released in 2011, and I think it did really well.
I think that's what I said the last 10 times I talked about this system this hour.
I just can't get enough of talking about this little guy. I mean, a DS with a 3D display? Who wouldn't want that? Oh, well the 3DS had a pretty solid library. Sure, there may have been a Metroid Prime Federation Force here, a Mario Party the Top 100 there, maybe some chibi Robo Ziplash as well, but hey, it's okay, because we got remasters of some of the greatest games of all time on this system.
And they f***ing stink.
Okay, so let's be fair here. I may shit on these guys every other day, but the moment you check my playtime on them...
I was kidding. The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask 3D. These are remasters of the 2 Zelda games from the Nintendo 64, and coincidentally my most played games on this system. These were how I played these games for the first time, and then after playing the Nintendo 64 versions... But why do I disregard these versions? Well, let's see it by taking a deeper look at both of them. Now, you would think I'd start with Ocarina of Time, since that was the first game released and first game chronologically, but I'm actually going to be contrarian today and look at the games in alphabetical order, but in reverse alphabetical order. So the first game we're going to be taking a look at, it's still Ocarina of Time.
In 1998, Ocarina of Time was released for the Nintendo 64 and was a revolutionary title. Bringing Zelda into the 3rd dimension, it did to 3D adventure games what Super Mario 64 did to 3D platformers. And 25 years later, it still remains as one of the most beloved games of all time. One issue: it's on the Nintendo 64. This was the rough era of 3D games. They could play well, but asking them to look good too?
That's a bit much, no need to get greedy. Anyways, 12 years later at E3 2010, Nintendo unveiled the 3DS, the successor to the uber popular DS, and after their press conference, Shigeru Miyamoto and Eiji Aonuma were at a special roundtable event where a demo of an Ocarina of Time remaster for the 3DS was shown. Miyamoto stated that when they started to work on the 3DS, he imagined how the 3D effect could truly bring you into the world of Ocarina of Time, make it truly feel like you were roaming the fields of Hyrule. At this point, it was still just a demo. However, a couple of months later, it was officially announced to be a full remaster in active development, being co-developed by Grezzo. And Grezzo absolutely knocked it out of the park, and Nintendo agreed as they went on to remaster Majora's Mask for the 3DS, and they also did the Link's Awakening remake and Miitopia for Switch.
Oh, and they did Triforce Heroes. Nobody's perfect.
The developers really did understand and respect Ocarina of Time's legacy. They left in various bugs that were alternate ways to solve puzzles because they wanted fans to play the way that they remembered. Game-breaking bugs were of course fixed, but the little things that were minor exploits, they kept them in because at the end of the day, this is meant to be the definitive form of Ocarina of Time, and to do that, they also included a reworked Master Quest from the GameCube release of Ocarina of Time. The game was released in June of 2011, and definitely one of the 3DS's first big titles. Sure, everyone was head over heels for LEGO Star Wars 3, but to have Ocarina of Time in June?
Oh my god! I can play a good game now?
The 3DS had a rough start with its games, just nothing all that great, but Ocarina of Time 3D was definitely a big one, bringing one of the most beloved games of all time back in its definitive form portably. This was a first for Nintendo.
And by first I mean second. Mario 64 DS is better than the original. I'm sorry.
This was one of the first games I got for my 2DS when I first got it. I sold a few games on eBay to get this 2DS and a copy of Majora's Mask. However, I went to vintage stock with my sister, and they had a copy of Ocarina of Time, and she offered to get it for me. This was my only game for the system until Majora's Mask arrived, and I played it to death until I got Majora's Mask, but I also went back to it and beat it after I beat Majora's Mask. But now, let's jump into the game itself. But first, this cover. I have never been a fan of how it looked. Don't get me wrong, it looks nice. It's gold as f with Link on Epona and a little art of the instruments. At least the spine looks really nice. And man, it's crazy that a better version of Ocarina of Time is on a cart that is so small compared to the Nintendo 64 version. And starting up the game, I'm home.
It's a home I moved into when I was 15, but it's still a home regardless.
Immediately, the graphical enhancement is noticeable, which was of course the biggest focus. The biggest change was Link's character model, which is so much better. It was okay in the Nintendo 64 original, but here, it truly matches the vision the developers had for these characters. The hair, the hat, Link just looks less chunky. And same with adult Link. His improvement isn't as noticeable as young Link's, but I really like it because I feel like it captures his age better. While he's called adult Link, he is still clearly very young, which really works well in the story's favor. Other characters were not touched up as much, but they still look much better. Item models were also vastly improved, especially with the Master Sword. It actually looks like the Master Sword now. Textures seem to be at the same quality as in the Nintendo 64 originals. They look fine from a distance, but pretty pixelated up close. But hey, Link's model is debatably the most important improvement, as well, you f***ing play as him. However, another huge improvement are some of the environments. The Nintendo 64 was not the strongest console.
What the hell do you mean? I have the expansion pack installed.
Not every interior could be fully modeled, so instead they did something very creative that was done in plenty of old films. You ever watch the original Star Wars trilogy and wonder, wow, how did they get those giant shots of the Death Star hangar? Well, here's the funny part. They didn't. They had the actors moving, but imposed a painting underneath to give the illusion of being a giant hangar. And that's kind of what they did in Ocarina of Time. Castletown, the inside of Link's house, and most building interiors were just images to give the illusion that it's an actual modeled out place. And it looks fine on the Nintendo 64, but you play it on any following system and it's an ugly mess. But for 3D, they fully modeled out all of these places, and man does it look better. Hyrule Castle feels so much more colorful and full of life, which makes the future destroyed Castletown that much more bleak and depressing. Now, with bringing the game to a dual screen handheld, that of course invites a lot of opportunities for more changes for the best.
And they kind of f*** it up somehow.
So when in the overworld, the bottom screen shows a map. Not the in-game map, no, the Art of the World map. And there's a rectangle around the area you're in. What the hell? The blue mini-map is still in the left corner of the top screen. Why? This could have been such an easy improvement, but they
it up. Why? Well, some of the other changes are better. All the HUD elements are on the bottom screen, which frees up a ton of space, which is nice. You can see your hearts, magic meter, rupees, and items all down here, which is very nice. And you'd think with a touchscreen, item management would be a dream. It's not. So you can adjust their order to your liking, which is nice, but you can't do that with the stylus. You have to double tap it or select it with a button. Why? Doing this with a stylus or your fingers feels clunky. But overall, this menu is a lot easier to pull up. The items, map, and gear menus all have separate buttons, which makes it much faster to swap your items, change your tunic, check the map, or whatever else you need. The X and Y buttons can have items mapped to them, but the Nintendo 64 had 3 C buttons that items could be mapped to, so you're losing one?
By me asking that, you know the answer.
There's a slot in each corner. The right 2 can have items mapped to them. The top left changes the view, and the bottom left is the Ocarina, which is nice to have it permanently mapped there since it's such a useful item. And when playing the Ocarina, you can pull up a screen where you can check how to play the songs you've learned, which is so damn useful. The top 2 squares can have items mapped to them, as I said, and these are great for the fairy powers and also the boots. One of Ocarina of Time 3D's biggest improvements was making the boots mappable to these item slots. You see, in the Nintendo 64 original, if you wanted to wear the iron boots, you'd have to go to the menu, equip the boots, then leave the menu each time you wanted to take them on or off. I never really minded this, but a lot of people hated this, and overall, the boots just deserve to be an item, and they work perfectly to just have in these slots. You can just easily reach over and tap them to equip them. Those were the big changes, but here are a bunch of other smaller ones. Gyro aim, this is a great one. It makes bow play so much smoother and satisfying. It's so damn clunky in the N64 version, so it's nice how good it feels here. There are these Sheikah stones that can show you how to complete certain objectives in the overworld, which is a really nice option for those who get stuck. You can replay any boss fight by going to sleep in Link's bed, and you can also do a boss rush. The water temple now has icons to show how high the water level will be raised when you can play Zelda's Lullaby. In the original, you could get an item called the Stone of Agony that would make the controller rumble if you had a rumble pack inserted when near secrets. That's been replaced with the Shard of Agony that blinks and beeps when you're nearby secrets. The file select screen no longer shows your death count. The Deku sticks used to be incredibly powerful, but it's no longer.
They won't let you have any fun around here.
And also, blood. In the bottom of the well mini dungeon, there used to be blood on the floor. Not anymore.
Boring!
And when Ganondorf coughs up blood, it's green.
What?
And speaking of Ganon, probably my least favorite change occurs in the final battle. In the Nintendo 64 version, Ganon is a dark silhouette against the sky. His eyes pierce through the darkness, and he is so intimidating, which feels so perfect for this battle, since this is the battle that decides the fate of Hyrule. Here, Ganon is much more visible.
And we all respect that, but come on. What the f***?
Yeah, man, I don't know. It's just kind of lame. But that's pretty much it for the base game, but as I said, the Master Quest version is included, and that has its own special change. For the most part, it's the Master Quest with the same graphical and quality of life enhancements. But to spice it up, the whole game is mirrored, which is awesome. This was such a great way to mix up the game and makes the Master Quest feel like more than just Ocarina of Time with remixed dungeons. And hell, just having this included here is so damn nice.
And that's Ocarina of Time 3D. It's pretty good.
This is a great remaster of Ocarina of Time. The graphical enhancement is excellent. Sure, overbiting Ganon is a little lame, but the rest of the game looks so much better. All the little quality of life enhancements makes it a smoother, more enjoyable experience these days, but my main issue with this is that it's on the 3DS. While I do think this is better than the N64 original, I still prefer that version because I can play it on Switch on a big old TV. Its flaws I'm willing to put up with to play in a more comfortable manner, and because of that, while this is a better version of Ocarina of Time, I still find it to be bogged down by the fact it's stuck on 3DS.
So yeah, I quite like this version, and if they were to bring to Switch an enhanced Ocarina of Time HD port, I'd be fine with that. But that would also mean they'd probably bring over Majora's Mask 3D, and that's not f***ing happening.
After Ocarina of Time received an enhanced remaster, it seemed only natural that Majora's Mask would follow. Makes sense, most divorces come after weddings. This led to Operation Moonfall, a fan-led campaign to get Nintendo to give Majora's Mask the same treatment. Nintendo's response?
Yeah, we'll consider it. And by that I mean f***ing it up.
Now in reality, they started work on Majora's Mask 3D not long after Ocarina of Time 3D released. They just kept it hidden because that's the Nintendo way. Don't worry guys, it's coming. During the game's development, series director Eiji Aonuma replayed the original and took notes of the things that stuck out to him and wanted changed, things he believed could have been alienating to players, which led to this being one of the most polarizing remasters of all time.
Majora's Mask 3D made a ton of changes to the original, which inherently isn't a bad thing, but there's always the issue of there being oversaturation with the changes, to which it makes this version inferior to the original. But
Hopefully that doesn't happen here.
It happened. This here was the game I specifically wanted a 2DS for. I sold a few games on eBay and turned it around and bought a 2DS and this bad boy. And I loved it. Majora's Mask 3D was an absolute blast, and I achieved 100% a month or so later. But then, something horrifying happened.
Wow, that was so good. I should play the Nintendo 64 versions.
So let's start off positively. This box art, I adore this cover so much. There's something undeniably elegant about the original, but man, this is an incredible alternate cover. A big part of Majora's Mask is all of the wacky characters you get to know, and so having them represented on the box is incredible, and overall, this is just an excellent piece of art. I mean, this was straight up my phone wallpaper for a while there. Well, let's dive on into the game and into the changes. Most changes from Ocarina of Time 3D remains. The enhanced graphics and character models. Link has of course been vastly improved, while the rest of the characters still do look better than they did in the original. The touchscreen layout is almost the same, but improved in ways, the biggest being the map. Finally, the map on the bottom screen is just the in-game map, which is a godsend. The layout with the items and the ocarina and whatnot is the same. The gear menu button has been moved, and now the mask menu is in its place, which is also convenient. I mean, I think the mask menu would have worked anywhere, but you will be using this menu more than the gear menu, so it's a good placement.
Ready for me to get whiny?
So one of Majora's Mask's big gimmicks is the use of masks, especially the transformation masks. The Deku, Goron, and Zora mask allow you to transform into each of those races and use their abilities to solve puzzles and whatnot. However, each of these masks have been gimped in some way. The Deku mask's most useful ability is the ability to hop on water. This is integral for navigating through Woodfall Swamp, and one of the coolest things you could do when water hopping was spin right before you hit the water to hop extra fast. It made traversal easier and more fun, and just felt good since your momentum would carry into your jumps. But here, your momentum immediately stops once you hit the water, making it so much more difficult to reach each lily pad. And on top of that, there's now build up to running as a Deku, so you have to start from farther back. This just makes Deku Link feel so slow and clunky, a slog to use, which sucks because he's so damn fun to use in the Nintendo 64 version. Grunt Link pretty much remains the same, with the only change being that you just need to press A to go into ball form. Holding A still works, so I don't mind this change. I still just hold A because it's damn muscle memory at this point. As for the Zora mask, swimming fast now requires the use of magic.
Why?
This is one of the stupidest f***ing changes. The whole point of the Zora mask is allowing you to swim quickly throughout the Great Bay. Normally swimming is slow and boring, and the Zora mask refused to be that. It's an absolute blast just ripping through the bay, swimming fast, and you can't do that here. And hell, swimming quickly is required at some points. Some platforms you have to dolphin dive onto, or there are some walls where you have to bash into. You can't do that without magic. But wait, you can still do a swimming dash move with no magic. Just press R and you can still break through walls and dolphin dive.
Then why do you need magic to swim faster?
Remember how I said Eiji Aonuma replayed Majora's Mask and took notes of things he thought would be alienating to players? Well, you're not allowed to have fun. Link's forms are still fine here, but man, play the Nintendo 64 version and it's impossible to go back, especially after the boss fights. Majora's Mask had 4 dungeons with bosses that still remain as some of my favorites within the series. There are such different, unique fights from the rest of the series, and they just had to f them up here. Odolwa, in the Nintendo 64 version, there wasn't one single way to defeat him, which led to a fight where you just throw everything you had at him. It's such a fun fight, just using what you can. Here, guess what? Throughout the Zelda series, a very common weak point for enemies has been the eyes, and so each boss has an eyeball weak point added. And Odolwa's is on the back of his head, so you must burrow down into a Deku flower, pop out, drop a seed on his head, and then attack it. It makes this fight stupid easy and just boring. It's just the same thing over and over again. Goat is my all-time favorite Zelda boss. He runs in circles, and as a Goron, you must chase after him, bashing into him at any chance you get. Here, you still chase and bash into him, but now every now and then he'll fall, and guess what? An eyeball pops out. Georg starts the same, but now has a second underwater phase. And guess what?
It sucks.
No, it f***ing sucks.
That was close enough.
He inhales, and there's all these mines, so you have to get him to swallow the mines so they can explode on him and an eyeball can pop out. But by f***, this mechanic is so f***ing finicky. In Twin Mode, this fight originally used the Giant's Mask, a mask that made you huge. It was an easy fight, but a damn fun one. But here, guess what they did? They f***ed it up. So you have to defeat one of the snakes to get the Giant's Mask, and it's pretty fun. You're tiny compared to these giant snakes, so it's a really cool feeling fighting them. Then you get the Giant's Mask, and like the other transformation masks, This one is ruined too. Now you transform into Giant Link with no sword or no nothing, and you're slow as
The transformation mask makes me slower now. I get it.
During the second phase of this fight, you must knock the other snake to the ground and perform this move on him about 4 times. There are these boulders that you can throw at him that will send him to the ground. Only 2. So after you use them, you have to punch him until he falls to the ground. It takes 10 punches to do so, which doesn't sound that bad. But guess what? There is this glitch. When he burrows back underground, that counter resets, meaning you must get in 10 punches before he burrows back underground, which is so fucking difficult. Guess why? A, because you're slow. B, because when he hits you, you fall back and you have to get up. C, he moves faster than you. D, these boss fights were not play tested. Or E, all the above. Take a wild fucking guess.
I just don't get how they with the boss fights this bad. Majora's Mask boss fights were already perfect. They were unique from the rest of the series and a ton of fun. I don't get how they made these changes to the boss fights and thought this is better. And the fact that playtesters played this and were like, oh hell yeah, this is good.
Those are the biggest changes, but there are still a couple of smaller lame changes. Each dungeon had 15 stray fairies that when collected could be brought to that region's great fairy who would reward you. Some of the fairy placements have been altered. Why? Saving is now done at owl statues, which was present in the original, but it's different here. In the original, the saves at the owl statues were quick saves, meaning you can only load it once. To save, you had to reset the 3-day cycle. Now you can just permanently save at any time, which is convenient, I won't deny. But you can no longer save when you reset time, which is stupid. I think that was pretty genius. Each cycle would last from 1 to 3 hours, which works perfectly as an average play session. Then once you're done, resetting time and logging everything you've done in that cycle is satisfying. Then start a new cycle the next time you play. It works great, and while I think it's a great quality of life improvement to be able to save whenever, I still think it's dumb you can no longer save when you reset time. And speaking of time, it moves faster than the 3DS version. Yeah, the game wasn't hard enough. Shiro was a soldier who could be found with the Lens of Truth in Akani Canyon, and giving him a red potion would net you the Stone Mask, a mask that makes you invisible to everyone but you. Now, Shiro's been moved to the Pirate's Fortress, a more convenient place for him, yes, but you need magic to see him, which you probably used up to reach the fort in the first place. And Captain Kida, he's a giant skeleton that you must chase and defeat to obtain a required mask. He walks through this loop and you have to catch him before he finishes it, and fireballs will occasionally pop up and you have to defeat some stall children to move on. It's a challenging but fair encounter that feels good to complete. And in the 3DS version, Captain Kida just hobbles. He's so damn slow and just too damn easy to the point where it's just not even fun.
Why does this game make everything slower?
Now there are a handful of good changes. There's a new side quest that gives you a 7 bottle, which is useful enough. The Song of Double Time now lets you pick a specific hour to advance to. You can use the X button.
Yeah, the improvements are sparse, while the downgrades are plentiful. Why do you think I don't like this version?
Majora's Mask is not by any means a perfect game, but this remaster failed to improve it. So here are a couple things that could have been done to help improve the game further. Let the mask be mapped to the D-pad. It's not used for anything besides Navi. It would have been perfect to have the mask there, at least the transformation masks. The climb to Stone Tower Temple requires the constant playing of the Elegy of Emptiness to create statues to hold switches down, kinda like having to constantly switch to the Iron Boots in the Water Temple. They could have just had you press a button to make a clone, or just immediately have one pop up once you finish playing the song. This is just such a baffling remake. The development team stated that they found the original too difficult, so they wanted to make changes to make it more accessible, but in my opinion, they changed the wrong things and in turn made some things more difficult. With Ocarina of Time 3D, the developers wanted to stay as faithful as possible to the original to the point where they kept in some bugs, whereas here they changed something as small as stray fairy placements and as huge as boss fights. Ocarina of Time 3D wanted its original players to re-experience Ocarina of Time the way they remembered, whereas Majora's Mask 3D is unrecognizable in ways. As I said, this was how I first played Majora's Mask, and I loved it because the core of Majora's Mask is still there. The characters, the world of Termina, the story, it's all still as perfect as ever. The dungeons are still excellent and the bosses were fine, albeit a little annoying, but I still really liked this version until I played the Nintendo 64 version. It looked and ran worse, yes, but it was also more fun. Ocarina of Time 3D, you play it and you can undoubtedly say it's an improvement over the original, but Majora's Mask, it's just worse. And it makes the fact that it's trapped on the 3DS so much better.
Ocarina of Time 3D and Majora's Mask 3D are such fascinating remasters to me. On surface level, they seem like the definitive versions of these games, but diving in, they really start to lose a lot of their luster. I mean, Ocarina of Time 3D, I get why someone would prefer this to the Nintendo 64 version, but Majora's Mask 3D?
Just say you're clinically insane! And as to say with Ocarina of Time, I'd rather just endure the Nintendo 64 crappiness just so I can play them on a Switch on a big screen TV instead of cramped on a little DS, which really just leave these remasters as forgotten versions of the— oh shit, they play in 3D, that's right. Okay, now I see how these are better. It's once again that time of the year. Christmas is right around the corner, and the year is coming to a close, and man, what an easy year it's been. No inter-universal travel, no lightsaber duels, just 24 glorious fits of whining. Hopefully next year's gonna be no different. Well, to celebrate the holidays, I invited over some friends to help me talk about this bad boy. This here is a Nintendo Switch, Nintendo's 7th home console, currently their only console on the market, and their best-selling home console of all time. That seems weird at first. I mean, it seems like everybody had a Wii. Uncles around the world saw Wii Sports Bowling and thought, oh my gosh, virtual bowling, where's my credit card? But as you dive into the system, it really becomes more apparent how over 130 million of these guys have been sold. Cause idiots like me have bought 3. I jumped on the Switch wagon pretty late back in 2021, but shut the hell up cause I probably own more Switches than you anyways. So this year, let's spend a day talking about this boy. A Switchmas, if you will. And if you won't, well, I will. Anyways, I should probably just wait for my guests.
Did some idiot say guests?
Dick, it's been so long. Dude, where have you been?
Dealing with the White Castle we had last year.
Oh, that's fair. It didn't sit well with me either.
Oh no, they digested just fine. I just had to burn down a couple of them so no one had to eat that trash.
Oh, well, we all have hobbies.
Anyways, I brought my cousin if that's cool.
Oh yeah, that's cool. You know what they say, the more
the merrier.
I was gonna say the more, the closer we are to reaching maximum occupancy, but that works too. Oh, you! Dick, is that your cousin?
Oh, Dick. That's the Dick that got me in trouble at the TSA.
I didn't mean to. Here's a Joy-Con grip.
What am I supposed to do with this?
Forgive me.
Alright then, so what are we doing here?
Talking about the Nintendo Switch.
Oh no.
What's wrong with that?
When this guy gets talking, he really gets talking.
And what's wrong with that?
It can just get boring with others in the room.
Yeah, it doesn't really sound that fun.
Okay, never mind. We're not doing this. I need you guys out of here. I can do this on my own.
Good. I don't want to spend the day with the guy that got me in trouble at the TSA and tried to apologize to me with a Joy Toy grabber.
Coming to you live with some breaking news, we have just found out that for the past 2 weeks, our forecasters have been drunk.
Whoa, that's impressive.
Because of this, we're finding out just 2 minutes ago that a huge blizzard has hit, with snow piling as high as 6 feet. Let's just say, if you're in a basement, you're f***ed.
You gotta be kidding me. For how long?
Some may be wondering how long this will last. According to our non-drunk forecasters, the snow should melt in about 12 days, low enough for basement dwellers to return outside again.
12 days?
Oh my gosh, that's perfect!
What do you mean? We're stuck down here for 12 days? How is that perfect?
Because I was planning on talking about 12 different aspects of the Switch. Do you know what that means?
We'll play Switch games for 12 days?
No, we're going to have 12 days of Switchmas! So, we're stuck here for 12 days, which is perfect! Let's go over everything Nintendo Switch. And by everything, I mean everything I talk about.
Well, if you're such a Switch guy, then surely you could just talk about all 12,500 games on it.
Does that include Yoshi's Crafted World?
12,501.
Okay, let's be fair. He's one guy.
Thank you.
So he should be able to handle at least 5,000.
Knock off 4,950 and you'd be much closer. Now there's no better place to start with the Switch than with the console's build up to release.
We're supposed to go see our family tomorrow.
And I think it's best to head all the way back.
Haven't seen him in years, so this year was supposed to be special.
And look at Nintendo's whole home console lineage.
But nope, we gotta be stuck here with everybody want to Switch.
And it all started 40 years ago.
Nintendo entered the home console space in 1983 with the Famicom, renamed the Nintendo Entertainment System when it made its way to the States in 1985, and it was a huge success. Releasing right after the video game market crashed in 1983, the Nintendo Entertainment System helped bring the video game industry back to what it was prior to the crash. And since it was such a success, they made various follow-up systems, the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, Nintendo 64, and GameCube. These systems became more and more powerful, with so many beloved incredible games coming out on them, but there was an issue. The sales of each console was going down as time went on, with the GameCube selling only 21 million units. This was due to the growing competition within the industry. Sega released the Genesis to combat the NES and SNES, but they floundered after the Genesis, making them irrelevant once the Nintendo 64 entered the picture. But there was another competitor, Sony, with the PlayStation, which sold over 100 million units. And its follow-up system, the PlayStation 2, sold over 150 million units. Not to mention Microsoft also entered the ring with the Xbox in 2001, which didn't do as well as the PlayStation 2, but still outsold the GameCube. During this era, Nintendo learned that if they wanted to survive in this market, they would have to do something the other consoles couldn't even fathom doing.
Hey, where's your uncle at?
The Nintendo Wii release in 2006 became a sensation. Due to its controller's motion control capability, the Wii hit it off with casual consumers with a low price point and incredibly easy to understand games like Wii Sports, Wii Play, Wii Fit, while also satisfying hardcore Nintendo fans with bombastic titles like Super Mario Galaxy, Twilight Princess, and Metroid Prime 3. This led the Wii to sell over 100 million units, but it also backfired in a way. The Wii was simply a fad, a product that everyone needed because everyone had to have a Wii. Many casual consumers got a Wii, played Wii Sports, maybe got another game or two as well, but many consumers also quickly moved on from the Wii, especially since this era also saw the rise of smartphones, which also had games. But since the Wii was such a success, Nintendo tried to keep a hold of that market with their next console, the Wii U. But this completely backfired. The Wii U was a tragic flop due to a gimmick that didn't resonate with consumers, poor advertising of it, and games that just didn't really turn casual consumers' heads. The Wii U had some absolutely phenomenal games, but Nintendo just failed to make it look appealing, which led to it selling only 13 million units, which is pathetic. By 2013, Nintendo could tell the Wii U wasn't going to work out, so they planned to enter the mobile space with some smartphone games based on their properties, along with making a new systems. And internally, of course, Nintendo was worrying that their next console would be a make it or break it deal for them. And
Well, I love it when a multi-billion-dollar company makes even more money.
Welcome to capitalism.
with their next system, Nintendo went back to the mentality they had with the Wii. They needed to have a gimmick that appealed to everyone, one that'd be hard for other companies to replicate, one that combined the success of their handheld systems with their home consoles. Oh, look at that, it's a Nintendo Switch. They wanted to make a console that would allow players to play their games both at home and on the go. Of course, Nintendo has had portable systems in the past, but they have never been up to snuff with their home console counterparts, which hasn't been an issue. But with their next system, Nintendo wanted to bring their rich and deep games you'd usually find on home consoles on the go. Nintendo took a lot of feedback to heart when it came to developing the Switch. Some wanted smaller Wii remotes, boom, choking hazard. Others liked the Wii U gamepad and liked being able to play games right on it, but didn't like it being tethered to the console. So Nintendo combined all of that together, and this is what happened.
Man, only the system's codename was made up of 2 letters.
Oh, do I have news for you.
In March of 2015, while also announcing mobile games based on their franchises would be made, they also announced they were working on a new system, codenamed the NX.
Oh, come on, it should have been called the HF.
Nintendo made Mario, give them a break.
And that was it. They said they would unveil the system in 2016, so see you then. Here's Mario Tennis Ultra Smash to hold you over. In April of 2016, Nintendo announced they were looking at a March 2017 launch for the system, and it only seemed natural that Nintendo would reveal the new system at E3 2016. Yeah, Nintendo didn't show anything about the system at E3. Miyamoto later stated that they didn't reveal it because they didn't want other companies to copy it before they release it. okay? But they did announce that the up-and-coming Zelda game, Breath of the Wild, will be coming to the NX as well as the Wii U. And over the next few months, rumors started to run wild with the system. It was to be a hybrid system with detachable controllers. Games would use cartridges and also be downloadable.
Yeah, that sure does sound like the Switch.
And on October 20th, 2016, Nintendo finally revealed the NX as the Nintendo Switch. It was a hybrid console with detachable controllers that would allow you to play your games both at home on a TV and on the go, right on a tablet-looking device that could be taken right out of a docking station. Many games were shown running on the system, like Breath of the Wild, Skyrim, Mario Kart 8, NBA 2K, a 3D Mario, and Splatoon. Right out of the gate, the Switch seemed so damn promising, with not just big new Nintendo games, but also solid third-party support. I mean, Skyrim, especially on a portable console, that was huge. And showing that some of the Wii U's best was coming over in some form with Splatoon and Mario Kart 8, along with the new 3D Mario looking more akin to 64 and Sunshine, Nintendo started off strong with this trailer, and later detailed the system more at a press event on January 13th, 2017. Here, they showed off pretty much their whole lineup for 2017. Breath of the Wild, Splatoon 2, Super Mario Odyssey, Fire Emblem Warriors, Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Hell, the Breath of the Wild trailer shown at this event is simply put one of the best trailers of all time, and it also announced that Breath of the Wild would be a launch title for the system, which was huge. Third parties also talked about the system, and its price was revealed, $300, a completely fair price in my opinion, and an announced release date of March 3rd, 2017. And guess what happened?
The Switch launched that day.
Yeah, I wonder how you figured that out.
So what happened next?
Well, hold your horses, I'll talk about that tomorrow.
What? Why?
Well, I can't talk about everything today, then what would I talk about tomorrow?
You don't need to talk about anything tomorrow. We can just play games until this blizzard is over.
Now what part of that sounds fun?
All of it.
Yeah, why are we talking about the console instead of playing?
That's what I do, and I was gonna do it by myself, but then I got stuck with you guys, so I can't really do anything about it.
11 more days? Well, I mean, as long as one of them focuses on useless plastic.
Oh, don't worry, I went to Five Below before this blizzard started. Alright guys, ready to finally dig into one of these systems?
Oh yeah, let's see what this is all about.
Ooh, I can't wait to hear about computer chips and plastic.
This here is a run-of-the-mill, everyday, no-nonsense about it Nintendo Switch, costing a smooth $300, but this specifically is, to my knowledge, the third box design for this. You see, when the system launched in 2017, it came in a white box. In 2019, they released a new model that was the exact same but with better battery life in a red box. And I'm not sure if this has better battery life than that, but this one's box is the same as the later variations box, the Switch OLED. It makes sense for the OLED, as this is a vertically oriented box design, but this looks fine from any angle until you open it up. Thanks. Here are our main components, the Switch console and the controllers, the Joy-Cons. This whole top part lifts up to reveal the dock, HDMI cord, and AC adapter, along with the Joy-Con grip and rails. So let's dive into each one of these things. First off, the console itself. Remind you of anything?
A Nintendo Switch.
A cutting board.
It's a tablet. This is the console. It's a fucking tablet. All the Switch's power is in this bad boy, which is really impressive. I mean, the games that this can run, this is a $300 tablet from 2017, and it can run big games like Mortal Kombat 1.
No.
The screen is good. I don't know what to say about it. It's just exactly what it should be. It has a pretty big bezel, but that's fine. On top is all the control stuff. The power and volume buttons, the vent, and the cartridge slot. There's a kickstand on the back so you can prop it up on a solid surface, but man, I just don't like this thing. It's so flimsy, it only works at one angle. It does the job if you're playing on the go and just want to set it up on something, but it's still kinda lame. And there's a micro SD card slot underneath. That's the tablet. But of course, you can't really play the games without these. The Joy-Cons. Some people love them, some people hate them. For me, it depends. Together, they have all the buttons you'd find on any other controller, meaning if they're attached to the console or grip, or you're just holding them on their own, they have enough buttons for any game. They're a solid enough size to where they're small and compact, but not too small. They can also be played on their side like this. This is a bit more egregious. This is great though for on-the-go co-op. This works perfectly for some of the Switch's best co-op games. Mario Kart, Smash, hell, the Mario games in general. You're losing a lot of buttons, but you have enough. There are shoulder buttons on top to access the shoulder buttons, and people hate them too.
Yeah, they killed my dog.
Oh, but come on, they're not that bad to press.
But if you just can't stand them, bring on the Joy-Con rails. These simply slide along the top to add some height, along with shoulder buttons that stick out. These are definitely better, but that doesn't help with the biggest problem the Joy-Cons this way brings.
I think this is a form of torture.
These things are absolutely tiny when playing them like this, and just not comfortable. This is fine for on-the-go co-op, but man, it's not great. The grips also have a Wii Remote-like strap on them, so you can hold the Joy-Con like this, like a Wii Remote and nunchuck combination, and they feel pretty good like that. They can of course attach to the console itself, and again, they feel pretty good. This makes it a really solid feeling handheld system. But to give the Joy-Con a more ergonomic feel when playing in TV mode, there's the Joy-Con grip. Ugh, I hate the Joy-Con grip with a passion.
Dang, that's impressive.
Thanks. My hate knows no bounds.
This does give the Joy-Cons a more ergonomic feel, yes, but my god, the Joy-Cons don't feel good like this. It's mainly the analog sticks. These are quite small, but feel perfectly adequate when you're holding them like this or using them attached to the console. They work great when you're holding these straight in your hands, but putting them in the form of a real controller, it really sets in how these are too small for a run-of-the-mill controller. Outside of that though, I like the Joy-Con. They're a good size in most situations, the buttons are all fine, some don't like the D-pad on them, and yeah, them being buttons is kinda lame, but for most games, I think it feels fine. And overall, as small controllers that attach to the side of the console, they feel good. Now $80 for a new pair, that's fucking ridiculous. These little things are so damn expensive. All because they have a damn IR camera? Outside of the system itself, we have the dock, the gateway between the system and the TV. It looks pretty nice, good in any entertainment center. Everything plugs in the back with a little hole for your HDMI and power cords to go through, making it look nice from the back. And putting the system in there, just give it a second to connect and then it projects onto the TV. You can detach the controllers and just leave the tablet in there, but also leaving the Joy-Con attached charges them. And since I usually play with the Pro Controller and only have the Joy-Cons in games they're required in, battery life has never been an issue with them for me. The dock also has a USB port for any wired controllers and other accessories you may need, and that's everything you get with the Switch. But now let's talk about the hardware itself. Physical games come on these cartridges, which are smaller than any Nintendo cartridge, which is impressive. These things are so small, and yet they hold such big games. It makes me fucking grip onto them with dear life. Yet the sides of these make me anxious. They're so small, yet so expensive. I don't want to lose them. Thankfully, they come in these nice ass cases. They're about the same height as PS4 cases, but thinner, and man, I love these things. They're small, but not too small. More than enough space for each game's gorgeous box art to spread out with a nice little logo in the top left corner. The spines are all red with the title in the same font for most games and a publisher logo on the bottom. They look really nice, but also just blend into each other. It's really hard to see what each game is from my couch, as opposed to, say, the PS4 games. Turning on the system, we reach the lock screen. I mean, it's not locked, we just have to press the button a few times and we're good. And some news will appear on the left. I never use this. What's on the home page?
I'm bored.
Well, I'm not. White is awesome.
The homepage is kind of boring. The Switch doesn't have special themes or menu music. There's satisfying sounds when it's hovering over games and whatnot, but no music, which makes this menu pretty soulless. On this homepage, you have your 12 most recently played software in the middle. Going all the way to the right, you can go to a separate menu that will show you all your software. You can filter and sort them, and add them to folders called groups here. This wasn't added until 2022. Overall though, it's cool to see all your software. I usually sort it alphabetically, but you can also sort by most played, which is neat. I love seeing that I played New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe more than WarioWare Move It, and everybody went to Switch more than both of those.
You're disgusting.
Back to the home menu. In the top left, you can check out your users, which will show you your playtime.
Oh, that's cool.
In increments of 5 hours.
Well, at least we can see them.
And it takes 10 days for it to show up.
Okay, yeah, that's just dumb.
Yeah, there's no defending that.
This menu also lets you manage your friend list, including seeing what games they're playing recently. And along this bottom row are 7 buttons that take you to different menus. The Switch Online button, which takes you to information about Nintendo Switch Online. News has all these short articles about new games coming out or recommended games for holidays, just f***ing advertisements. The eShop button takes you there, and as I said in the past, not a fan. It's slow, boom, don't like it. Album allows you to see your screenshots and video records. Press this button here and you can take a screenshot in any game. Hold it and you can record the last 30 seconds in some games. Not all games support the video recording feature, which is a shame, because this is such a fun feature for when something stupid happens. Controllers allow you to quickly connect different controllers. Settings, you can adjust settings and sleep.
Well, I can do that now.
Hold on, is that it?
Yeah. Pretty much.
That is a base Nintendo Switch, and frankly, I think anyone would be happy with one of these. These can run any Switch game with no compromise. You can play on the TV and on the go. Sure, the screen isn't the best the console lineage has to offer, the same with the controllers, but it's still good. Overall, I like it. Not perfect, but it's pretty damn good.
Alright, and that's the system itself, and tomorrow, we'll look at games.
Oh, come on, do it now.
You want me to talk about 1-2 Switch now?
Oh, well, we can wait.
Alright, 3 days in, how are we doing?
I got hungry, so I tried eating one of these, but it tasted bad, and now I'm still hungry.
Yeah, they do that. Dick?
I just want to see games at this point.
Well, good news, we're looking at some today.
But, like, I want to see Skylanders.
Oh man, do I have good news for you.
A console is nothing without games to play on it, so of course when a console launches, you need some games to launch with. And the Nintendo Switch had 13 launch titles, 5 releasing physically, and a bunch of eShop games. So let's go over each of these, starting with, what the hell else would I start with? The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. This wasn't the first time a Nintendo console launched with a Zelda game, but this doesn't take away from how special this was. Breath of the Wild will go down as one of the best launch titles. It didn't show off any crazy things the Switch could do, because, well, but what it did was be a good game. Breath of the Wild is one of the greatest games of all time. Everyone remembers walking out of the Shrine of Resurrection for the first time, laying your eyes on Hyrule, exploring the Great Plateau, and just seeing how this new style of Zelda worked. The freedom of Breath of the Wild was truly liberating. To be able to do what you want in whatever order you want, being able to completely skip some story parts, it led to such a fun and memorable game. Exploring Hyrule and slowly piecing together what happened 100 years ago. The setup is that Link wakes up with amnesia, so as Link rediscovers these things, you're by his side learning all of this for the first time. Breath of the Wild was such a good launch title. I mean, there are only 4 main dungeons in the form of Divine Beast, which, come on, we may scoff at them these days, but you have to admit, the first time you stepped foot onto one of these things and maneuvered parts of it to reach new areas, it was awesome. But alongside the story, you had 120 shrines and 900 Korok seeds to find, alongside so much damn treasure all spread across this massive world that you could explore in your own way and pace. Breath of the Wild was the perfect game to launch the Switch with, but I do kind of scoff at it these days. Now the game itself, I love this guy, it's one of my favorites of all time. But this launching date and date with the Wii U version makes me kind of question if anyone bought this system exclusively for Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild was announced in 2013, stuff for it was shown in 2014 with the projected release date of 2015. Anyone looking forward to this game probably already bought a Wii U in anticipation of it coming out for Wii U. So for the biggest launch title to also come out on the prior system, just kinda lame.
Not as lame as 1-2 Switch.
Speaking of which,
1-2 Switch was the Nintendo's other physical launch title, and people say 1-2 Switch was like the Switch's Wii Sports.
No, if it was the Switch's Wii Sports, it would be fun.
1-2 Switch is a mini-game collection that uses the features of the Joy-Cons to its full advantage. It's a solid showcase for what the Joy-Con can do, but ask anyone who's played this game before if they want to replay this game. Wii Sports was great because the sports were all timeless. A game of bowling this week will be as fun as a game of bowling next week. These are games that never get old, and that's where 1-2 Switch flounders. It just doesn't have the replayability. And to retail separately for $50?
Just go ahead and shoot my dog.
Oh, gladly.
I swear to God.
I am the most qualified person to talk about 1-2 Switch. I don't own it. I have its follow-up though. Well, now to the physical third-party games. Super Bomberman R was definitely the best of the bunch cause it's Bomberman. A solid title to get alongside the system, but again, not a system seller. Skylanders Imaginators.
Oh yeah, a real game.
It's fucking Skylanders, 5 months after the game originally released. And Just Dance 2017 also came out on the Wii U and Wii. What a lineup! Thankfully, there were a bunch of digital games, one of them being published by Nintendo. Snipper Clips. This is a cute little puzzle game where you play as some pieces of paper and cut each other up to solve puzzles. And that's pretty much it. Fast RMX, which is a spiritual successor to F-Zero, and a sequel to a Wii U game. Shovel Knight Treasure Trove Inspector of Torment. Good stuff, but we're also on Wii U. Human Resource Machine, that was on Wii U too. Little Inferno, that was the digital launch title for the Wii U. World of Goo, from the Wii Shop channel, and I Am Setsuna. Thankfully, this wasn't on the Wii U. It was on the Vita though.
So, those are the launch titles.
That's it?
Did I mention Just Dance 2017?
Yeah.
Then yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna say it. The Switch had a lame launch lineup. Don't get me wrong, most of these are good games. Breath of the Wild, Shovel Knight, Bomberman, Fast RMX, Snipper Clips, World of Goo. There was definitely enough quality stuff to play, but not much of note new. 1-2 Switch, Super Bomberman R, and Snipper Clips were the only games that couldn't be played anywhere else at launch, and they're fine games, but not games to buy a console for.
But I doubt those games were why people bought a Switch at launch. People bought a Switch at launch because of the potential. The games in the pipeline for 2017 already showed that the Switch would have a great lineup of new experiences, and of course, it did.
And we'll finally get to see them now.
Nope, we're talking about these tomorrow.
I don't want to leave.
Yeah, good luck with that. Well guys, today is the day.
It's about damn time. I've just been waiting for you to complain about everybody 1-2 Switch.
Who's gonna tell him?
We've gone through the Switch's launch titles, but now let's go through Nintendo's other efforts for the system, specifically their original titles for Switch, not remasters. Of course, not all these games are developed by Nintendo, but I mainly just want to look at the new titles Nintendo published for the system. And naturally, we have to start off with Mario and his slew of games, starting with Super Mario Odyssey. Oh my god. Super Mario Odyssey was my favorite Switch game until the incident, but still, this is my second favorite Switch game. Super Mario Odyssey is just simple fun. The main campaign is incredibly short, but I do not care. It's just so fun to rip through it in an afternoon. I love exploring the kingdoms, finding all the moons. This game went back to the 3D Mario structure found in 64 and Sunshine, and don't get me wrong, I adore Galaxy and 3D World, but my god, this is how I prefer Mario. Mario feels buttery smooth. Cappy allows for so much fancy traversal and creativity with platforming. Super Mario Odyssey is, in my opinion, the peak of Mario. Galaxy may have something to say about that, but Galaxy doesn't have New Donk City, so take that.
Doesn't this have multiplayer?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, cool. So you can play as Mario and Luigi.
Now, player 2 plays as a hat.
What?
One of the Switch's best.
Now, included with the Switch port of Super Mario 3D World, a port of the Wii U original, a new experience was included: Bowser's Fury. I've already gone in depth on this game, so I'll make this quick, but man, is this good for a side game in a Wii U port. Bowser's Fury takes pretty much everything 3D Mario was up to that point and combines it. You explore one large world with so many little secrets to find, but also have various areas that are like 3D World stages with 64 and Sunshine like challenges. Combine that with the Fury Bowser mechanic, every now and then Fury Bowser awakens and wreaks havoc. Bowser's Fury is such a good, fun little experience. It's damn short, but damn good. And of course, the wonderful wonder.
See what I did there?
I did. Very clever.
Thanks.
Yeah, I love alliteration.
What? No, that wasn't it.
Nah, I get it.
Thank you.
I never said it was good.
Super Mario Bros. Wonder is the first original 2D Mario platformer in 11 years, and man is it good. The core game is incredible. The level designs, the world themes, they take the Mario stereotypes but add something new to them. This game takes place in the Flower Kingdom instead of the Mushroom Kingdom, and they do a great job setting them apart. And that's just the core game, but everything around it is incredible. The Wonder Flower effects are so wacky and fun. They always left a huge ass smile on my face. The badges give the gang a lot of fun abilities, and speaking of the gang, look at this character roster, and each character is filled to the brim with charm. All of their animations are so full of life and make the new Super Mario Bros. Animations look so lifeless and cheap. I wouldn't say Mario Wonder is one of the greatest games of all time, but I would say it's one of the best 2D platformers and Mario games of all time. I absolutely adore it, and it's one I know it won't be long until I replay.
Well, that's fine, I guess. I just wish I could play a Mario level with a crotch in it.
Oh, do I have news for you.
Super Mario Maker 2 is a successor to Super Mario Maker on Wii U, and it's okay. It's a good game, but in my opinion, it just doesn't add enough to really seem like a huge step forward. Like, yeah, they added a lot, but in terms of new game themes, they only added one. I enjoyed my time with Mario Maker 2, but it wasn't a long time. Making levels really isn't that fun. It feels clunky with the controller, and in handheld mode, it works better, but I prefer to see it on a big screen. Not a bad game, but one that I hope will get a sequel that adds a lot more and is a better experience whether you're making levels or playing them. Those are the Mario platformers, but of course, Mario is a man of many spin-offs, so let's jump on over to those. Paper Mario the Origami King. I've already talked about this, so in short, I like it. This is the only Paper Mario game I've played, and I'm still flirting with the idea of playing the original.
Hey, gorgeous. How are you
For
doing?
the third time this week, I am not the idea of playing Paper Mario. I'm the 911 dispatcher. Please hang up.
No, you hang up.
Alright then, we're sending officers to your current location.
I like the Origami King. I don't doubt some of the older ones are better, but I wouldn't say that this is a bad game. The battles can get pretty repetitive, but besides that, I don't know, I just really like this one. So what about sports? So the Mario sports games on Switch? Mario Tennis Aces, Mario Golf Super Rush, and Mario Strikers Battle League. Their core gameplay looks fine, but they clearly have an obscene lack of content. Like, that's gross, censor that. These were all $60 releases with very little to do outside of just playing the sport and a shitty attempt at a single player campaign. Not only that, but they seem to severely lack the Mario theming the older titles had. Again, I'm sure these are okay games, but in my eyes, not at all worth $60, so I'm saying the fuck away. Now, a really interesting spinoff is Mario plus Rabbids. There was Kingdom Battle in 2017 and a sequel, Sparks of Hope, in 2022. These are strategy RPGs made by Ubisoft, which, fuck me, right? But I've heard they're not bad. And of course, Super Mario Party. Ew. The Wii U and 3DS generation was an era of bad Mario Party, but Super Mario Party seems to have been a step in the right direction. Far from the quality of the Nintendo 64 and GameCube era, but definitely improvement from the 3DS and Wii U entries. There was another Mario Party game on Switch, but that used old boards and minigames, so I'll consider that a remaster, thank you. So those are all the Mario spin-offs, but his friends also had spin-offs too. Luigi's Mansion 3, oh man, I need this one. I also need to play the first two. Luigi's Mansion 3 looks gorgeous, and just a good game in general. Princess Peach has an original game coming in 2024, but who cares when WarioWare got some entries? Get It Together and Move It. I love WarioWare, but I passed on Get It Together because it just didn't take advantage of the Switch's features outside of multiplayer. The core gameplay is something that frankly could have been done on any system WarioWare has appeared on, but thankfully Move It did take advantage of the Joy-Cons. Move It has you hold the Joy-Cons like this and make various poses to beat microgames. It's a short but damn fun game, and is in my opinion an incredible showcase of the Joy-Con and their potential. And Yoshi.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yoshi's Crafted World. Sure, this seems like a completely serviceable Yoshi game, but I don't know, man. I haven't played it, so I don't really have anything to say. Well, those are all the Mario games and spin-offs. Now let's move on to other franchises like Zelda. I've already talked about Breath of the Wild, but of course it got a sequel, Tears of the Kingdom.
This game.
I love Tears of the Kingdom. It's one of my favorites of all time, but I'm no longer in the honeymoon phase with it, so I'm more critical of it. Mainly how similar it is to Breath of the Wild. But still, the things it add really helps it stand out. The depths, the new abilities, the 3 Sky Islands, and overall, just being able to re-explore this Hyrule again is a blast. Replaying Breath of the Wild is still fun, but experiencing it for the first time was something else. And with Tears of the Kingdom, it's a ton of fun having 152 new shrines, a whole new map to explore, new dungeons, abilities to mess around with. I've played over 100 hours of this game, and I'm still planning on playing more. This is a great game. I'd say it's a ho-hum follow-up and could have done more, but on its own, I love this game. Tears of the Kingdom was the only other original Legend of Zelda game, but there was a few spin-offs too. First off, Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. Not necessarily a sequel to Hyrule Warriors, but a new game in that series, advertised as a prequel to Breath of the Wild, where you get to see the events of the Calamity unfold in a warrior-style game. Advertisements fucking lie. Age of Calamity is not a prequel to Breath of the Wild, it's a non-canon sequel where they travel back to the Calamity to stop it. Ah, yes, what a great premise for the prequel sequel to Breath of the Wild, the game which centers around the idea that you need to accept the failures of the past and work to build a brighter future. Let's go back to the past to fix our failures.
I hate character development.
Now take that with a grain of salt, because I'm not spending $60 on a game I know I'm not gonna like. To which you may say, Nicus, you could actually like the gameplay. To which I say, no, I played the demo. I don't like it. I like the original Hyrule Warriors, but this one just doesn't do it for me. I think it's because it's made to look like Breath of the Wild, a game with tight combat and loose world design. This is a game with loose combat and tight world design. I mean, this clearly isn't a bad game, just doesn't appeal to me in any way. There's one more spin-off, that being Cadence of Hyrule, a Zelda crossover with Crypt of the Necrodancer. I don't own this one yet, but I really want to. I played the demo, and it's a really cool top-down rhythm game hybrid themed around Zelda. Moving on from Zelda, we actually got a new Metroid game for Switch. Metroid Dread. Metroid Dread is simply impeccable. It nails everything that made the prior games good. The atmosphere, the world design, the addictingly smooth movement. Metroid Dread is clearly an incredible game. I've only played around an hour to 3 hours of it, but from what I've played...
Damn, that's what you call a good video game.
Kirby time. Kirby had a bunch of little eShop games, but I want to focus on the 2 original ones. First off, Kirby Star Allies. I played the demo, and Kirby Star Allies isn't bad. It's just bland and boring. It doesn't do anything new or all that interesting. It's a fine game, but not one I'm interested in paying $60 for. Now, one I was interested in paying $60 for is Kirby and the Forgotten Land, the first mainline 3D Kirby game. I do own it, but I've only played the demo.
Cheapskate.
I literally own a copy.
Cheapskate.
This is good. It plays exactly how Kirby should play in 3D. It's just so good. The world is so jolly and just fun to be in. It's a treat. Now let's move on to... Pokemon. Okay, first original Pokemon outing was Pokemon Sword and Shield.
Take a wild f***ing guess if I played it.
Heard it's okay, but feels like a 3DS game in HD. However, there was another set, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. These did much more to shake up the formula by being more open world and by being incredibly buggy and unpolished.
I love video games.
As for spin-offs, I don't even know if this counts, but Pokemon Legends Arceus. I don't care if I said it wrong, nerds. Pokemon Legends Arceus is like a normal Pokemon, but without the random encounters. The gameplay mainly revolves around roaming these large environments, catching Pokemon in real time, no need to go into battle. And when you do battle one, they're quick and painless. I'm so close to beating it, and I will soon, but I really enjoy this game. And another spin-off I'd probably enjoy, New Pokemon Snap. A modern take on the Nintendo 64 classic, New Pokemon Snap looks like a gorgeous time, but thinking about it, I'm not sure if a game centered around taking pictures of Pokemon is for me. And Detective Pikachu returns. The trailers made this game look so bad. Like a 3DS game. And that's the original Pokemon content here.
Wait, no demos?
Even if they had demos, do I seem like the kind of guy who'd endure Pokemon to have an opinion on it?
Moving on to Pikmin. Pikmin 4. This is an excellent modern evolution of Pikmin. It plays and looks great and is such a damn charming game like the original. I really need to play more of this. Animal Crossing New Horizons. This was my first Animal Crossing game and man, I got hooked for a bit. I really like New Horizons. It's a gorgeous fun game. However, it's very grinding centric and I'm not a huge fan of grinding. I'm pretty satisfied with how my island is. I occasionally have the urge to work on it more, but I really just wanted to add more decorations that cost Nook Miles, which require you to grind out various things, all for a f***ing Ferris wheel. I adore New Horizons, but at this point, I'm just ready for a new game. It was a lot more fun in the beginning, but that doesn't take away from the fact that this is an excellent game. Those are all the franchises I had a lot to say about. Now let's speed through the franchises I don't really have an affinity for. Splatoon 2 and 3. Good looking games. I still have yet to get into Splatoon. Fire Emblem, there are 4 games. Fire Emblem Warriors, 3 Houses, Warriors 3 Hopes, and Engage. Fire Emblem fans seem pretty mixed on Warriors, but like those last 3, and Xenoblade 2 and 3, what do you want me to say? Good to see this series going strong, and I want to play these games, but I haven't played any of these yet. Give me a break. Bayonetta 3 and Origins. Again, good looking games. I want to give them a try. I haven't. I'm sorry. But of course, the culmination of all these franchises, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. The biggest smash yet, bringing back every character from the series past. The gameplay is as good as it's ever been. Just a really fun party fighter that earned its name. Look at this roster. I don't even have the DLC fighters yet, and it's still the ultimate Smash roster. Nintendo did ARMS too.
Yeah, this generation, franchises got a great ton of support, but Nintendo also did a bunch of weird stuff.
Nintendo Labo. These were kits that came with cardboard that you would fold to build into a myriad of doodads to play games with. Labo was a cool concept, but clearly the games just didn't have enough staying power. I don't have any of these, because I don't really care. And in a similar vein to Labo, Game Builder Garage, a simple program that teaches the basic of game design, which looks like a neat little thing. There are also a bunch of casual titles, Fitness Boxing 1 and 2, and Ring Fit Adventures, being neat looking fitness games. And the return of Wii Sports with Nintendo Switch Sports. This has the issue that the Mario Sports games had, just not enough to it. A few sports with really only one mode each, and the game emphasizes these sports modes over the Mii's. Cool to see the series back, but this is not how I or many others wanted to see a return. Go Vacation, Big Brain Academy Brain vs. Brain, Clubhouse Games 51 Worldwide Classics. The Switch had a good collection of games that anyone could play, and they aren't terrible. Oh god. Everybody 1-2 Switch. I've already gone over this 1-2, and so in short, fuck. There are a few fine mini games, but this game is ruined by its presentation and pacing. It just slogged on and is so damn generic and soulless. A terrible party game. It's like a shitty WarioWare. Comprised of mini games that use the Joy-Cons. Difference is, you're not a joke if you bought this.
Damn it.
Aside from all of that, Nintendo also published some games that were very clearly not made with much of their involvement. Some RPGs, Triangle Strategy, Bravely Default 2, Asteroid Chain, and The World Ends With You Final Mix. Sushi Striker, The Way of Sushido, sure. Daemon X Machina, a mech game, double sure. And some superhero games. Marvel's Ultimate Alliance 3 The Black Order, and DC Superhero Girls Team Power.
Twella wouldn't be a Nintendo Switch without those. Overall, not bad. So many franchises got so much love, and even more niche franchises like Xenoblade and Metroid, Nintendo showed that they do care. On a side note, Nintendo did announce Metroid Prime 4 at E3 2017, and then in 2019 they said that it restarted development, and then in 2021 they said that development was progressing smoothly. Here's Metroid Dread, and now it's 2023 and we still don't have nothing. But mark my words, Metroid Prime 4
will come to Switch. So, what did you guys think? What do you mean, eh? You just see WarioWare move it?
Well, yeah, but we didn't play any of the games.
Oh, come on. Talking about the games is just as fun.
Talked about Kirby, The Forgotten Land, Metroid Dread, and Pikmin 4 more than you've even played them.
Yeah, I'll get to them.
I know you love talking about games, but we just want to play them.
Alright, fine. You guys can... Oh, the dispatcher actually sent officers. Alright, thank you, officers. I'll behave from now on. Call me.
Alright, now that that's all over, can't we just play some games now?
No, we don't have time.
We still have a week.
And I still have yet to talk about the Switch Lite.
Alright, fine. But can you find a way to talk about Pac-Man?
Oh, well, that's not an issue.
Nintendo Switch Online is Nintendo's paid online service. There are two tiers, regular Nintendo Switch Online, along with the Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack. Let's go over the history of the service and everything you get for subscribing to it. Nintendo Switch Online was introduced in 2018, with a subscription being $20 a year. There are 5 main benefits of a subscription. First, of course, online play. Some people say that Nintendo's online is bad, but I don't know, I've never really had issues with it. Access to apps that allow you to play various games from Nintendo's prior systems, pretty much the replacement for Nintendo's Virtual Console. Save Data Cloud, which lets you back up your save data and makes playing across multiple systems much easier. Special offers, which include special demos, battle royale games, and some special products. And missions and rewards. You can get My Nintendo Platinum points for doing whatever. The service has become a lot more robust and featured over time, but at launch, it was incredibly barren. The only retro console available at launch was NES. These apps are very akin to, say, streaming services, where you just have a selection of games, and when you find one you want to play, you just play it. I quite like having these apps. Virtual Console NES games would cost $5, which is too f***ing much for f***ing Super Mario Bros. I know not everyone is for it, but I quite like it. The emulation is stellar, it looks gorgeous and crisp. You have rewinding and save states, pretty simple emulation, but for NES games, you really don't need much. For me, these are just, I'm bored one night and I want to dick around with some NES games. The main killer with these apps though are that the games are drip fed. They're updated every so often, so you have to sometimes wait months just for something of quality to be added. You could also buy some NES controllers that connect to the system like this. That's so stupid, I love it. Not for $60. And that was Nintendo Switch Online in 2018. You could play Mario Kart 8 Deluxe online, play some NES games, $20 a year, that's gross.
Paying $20 a year for that? I'd rather pay $20 a year just to get kicked in the face.
Then pay up, go.
Wait, I was just kidding.
That's what I thought.
Thankfully, some more value made its way over in early 2019 with Tetris 99, a Tetris Battle Royale. You play Tetris against 99 other players. As you clear rows, you send them to other players to move their boards closer to the top. It's such an addictive Battle Royale. I enjoy around a Fortnite every now and then, but so much of that just consists of Tetris 99, you always need to be on top of your game. Even if you misplace a single block, it can be game over if you don't move quick enough, making it such an addicting experience. Later in 2019, they added Super Nintendo games to NSO, adding more value. Super Nintendo games are just straight up good games that can last you so much longer. And once again, their presentation and emulation was sublime, and an SNES controller was also available to NSO members. For $30, okay, that's better, but still. In 2020, to celebrate Mario's 35th anniversary, Nintendo added Super Mario Bros. 35 to the service. Super Mario Bros. Recontextualized as a 35-player battle royale. This was unfortunately a limited time offer, so I was never able to play it, but that was cool. To replace Mario 35, they added Pac-Man 99 in 2021, a Pac-Man battle royale, and for me, Pac-Man just didn't work well as a battle royale game. Pac-Man always just plays the same for me. It's not something I can play infinitely until I die, like Tetris.
Yeah, but it is Pac-Man.
Good point.
In the September 2021 Nintendo Direct, Nintendo announced Nintendo 64 and Sega Genesis games would make their way to NSO in a new tier, Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack. It was later detailed to be $50 a year, which is a bit steep, but hey, Nintendo 64 games are even deeper experiences, so it'll probably be worth it. It wasn't. N64 on NSO at launch was abysmal. There were so many glitches and bugs with the emulation,
and it failed to improve on the Wii U's emulation. The games were a lot more vibrant but had various bugs and glitches. The Genesis emulation was solid, but tell me you'd pay $50 a year so you have access to Genesis games. I don't even remember the last time I opened this app. It's a tradition at this point. Thankfully though, they improved the emulation errors for each game slowly, making it much more worth it. They also started to add some games DLCs to the expansion pack. Animal Crossing, Splatoon 2, and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe's DLC, all just for free for expansion pack members, which is very nice. In March of 2022, they added the ability to use My Nintendo Platinum points to redeem special icon elements themed around certain games.
Finally, the service is worth it, damn.
And in the February 2023 Nintendo Direct, Nintendo announced the whole Game Boy lineage will be coming to NSO. Game Boy and Game Boy Color as one app available for all members, and Game Boy Advance for expansion pack members. And like all the non-N64 consoles, great emulation. And the last recent major addition, F-Zero 99, announced in the September 2023 Nintendo Direct. This replaced Pac-Man 99, and I'm glad it did, as this is great. I love F-Zero 99. All 99 players sharing the track is so hectic. I love it. Although it's not perfect. It's not last man standing, it's first across the finish line on the final lap, which is lame. The Grand Prix where you play 3 courses or so are a lot more fun, but overall, this is such a fun battle royale game that I hope doesn't get the Pac-Man 99 treatment. And that's Nintendo Switch Online. The value is subjective to most people. It's clear the value is meant to come in with the retro game library. Obviously, not everyone is going to care about it, but for people like me, $50 a year for access to Nintendo history along with some battle royale games, free DLC, and online play, I'll fucking take it. It's not a perfect service, but my god is it a lot better than it was in 2018, and the base tier is still the same price.
And that's the Nintendo Switch Online. Thoughts?
Tell me what they did to Pac-Man again?
Good morning, guys. How are we doing today?
Oh, I wish we weren't.
I'm getting bored. I want to see blood and guts, but I mean, if we're talking about the Switch, then I know we're not going to get any of that.
Funny how this keeps on happening.
There's only so many games a console manufacturer can make for a console, which is where third-party games come in. These multi-platform games fill up the bulk of any game console's library, and this system is no exception. And looking back at Nintendo's console history, I think the Switch has had the best third-party support of any system of Nintendo's. A lot of Nintendo's third-party support from the past was kids games, cheaply made games to tie into some kids film coming out. But with the Switch, so many third parties that you would never imagine would bring their games to a Nintendo console, guess what they've done? The Switch has received so many third-party games that just... what? How do we end up in this timeline? Well, thinking about it, it's easy to see why the Switch has gotten so much support. Let's go back to the Wii U. If a company wanted to bring a third-party game to Wii U, they probably would have had to work in some gamepad mechanics, which is extra development time and money. Just for what? The worst performing version of that game? For most third parties, bringing their games to the Wii U was, bluntly put, stupid. The Wii U was a horribly performing console with a gimmick that is gonna make it harder to bring said game to said console. Meanwhile, the Switch's gimmick is being able to play games the exact same way, whether on a TV or on the go. Third parties just have to put the game on Switch and that's it. Maybe add in some gyro aim or something else to spice it up, but a direct port is as simple as can be. Combine that with the fact that the Switch is the best-selling console of the past nearly 20 years, and bringing older games to it just makes sense. Games that you would never imagine would come to Nintendo systems have made their way, which is awesome to see. Skyrim, all the Doom games, Grand Theft Auto, Red Dead Redemption, Dark Souls, Witcher 3, Bioshock, Borderlands. These have all made their way to the Switch, which is so damn cool to see. And some franchises that used to make very frequent appearances on Nintendo systems have come back swinging. Mortal Kombat and Resident Evil.
Good third-party support, I see.
Blood and guts on the go. I love it.
Well, hold up. I'm not done here.
It's awesome to see all the support, but there's a dark side to it. The Switch is not a very powerful console. Now, games from the Xbox 360, PS3 to Xbox One, PS4 era, no problem. Red Dead Redemption, the Borderlands games, Skyrim, these all run perfectly fine. But then we get to more modern games. The Witcher 3, No Man's Sky, Friday the 13th the game. These all run fine enough, but the visuals and performance as a whole take quite the hit. Still playable, but at that point, I'd rather just play them on a PS4. Like Witcher 3 on Switch is just gross. Portably is nice, but these aren't really the kind of games I care to play on the go. But then we get to the horror. Warner Bros. Games specifically published 3 games on Switch this year that frankly shouldn't have. Hogwarts Legacy was originally intended to release back in July, but it was delayed and eventually released in November and had so many downgrades. The visuals, of course, but also the open world. You now have mandatory loading screens to travel to some locations and enter some buildings. Again, it seems playable and a miracle they could bring it to Switch, but they could have spent that time and money working on a sequel or something, I don't know, better than this. And Mortal Kombat 1. Holy f***.
This is an ugly mess that runs terribly and is an absolute joke. Hogwarts Legacy, I do kinda get why they went through the trouble of porting this, but Mortal Kombat 1, if you care about playing the next Mortal Kombat entry, you probably have a PS5 or Series console. Yeah, it's a couple hundred to upgrade, but if you're a big Mortal Kombat fan, I feel like you'd have one of those systems. If you don't, I am so sorry. And most recently, the Batman Arkham trilogy, which for the most part isn't bad. Asylum and City run perfectly, but it's Arkham Knight that's the troublemaker. This is a PS4 game, and honestly, it runs better than I thought it would, which isn't saying much. Okay, so on foot, it's not bad, but once you get into the Batmobile, oh my god. It is so laggy and stuttery. It's just like, what? Like, I get why they still brought over Arkham Knight, because to bring over Asylum and City just by themselves would have been kind of odd. You may as well try and port over Arkham Knight. And this is okay, but again, if you care about playing the Batman Arkham series, you probably have at least a PS4.
Okay, so some games look like garbage. What did you expect?
Them to not bring it to a tablet from 2017?
Well, at least it can't get worse than that.
I hate words.
Some companies realize they can't put their games on Switch natively, but they still want their games on Switch, so what do? Something they shouldn't. A cloud game is a game that is ran by a separate computer God knows where. Your button inputs are sent to it and it responds back. This is pretty much game streaming, and because games are a much more intense medium to run than, say, films or music, cloud games are ass. You need an internet connection to play them, so forget playing them portably. Oh well, you still can at home, but go out in public? You could use a hotspot on your phone, have fun burning through your battery life. Cloud games on Switch are gross, they're so blurry and just don't feel good to play. Thankfully a lot of them have demos so I don't have to pay to play any of them, but still, I hate this. And again, if you care about playing the new Hitman game or the modern Resident Evil games, I doubt you only have a Switch, and if you do, a used PS4 is not that expensive. It's nice to have the option, but it sucks when it's so unappealing. It's a shame some third-party games are only playable by these means, but for the most part, third-party games wasn't great on here. It's awesome to have so many games playable on a portable system, and the fact that getting a game for Switch means you have a portable version of said game, it definitely makes picking these up more appealing.
So you hate the water cycle. I get it.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah. Although thinking about it more, it's kind of like asking a pregnancy test to run Doom. It just can't. Right? Right?
That's the way it's meant to be played.
I don't know about you guys, but are you guys getting bored by this?
Yeah, we were just talking about it.
No, I think it's the design.
It's definitely not.
Oh, if only there was a redesign I could talk about today.
Seems like there is.
Oh, would you look at that? It's the
Nintendo Switch Lite. This was the first redesign of the Nintendo Switch released. Nintendo has a tradition of redesigning their handhelds to be a budget version by making it smaller and cheaper, and that happened to the Switch with this guy. The Nintendo Switch Lite was released in September of 2019 for $200, a smooth $100 less than a normal Switch. This was my first Switch, a birthday gift from my sister, and I sunk so much time into this thing. I love it. In the box we get the console, an AC adapter, and that's it. So for $100 more, we could have gotten a bigger console, a set of Joy-Cons, a dock, an HDMI cord, AC adapter, Joy-Con rails, and a Joy-Con grip. What's the value in that? This is a Nintendo Switch Lite, and it's significantly smaller than a regular Switch. I'd also say it's more comfortable. Not to say this isn't, but the smaller form factor definitely feels better. There are two major features missing from the Switch Lite, the biggest being it doesn't have the ability to connect to a TV. This is a dedicated handheld device.
Yeah, unless you mod it to put the video output chip back in.
So this is a dedicated handheld device.
So some say, what's the value in that? Lying to yourself? Yeah, it's kind of hard to defend this. I didn't mind this when I first got it, as I didn't have my own TV yet, but once I got my own TV, this thing became hell. There also aren't detachable Joy-Cons, so if they get drift, you're f***ed. But at least there's a D-pad. This guy has an actual D-pad, and it's leagues better than the Joy-Cons and Pro Controllers. The buttons are all white instead of the usual black of the Joy-Cons, which is nice on paper, but annoying in practice. Grime and guck is so much more obvious on these. I have to clean the system so much more often, which is annoying. The face buttons, though, oh man, are these sublime. They're more mushy as opposed to the clicky buttons of the Joy-Cons, and it just feels so much better to me. Outside of that, the hardware is identical to that of the normal Switch. You can still connect other controllers, which is required for games that require Joy-Cons, but you can still do that, so it doesn't even matter. But if you can afford Joy-Cons, you can probably afford a normal Switch. Well, the Switch Lite's target audience is different. This is a great system for those who don't care about TV play. And this is a great system for those who just want to play the new Zelda or the new Pokemon without dropping too much. I understand its place in the market, and I do like it, but considering its price, it's pretty damn unappealing. And also, I think I'm just sick of playing games on here. I mean, I played Tears of the Kingdom on here. Please get the f*** away from me.
And that's the Switch Lite. It's a fine version of the Switch, but for the price, Of course I talk shit on it, but it was my primary Switch for 2 years. God, I'm a f***ing joke. Well, after everything that's happened this last week, I've really needed a humbling, so I'll take it. Hey, Victor.
What's up?
I have good news for you.
What is it?
We're finally talking about plastic shit from Five Below.
Well, then what the hell are we waiting for?
With a console as popular as the Nintendo Switch, with tiny little controllers you can fit damn near anywhere, let's make brass knuckles out of these. Let's go over various Switch accessories, as there are way too many to count. Well, we can count a lot of stuff included with the system as accessories: the rail, the grip, hell, even the dock. These aren't required, they just theoretically enhance the experience. But of course, some of the biggest things that are technically accessories are controllers, and when talking Switch controllers outside of the Joy-Cons, we have to talk about the Switch Pro Controller. This guy is a beaut. The Nintendo Switch Pro Controller is one of my favorite controllers of all time. Its layout is akin to the Xbox 360 controller, which is an excellent one, but the sticks and the buttons, they're the perfect size and feel good to use. The grips feel great and the controller just feels so good in the hands. But there is one major issue with this controller: the D-pad. The Pro Controller's D-pad is pretty bad. It looks fine, but if you press down on any direction and wiggle it, it will detect those directions, but not the direction you're pressing, which is pretty much makes this a no-go for 2D platformers. For most games though, it's fine. My only other issue with this controller is its battery life. It feels like I'll go a week without using it, then I'll pick it back up and it's dead. This thing cannot hold a charge for its life. It's usually fine in the moment, but it feels like every time I use it, I have to plug it in. Besides that though, I love this thing, and it's my go-to controller for the system. There are a ton of other controllers for this system, the most popular brand being PowerA. They make cheap controllers that lack amiibo support, HD rumble, and motion support. I've dabbled with them at friends' houses and always just hate them. The Pro Controller is pretty damn pricey at $70, but my god, it feels so much better than these. However, PowerA also does a bunch of novelty controllers, and one I have is their wired GameCube controller. Now, I don't remember the last time I even used an authentic GameCube controller, but this thing feels great. It's such a unique controller design, but with changing around some button mapping, this guy could probably work for any game. I say could because you can't remap the buttons on this. Why? This is still a neat controller though. I like using it for Mario Kart, Smash, and even N64 games. It's purely a novelty controller, but one I really like having. But of course, it wouldn't be a portable console without some cases. Here's a Tears of the Kingdom one that I have, and this thing is awesome. It's my go-to Switch case.
Oh, come on. Those are just controllers and cases. They have a use. It's just boring.
Oh, geez, I'm sorry about that. I do have a bunch of plastic shit from Five Below. Well,
yes.
In years past, when I'd go to Five Below, they would have a wall covered in bullshit plastic for the Switch. But last time I went, this was all they had. This'll do, I guess. Let's start with a classic, racing wheels, obviously trying to tap into the Wii wheel craze from the days of Mario Kart Wii. Well, they are wheels and they do give a single Joy-Cons a more comfortable feel. That's it, these are garbage. The Joy-Cons feel like they get stuck in here. You have to pry them out, which never feels good. Next up, golf clubs, clearly meant for games like Switch Sports. So there's some assembly required, just pop that in here and these are never coming out, are they? Well, they are golf clubs shaped for Joy-Cons, and they still stink. These are tiny, and I just fail to see how this would replicate playing golf. At least the Joy-Cons are easier to remove from this. How about boxing grips? Turn your Joy-Cons into brass knuckles.
The homeless won't stand a chance.
They come with wrist straps that you're supposed to put on there yourself, but these are impossible to put on, so I'm not using them. Well, they add absolutely nothing. Next up, we have some cases. This one for the Switch Lite, and this one for the Switch. Damn it. I bought two of the same case. Thank God. Well, these are clear cases for the Switch Lite, and they stink. The case itself doesn't feel good. It probably protects the Switch a bit, but I've dropped this thing a few times and it was fine. The discomfort from this is not worth it. The buttons are so sunken in and are much more difficult to press. They have these stick covers, which do make the sticks a bit bigger and more comfortable, but as a result, it's so much harder for the system to register left and up on the left stick. And those are the Five Below accessories. I did get this one about a year ago. It's a storage stand. There's a place for a dock, room for controllers, games, and a little drawer where you can store God knows what. I mean, it's fine, but it's just fucking plastic.
Well, that stunk. There wasn't enough useless plastic.
Yeah, Five Below had an incredibly lackluster selection.
That's alright. I know this super secret place that sells a bunch of Switch accessories, and nobody knows what they are.
Oh what are they called?
Amazon.
How did you discover this place?
Amazon has a myriad of these big ol' bundles with a bunch of shit. This is right up my alley. Got a box here. This is the box I shipped it in. There was no tape holding it closed. For all I know, the delivery driver could have opened this and judged me.
Oh, well that makes the experience more fun.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack, and there's even more in the case. Alright, well let's start with these. Silicon cases for the entire system. 2 are included. 1 for the standard Switch, 1 for the OLED. The standard one feels fine. Probably adds more protection, sure. There's a slot in the back so you can use the kickstand still, and it feels fine. So tell me why the Switch OLED has no kickstand slot. So, these are fine, but I don't really care. So, what about more wheels?
God, you know exactly what I like.
These are smaller than Five Below's offerings, but also better. The Joy-Con fit much better, not too tight, and there's a hole in the back to make it easier to push these out. The shape is weird, and obviously these are just whatever, but whatever. Speaking of whatever, grips for singular Joy-Cons. These snap in easily and look weird without the rails, but look better with them. And this is a much more comfortable feel for singular Joy-Cons, so dare I say, this isn't bad. Next up, a case for multiple Switch cards. This can hold 24 Switch cards and some micro SD cards too, which seems nice at first, but then you try to take them out. They are stuck in there. They feel like they're gonna break. This thing is useless.
Love it.
Next up, some silicone covers for the Joy-Cons. We've got colored and black variations. These give the Joy-Cons some junk in the trunk and feel fine, but in my opinion, they feel fine without these. More thumbstick covers. Oh my god, these are impossible to get on. I could get the blues kind of on, and let me tell you, these add absolutely nothing.
Don't you guys see why I love this stuff?
No, this is horrible.
Yeah.
Next up, something actually useful, a Joy-Con charging stand. This will hold and charge 4 Joy-Cons, and honestly, I like this. Not only will it charge them, but it'll also display them. That's so nice.
This isn't fun. See if there's more stick covers or something.
Why would there be? Oh, me. More Joy-Con stick covers. These are much more akin to the ones included in the Switch Lite case. These are fine, but I'm not gonna use them.
The way it should be.
A system stand, because the kickstand isn't good enough. It's fine, it's a stand for the Switch. I won't lose sleep over it. How about some screen protectors? For a handheld console with a touchscreen, this is an absolute necessity. I fucking hate screen protectors. I got one on my OLED well, and that's good enough for me. Lastly, in this package, we have another carrying case, and this thing is damn solid. It's huge, with 8 slots for games, plenty of space for the system and extra accessories. I still think the Tears of the Kingdom one I have is cooler, but this may become my standard just because of how much more I trust this thing. And those are some Nintendo Switch accessories. Who needs these?
Everybody, these are so fun. Play Mario Kart with wheels or Smash with a golf club?
These are the most interesting things we've seen all week.
Oh, come on. Pikmin 4 wasn't good enough?
No, you barely even played it. And I doubt you played any other Pikmin games. Not like you could on this silly little console.
Yeah, you're right. Is what I would say if it was 2019, f***o. Boom! Pikmin 1 plus 2 and 3 Deluxe.
Oh, awesome. And how many of them have you played?
And beaten?
Pikmin 1.
And why didn't you do the rest?
I'll get to them one day.
Nintendo pumped out multiple sublime new experiences for the Switch, but they've also done a solid job bringing over many of their own classic titles.
And by solid, I mean ho-hum.
The Nintendo Switch is full of remasters and remakes of Nintendo's own games, which I'm not against. Having all of Nintendo's games on one system is a dream come true. Just having access to their history is great, and having it all portable, it's even better. I can and play Metroid Prime now. So let's take a look at Nintendo's published remakes and remasters on Switch, and to spice things up, I'm gonna add in the worthometer. You see, many of these ports retailed for $60, the standard price of any Switch game, and what they add can be questionable if they meet the quota. So let's use the worthometer to see how worth their prices these games are. And of course, we have to start off with Mario, and with the doozy at that. New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe. I don't even like this game to begin with. New Super Mario Bros. U is already a lazy game. It's so generic, adding so little to the mix, and just looking so damn bland. So let's make that the Switch's only modern 2D Mario game for 4 years. The main addition to this game is a new playable character, Toadette, who can turn into Peach with a power-up, and the internet hasn't been the same since. This release does include new Super Luigi U as well, but it's just those games with a new playable character. $60. You know, for a while there, I'd probably say this was more in the middle of the worthometer, but then they released Wonder for the same price. Super Mario 3D All-Stars. This was released in 2020 to celebrate Mario's 35th anniversary. This is a very controversial release. It includes Mario 64, Sunshine, and Galaxy with just a few enhancements each, no extras outside of the game's soundtracks, and was a limited release only being available until March 31st, 2021. Yeah, all that was pretty stupid. But come on, with this you get 3 3D Mario games, and these are great games with a ton to do in them. Acting like this isn't worth $60 is pretty wacky to me. I have plans to go more in depth on this game as a whole in the future, but for now, I'd say it's towards the top of the worthometer.
So I see. Pretty much no game is going to end up on the top of the worthometer.
Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury, a remaster of the Wii U original, and man what a remaster. All the characters move faster, parts that required gamepad use have been modified to no longer do so. Captain Toad levels now have multiplayer, and there's all these other little enhancements piled on top of the fact that this is a great game. It's not one of the best 3D Marios, but it's a really fun one, so to have it with a bunch of improvements and Bowser's Fury... As for more Mario spin-offs, none have done better than Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. This is the Switch's best-selling game, which makes sense. It's Mario Kart. This one's biggest addition was a new battle mode that is leagues better than the originals. Besides that, there were a bunch of smaller changes, but no new tracks until 2022 when they introduced the Booster Course Pass, which over the span of 2 years added 48 more tracks alongside a handful of characters. Earlier on, the tracks were pretty hit or miss, but as the waves went on, the tracks got better, and now that it's out, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe has 96 courses. Granted, with the DLC, it'll still cost $85, but still, it's Mario Kart. Of course it's f***ing worth it. Mario Party Superstars is the console's only other Mario Party game. It has 5 remastered boards from the Nintendo 64 games and remastered minigames from across the series. So I consider this a remaster, and the best Mario Party game in quite a while. As for its place on the worthometer, it could have used a few more game boards, but I'd still say it's up there. And Super Mario RPG, a remaster of Super Mario RPG Legend of the 7 Stars from the Super Nintendo. I still have yet to pick this one up, but it looks gorgeous. I really like its art style and modern visuals. It's definitely up there on the worthometer.
And knowing Mario, we're probably only halfway done with his games.
Do you like monkeys?
Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. Now this was a controversial one. $60 for a game that launched in 2014 that was $50, later cut down to $20. All that was added was an easy mode. Yeah, it's easy to rag on this one, but people agree that Tropical Freeze is one of the greatest 2D platformers of all time, so I'd say it's closer to the middle of the worthometer. And Captain Toad Treasure Tracker, also changed to account for no Wii U gamepad. $40 for it, I'll give it a pass.
And that's it for Mario.
What's next?
Fire Emblem.
On to Zelda.
You lied to me.
The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening, a full modern remake of the Game Boy original. This is a remake of the original version of my favorite game of all time, and while I still prefer DX, I'm so glad this version exists. Seeing everything recreated in a modern, gorgeous style brings a huge smile to my face, and just knowing that this legendary game is now more easily accessible in the modern day, it's great. $60 is a bit much for some, and I get it, it's a remake of a 2D Zelda game, but I think it's such a good remake that it's worth it. Now Skyward Sword, on the other hand,
still worth it.
I'll defend Skyward Sword HD for a couple sentences. A remaster of the Wii original, this one adds optional button controls and various other quality of life features that make it a better experience. The game looks great in HD, and it's a damn fun one. But it's a Wii game from 2011 that launched at $50 and was available digitally on Wii U for $20. Yeah, this is pretty low on the worthometer. It's a great game, but for that price, it's really only a good deal for Zelda fans, which, as much as I wish it was otherwise, isn't everyone. Those were the mainline Zelda remasters. However, Hyrule Warriors also received a definitive edition, and definitive is right. It pretty much took all the content for the Wii U original and 3DS port and combined it to make the definitive Hyrule Warrior experience. Worth it? Sure. Metroid Prime Remastered. This was announced and released on the same day for $40. For a GameCube game.
You think that's a good deal?
No.
I love Metroid Prime, and this is an excellent remaster, but for $40, my god. It's still a great game, but... Kirby Return to Dreamland Deluxe. I have played the demo.
Factual reliable, huh?
And it's pretty damn good. It also includes a new epilogue, good stuff, but for $60? Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee were remakes of Pokemon Yellow, and these don't look that great. They have forced motion control, which is lame, and a visual style that I am not a fan of. Speaking of visual style I'm not a fan of, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, remakes of the DS games. These just look lame and low budget, which is shocking for the biggest media franchise on the planet. As for spin-offs, there's Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team DX.
What do you think of that?
What do you think I think?
And Pokken Tournament. Guess where the worthometer for all of these are? Talking about Pokemon as a non-Pokemon fan sucks. Pikmin time. First game, Pikmin 3 Deluxe in 2020. Haven't played it, but there's supposedly a new prologue and epilogue. Yeah, sure, it's probably kinda worth it. And Pikmin 1+2, much like Metroid Prime Remastered, announced some release on the same day. They could be bought separately for $30 each or for $50 together. And I like this. I've only played Pikmin 1, but it's quite good, and this is a good version of it. Worthometer, do your thing. Now on to a series that I don't have much to say about. Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition.
Good to see that here.
Bayonetta 2 with Bayonetta 1 included as a download.
Just call it Bayonetta 1+2 at that point.
Advance Wars 1+2 Reboot Camp.
That finally released?
Dragon Quest XI's.
Not Nintendo, but okay.
Live Alive.
Not Nintendo, but okay.
Miitopia.
Why not?
And Tokyo Mirage Session Sharp FE.
Wouldn't be the Switch without it. And those were the Nintendo published remakes and remasters, and overall, a pretty good bunch. It's good to see how much old content Nintendo has brought over to Switch in the definitive form, and the worth of each of these games kind of depends on the consumer, how much they care about the franchise, and just all of that. So while Skyward Sword HD may not be worth $60 to someone, hell, I'd pay $120 for it, bitch. It's still missing a bunch of games, Galaxy 2, the 2 Zelda GameCube games, the other 2 Prime games, Yoshi's Island DS, but we're still getting a couple more next year. We got Luigi's Mansion 2 HD, we got Mario vs. Donkey Kong, we got Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door, but all of those games, and yet Nintendo still won't bring Game Party to Switch? Why? It's been 10 days since this blizzard started. The whole time I've had to stare at the screen that is just okay, but I'm done with that. It's time I look at something different. It's time I look at the third version of the Nintendo Switch. Finally, let's take a look.
I think he's gone insane.
This is the Nintendo Switch?
Here we go again.
Throughout 2020 and early 2021, there were rampant rumors that Nintendo was working on yet another system revision, this time being a Pro model fan named the Nintendo Switch Pro. People thought it would be more powerful, have better Joy-Cons, a bigger screen, and still be $300.
Why do people think that?
In July of 2021, the Nintendo Switch OLED was revealed, which resulted in confusion. There were multiple changes, but the system would stay the same power-wise. Sure, it released in October of 2021 for $350. In my opinion, not bad at all for the luxury model of a $300 system. But now let's take a look at the system itself. I have the Tears of the Kingdom Special Edition, and as I said when talking about the normal Switch, the OLED introduced a new box style, this one being vertically oriented, since these ones are just vertically oriented. Anyways, the system comes with everything a normal Switch will come with: the tablet, Joy-Cons dock, HDMI and AC cords, and Joy-Con accessories. The tablet itself is the most changed. First off, the new screen. The bezel is shrunken significantly, making the screen a whopping 7 inches. Not only that, but the screen is now OLED, which is what the system is named after. You really have to see it in person, but the OLED screen is just so much better. The colors are much more vibrant, and it just looks so much better. With the screen now being OLED, there was a concern with the possibility of burn-in, but this guy, Wolfden, has been running a burn-in experiment since the system launched. He's left it on, displaying the same Breath of the Wild screenshot, and it's burned in. He's been doing this experiment for 2 years. Yes, it probably burns in faster than normal, but unless you're playing in handheld mode for a month straight, I see nothing to worry about. The top buttons have been changed a bit.
Good, I really hated these buttons.
But the kickstand in the back has been vastly improved. It's now much larger and doesn't have a preset amount of positions. Rather, you can fold it to a much larger range of degrees. This makes it so much easier to position right in a comfortable way, and is overall debatably the best improvement.
So that's all this thing has to offer? A better kickstand?
No, the dock has Ethernet.
The dock has been redesigned, and it feels much more premium. The back now comes off entirely, which I'm not a big fan of, but there's now an Ethernet port in the back.
Cause I'm sure we all use it in 2023.
I just think it's funny that this was a premium feature touted by Nintendo. Ethernet.
Oh, finally, a Switch for me!
The system also now has 64 gigabytes of internal storage. Listen, 64 gigabytes is a massive improvement, and it works well enough since the Switch's games are pretty small. But still, 64 gigabytes is pretty low. At least 128 would have been nice, or dare I say, 256. But then it probably costs $400, so I'll take 64 gigabytes. And that's the Nintendo Switch OLED. Impressed? Me neither. This is a very interesting redesign. The improvements are great, but are in no way necessary. I think the casual consumer is still better off just getting a normal Switch. But for bigger fans who want a better Switch, I think this is great. This is a luxury model, one that's not necessary, but a nice update regardless. And having one of these, it's hard to go back to a normal one. The smaller screen, the shitty kickstand, the lack of Ethernet support in the dock, it's not a necessity, but I'm glad I own an OLED.
I'm glad I don't own that. $50 for just Ethernet? That should be free in 2023.
Tell me what Ethernet is.
Yeah, it's the tube that piss goes through.
That's a urethra.
Oh guys, we've almost made it.
Whoa.
But we still have 2 more days. But don't worry, we're talking about special edition Switches today.
Special edition systems. I'm not buying a Game Boy Advance unless it's branded by the company who brought us Grand Theft Auto.
I need another GBASP.
Special edition consoles sure are neat, and the Switch has had a ton of awesome ones, enough to where I think I can talk about these bad boys for a few minutes. Now obviously I can't talk about every single one ever made, so I mainly want to focus on the biggest ones. Starting with the original Switch, things started off a bit slowly here. The Splatoon 2 edition had some Splatoon art on the back of the console. The Mario Odyssey edition is just a normal Switch with red Joy-Cons. Thanks. However, there was this awesome Monster Hunter Double Cross edition with art on the dock. 2018 saw some cool ones, Diablo 3 and Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee with art of each of them on the front, which is sick.
Did you just say a Pokemon thing is sick?
Am I allowed to have opinions?
But of course, the crowning jewel is the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Edition with a sick dock design and lame Joy-Con design. Like, they look cool together, but the right Joy-Con on its own? Who would want this? And this is great and all, but 2018 also saw the creation of the Labo edition. This is awesome, making the Switch look like it's cardboard, but this was a contest exclusive, so I'm never owning it. 2019, however, was pretty lame. There was this awesome Dragon Quest XI edition, exclusive to Japan. I swear to God, I will have this one of these days. And the Disney Soon Soon edition.
That's it. I'm getting a Switch.
That's all it took?
2020 has the 2 special edition Switches I think of the most. First off, the New Horizons edition. I swear to God, these were everywhere. I've never been a huge fan of the design, to be honest. I just don't think it fits in with the whole dingy basement thing I'm working on. But the other version, oh man, the Fortnite edition comes with V-Bucks? 2021 was the last year the original Switch got some special editions. First off, the Mario edition. Ouch my eyes. I have always been a hater of this version. All the shells are red and the Joy-Con grip and rails are blue, and it just doesn't scream Mario to me. It screams Spider-Man. And another Monster Hunter edition, this one for Monster Hunter Rise. Cool. The Switch Lite only had a few. There's this design for Pokemon Sword and Shield, and a design for Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl.
Thoughts on these?
No, I try to avoid thinking about them.
There was also a New Horizons edition made this year. Perfect timing. Now the Switch OLED. Not many, but still some pretty great ones. The Splatoon 3 edition, I mainly like this one for the Joy-Cons. I love the gradient on them so much. The Pokemon Scarlet Violet edition is cool too. Nothing too exciting, but I really like the Joy-Con colors and it's perfect for the game.
Do you have an opinion on Pokemon or not?
Yeah.
And of course, the Tears of the Kingdom edition, which I own, and I love this thing. It's absolutely gorgeous. The dock is so slick, and the Joy-Cons, ooh! The back design is pretty lame, it's just circles, but still, this is a great design. And the Mario Edition OLED, again? This time it's just red with a gray grip. This is so lame. This was released alongside Mario Wonder, and a special edition for Wonder could have been crazy, but nope, how about red?
Jeez, man, you good?
Yeah, red can just make me mad sometimes.
Well, those are the major special edition Switches. There's some really cool ones, but some of them just... why? But hey, they're special editions. Just cool versions to get if you're a fan of a specific franchise, and it's always cool looking at these. Even if you don't have any thoughts about them.
There we go. We're done.
With looking at special edition Switches?
No, with everything I wanted to talk about in general.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, so, like, today and tomorrow we can actually spend time playing some of these games?
No.
What? Why?
Well, I wasn't planning on it, but I can spend tomorrow talking about my memories with the Switch.
Oh, Your Switch memories?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Oh, I don't know. It's just you around here.
Hey, I was perfectly content doing this alone. I didn't want you guys here, okay? It's my place. I talk about what the hell I want.
Why do you need to talk so much? Why can't you just spend some time just actually playing some games?
Well, I do, but...
We've been here for over a week, and you haven't played a single game for over a damn minute.
Okay, I get it. If you want to play some games, I probably have some Xbox 360 games you guys can play. I will take my Switch stuff and go talk about my memories on my own. I don't need you guys.
You know what? And take everybody 1-2 Switch while you're at it.
Well, here I am with the last day to talk about my Nintendo Switch memories. I was talking everything Nintendo Switch with my friends in there, but I don't know if I consider them that anymore. But whatever, I'm still here and I'm going to talk about my Nintendo Switch memories. I may have only had this system for about 2.5 years, but in that time I've made so many memories with this guy.
Prior to me getting my own Switch, I have had plenty of memories on other people's Switches. Whether it was playing Smash with friends before school started or playing Breath of the Wild on my sister's Switch, these experiences opened my eyes to the majesty of the Switch, and I finally received one in 2021. I got the blue Switch Lite for my sister alongside 3 games: Skyrim, Super Mario Odyssey, and Super Mario 3D All-Stars. And this was a great starting lineup. Skyrim I already had, but I didn't care. It was nice restarting actually knowing what I was doing, and having it portable was magical. Mario Odyssey was a damn blast, such a great collectathon. This was one I chipped away at over the course of a few months, just collecting all the moons. And 3D All-Stars, these were old games, but great games. I played all 3 of them to death and 100% at 64 in Galaxy, but those damn blue coins in Sunshine are holding me back hard. Those 3 games definitely kept me busy, but it didn't matter because I wanted more. Since I got a new system, I had a free trial of Switch Online, so under that I got the NES and SNES apps and played a ton of those games. I also fell in love with Tetris 99 and Pac-Man 99. Yeah, not for me. But that wasn't all, because I also got Fortnite. Listen, it's a free game and not a bad one at that. Now, do I play it often?
What do I look like? Someone who does that?
A couple weeks later, I was out shopping with my grandma, who had given me some late birthday money earlier, and with it, I decided to pick up my own copy of Breath of the Wild. Now, I had already beaten it on my sister's Switch, but I still need my own copy, and even though I had already beaten it, I still spent hours finding the shrines, collecting Koroks, and just doing whatever the hell I pleased. This game was just so much fun to run around in. Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury. My god, what a game. 3D World itself was a blast. I beat it in a matter of days, then immediately went back and got all the green stars and whatnot to unlock Champions Road. And after that, it just became all reliable. Didn't know what to play? Just hop in 3D World and replay every level as every character to get true 100%. And that's just 3D World, because after I first beat Champions Road, I finally dived into Bowser's Fury, and oh man, what an experience. I was hooked. 100% in a day, and I went back multiple times, 100%ing it in a single sitting. It's such a short, simple experience that it's just a blast to do anytime. 5 games in and a pretty solid library if I say so myself, so let's f it up with this guy. LEGO Marvel Superheroes, a port of one of my favorite LEGO games that is also one of my least favorite handheld LEGO games. I mainly wanted this because of what it was, the real LEGO Marvel Superheroes portably, which was magical. But I didn't really play it much. It's a good game, but I just wasn't in the mood at the time. That Black Friday, multiple Nintendo games were on sale at GameStop, and I was deciding between getting New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe and Paper Mario the Origami King.
And considering the fact that I'm happy, it's probably pretty obvious what I went with.
As I said earlier, I like the Origami King. I definitely see some of its flaws, but to say it's a bad game, or even a bad Paper Mario game for that matter, is a bit much. I also got Doom and Doom 2 off of the eShop for like $2.50 each. I like these games, so it's just cool to have them on here. That Christmas I got Smash Ultimate, and my god, what a game. I got a lot more time out of this than I expected, but looking back, it makes sense. This is a great game. Unlocking all the characters, playing through classic mode as all of them, doing spirit battles, World of Light, and online. There's a lot to Ultimate, and I adore it, and I still like to occasionally go back to it as I want to play something I don't need to get invested into game. I also picked up some digital games, the Breath of the Wild expansion pass, but also Sonic Mania, LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2, and Final Fantasy 7. Sonic Mania was an excellent Sonic game. Not perfect, and I had flaws that I hope would be ironed out in a successor, and Sega gave us Sonic Superstars 6 years later. I'm in hell. LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2. This was my first time playing it, and it wasn't bad. Not as good as the first, but I still enjoyed my time with it. And Final Fantasy 7 I got since I heard it's one of the most beloved games of all time, and it's Good. The built-in cheats of this version really help. It's nice to be able to experience the story without wasting time grinding. I still have a ways to go in it, but I quite like it. Over the next few months, I'll do random odds and ends for money, which is how I ended up with 7 more eShop games. Castlevania Anniversary Collection and Advanced Collection, both excellent collections of the Castlevania games. Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast, a great game, but I prefer playing it on PC, and Cooking Simulator and Thief Simulator. These are both, they were some of the cheapest games I could find, so I got them. Cooking Simulator was fine, it was pretty fun just doing whatever, but it got old pretty quick. And Thief Simulator, yeah, that was just bad.
But it was $2. How could that be?
Well, in April, LEGO Star Wars The Skywalker Saga finally came out, and I quite liked it. It was a blast playing through the saga in a modern format, then exploring the galaxy collecting Kyber bricks. I love this game. Now I look back and wince, but I can't lie, I had a blast with this game. And Calculator, it was $2, give me a pass. And, well, it is a calculator.
Gonna pull this out the next time I take a math test.
That year for my birthday from my sister, I got The Legend of Zelda, Link's Awakening, and Skyward Sword HD, and both were excellent experiences. Link's Awakening DX is my favorite game of all time, so to play a modern remake with gorgeous visuals and excellent music, it was something else. And Skyward Sword HD, dare I say, a pretty good Zelda game. Not one of the best, but still a really good one. And for my grandma, I got Pokemon Legends Arceus.
If I said it wrong, shut the f up. I don't care.
And I have loved what I've played. I've made it pretty obvious, but I don't really care for Pokemon, mainly because neither the gameplay or story appeals to me, but Arceus has such a fun gameplay loop. Roaming these large areas, catching Pokemon, it's so much fun. And with some extra birthday money, I picked up a few more games. Friday the 13th the game, and LEGO Worlds. Okay, so Friday the 13th the game is pretty damn good and what I wanted from it. Playing a station is so damn fun. But man, this isn't the most enjoyable on Switch. The graphics take a severe hit, and it's just not crazy enjoyable here. And LEGO Worlds, this is probably a fine game, but I just couldn't get into it. I'd rather play Minecraft or something else. A few months later, I randomly got $50. I don't remember how, but I do know where those $50 went. I got an NSO expansion pack subscription and played a ton of Nintendo 64 games. Ocarina of Time, Banjo-Kazooie, F-Zero X, Mario Tennis, and later on, GoldenEye. Ho ho ho, what a game.
And if I was lying, I'd also say I played the Genesis games too.
After a couple more odds and ends, I got LEGO DC Super Villains digitally, and like LEGO Marvel Super Heroes 2, it was good. I wouldn't say these are great games, but they're good for what they are. And for Christmas from my grandma, I received No Man's Sky, and I fell in love. No Man's Sky was such a damn blast. I'm a huge space nut, so to have a game where you just explore space, jump galaxy to galaxy, land on random planets, discover the local wildlife, find a nice planet to build a base on, there's a lot of ways you can approach No Man's Sky, which is what has kept it so fresh for me.
And I think that's a good place to wrap it up for now. Over the past year in 2023, I have made a ton of new, incredible memories with the system. However, I've also gotten so many games with the system in this last year that I've kind of started to lose touch with them. I have much fonder memories back when I'd get a new game every few months, so I had to pick a game that I could get the most out of. Now I get WarioWare Move because I have an hour and a half to spare. But regardless, that is the Nintendo Switch, and if you can't tell, I love this system. The Nintendo Switch wasn't my first Nintendo console, but it was the first Nintendo console where I experienced so many franchises, explored Nintendo history, and I made so many memories with this guy that I will cherish for the rest of my life. It isn't perfect by any means, but considering how much great Nintendo support, new and old, there is on it, along with the fact that everything that comes with the system is portable, it makes it so easy to say that this system is my favorite console of all time. It's not perfect, but if I could only ever have one console for the rest of time, this would be a pretty easy choice for me. And on top of all that, it can bring people together so much easier, which is ironic because it tore me and my friends apart. Or maybe it was I who tore my friends apart. But I can use this system to bring us back together.
Reporting live now with an update. After a long 12 days, the snow has finally melted to 2 feet left. Meaning basement dwellers, you're home free. You can finally leave the basement again. If you didn't already starve to death.
Finally, we can get out of here. Let's go through the window.
Wait, guys, before you go, you want to play some Mario Kart 8 Deluxe?
With the Five Below Joy-Con wheels?
What if I wanted to play Smash Online?
Well, do I have the Switch Lite for you? I'm gonna whoop your ass, Victor!
I wouldn't be so sure. I got the Five Below wheel.
Oh, but look where we're playing, Victor. You better look out for the TSA.
Oh, you f***er. Oh, you f***er.
fucker! You 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 fucker! Well, what a 12 days it's been. Talking about the Switch and making memories I will cherish forever. I mean, who knew the TSA was so good at Mario Kart? And man, it wouldn't have been without this console, and it just goes to show that the best consoles aren't necessarily the most powerful consoles or the consoles with the best graphics. Rather, it's about the games and how they can bring everyone together, how much they mean to people, and biggest of all, some of the greatest consoles. Hot coffee that tastes like